So picture this combat class at the Magic Academy, where students basically brawl one-on-one for the best grades. And then there's our guy Frey. He's up against David, the top dog third year in the whole arena. The outcome seems like a total no-brainer, and the senior is already planning his victory lap. But Frey? He's just chilling totally unfazed. At the professor's signal, it's on. David doesn't waste a second and whips up this massive boulder aiming to totally flatten Frey like a bug. This is his signature move, Stone Rage, the spell his family's been bragging about for like generations. And Frey's come back the most basic spell ever, Magic Missile. The other students are totally bugging out thinking he's completely lost it. Even David's cracking up, totally convinced this is the best the new kid can pull off. But the second their spells hit, Frey's dinky little magic missile just obliterates the giant boulder like it was made of glass, and then slams right into David before he can even blink. He goes flying like the rag doll and is knocked out cold on the arena floor. Everyone's jaws are on the floor, especially the professor's. But like nobody knows the real story. See, Frey got this major power-up because this super ancient, all-powerful mage who was locked up by the gods in the abyss for 4,000 years literally fused with his body. The whole thing started about 4,000 years ago when this legendary Archmage named Lucas got way too big for his britches with all the insane power he had. For real, nothing and no one could touch him. So, the gods were like, all right, that's enough, and had to step in to shut down Lucas's ego trip. His power level was just way beyond what any normal human should have. So, the gods just yoinked his ability to collect mana and locked him away in this endless void where he was basically frozen in time forever. Fast forward 4,000 years and now we're back to the story of this kid who everyone thought was a total loser getting picked on because he was so weak. I mean, he wasn't just getting bullied and beat up at school every single day. His own family couldn't stand him either. To his dad, he was just a total embarrassment, like a black mark on the family name. The poor kid's only crime was being born without much power, which was totally not his fault. But his dad disowned him anyway. All that non-stop humiliation and trauma he went through his whole life just for being weak finally pushed him to a really dark place. He decides he's going to end it all. He figures it's better to just check out for good than keep living such a miserable life. Meanwhile, somehow Lucas manages to connect with this kid's mind and has a front row seat to him giving up. He hears the kid's last wish. A wish to be reborn as someone strong, someone who could stand up to anyone and defend himself. And maybe that wish was the spark that Lucas needed to finally break free from his prison and take over the kid's body. After all this time, the legendary Archmage is finally back in the world of the living after being stuck for almost 4,000 years in that dark void. From now on, they're a package deal. Frey gave him his freedom, and in return, Lucas vows to give him the power he always dreamed of having. With this new fire inside him, Lucas sets his sights on the demigods. He's got one thought on repeat, just you wait. They're gonna meet again, and when they do, he'll be ready. But for now, he's focused on building up energy in this super weak body, slowly getting it strong enough to handle a ton of mana. If he's serious about taking on a demigod, he knows he needs to get most of his old power back. But deep down, he gets that just getting his old strength back won't cut it. He's got to level up even higher than he was before. While he's training, he keeps telling himself to take it slow. He knows this is a super rare chance, one that took 4,000 years to get. He tells himself to use all that anger smartly and just focus on what he can pull off right now. So he keeps grinding, pushing his limits, and figures that with all this, he's probably at a tier 5 power level by now. But then out of nowhere, his body starts freaking out and he starts coughing like crazy. He's totally shocked when he sees what's coming out of his mouth. He takes a closer look and realizes it's all this nasty gunk that was trapped in his body and soul. He knows he has to get every last bit of it out of his system like completely. So he just keeps forcing it all out, thinking that he can't leave even a speck behind. But as he's doing it, things start to get way worse. And while all that's going down back at the academy, the place is packed with students. One of them, Jack, points out that David is here super early. David just says he's pumped for today's sparring match. Jack just smirks and is like, "You mean you're pumped to crush Frey, right?" He tells David to go easy on him since Frey's such a lightweight. David just scoffs and reminds Jack that he was the one who totally wrecked Frey just yesterday. Jack just shrugs and says he saw Frey heading to the nurse's office last night, and that he even grabbed a whole bottle of sleeping pills. David looks kinda surprised to hear that. Jack then drops a hint like maybe Frey's planning on cashing in his chips for good. David's like, no way a guy like Frey wouldn't actually do that, would he? So Jack casually suggests a bet, and David's in. The prize 10 meal tickets. Back with Frey, he's still pushing his body to the absolute limit trying to power up. But it's seriously taking a lot out of him. He's wondering just how much of that junk he's managed to get out so far. He can't believe all that gunk was crammed inside a teenager's body. He figures the kid must have gone through a lot, but probably not as much as him, obviously. Then his stomach starts rumbling and he decides it's time to grab some food. Over at the main dining hall, everyone's just chilling and eating when Frey shows up and starts totally pigging out, like zero chill. Everyone's just staring and Dave's like, "Dude, has he been starving for like a week?" But inside, Frey's mind is blown by how good the food is. He just keeps chowing down, savoring every single bite. I mean, it's been 4,000 years since he's eaten real food, so this is all next level amazing to him. The soup is like crazy good and he just keeps going like it's the only thing in the world. Meanwhile, all the students around him are still shook, whispering to each other. Frey's just thinking about how the flavors are practically melting in his mouth. Then he glances around at all these kids and starts to zone out. He's literally over 4,000 years old, and here he is about to take Magic 101 with a bunch of teens. The whole idea is so cringe, but he knows he's stuck with it. There's no way he can just download thousands of years of history instantly. More importantly, he has to figure out what this world is even like now that he's back. So with that on his mind, he heads out. He opens the classroom door and surprise everyone's already inside just staring at him. David totally loses it, cheering about winning his 10 meal tickets. As he's celebrating, he throws some serious shade at Frey, joking that the fool couldn't even manage to check himself out. He laughs it up, telling everyone that's why you gotta stay positive. Frey walks further in and spots David. In a classic jerk move, David sticks his foot out to trip him. But Frey sees it coming and doesn't go down. David just looks at him with this smug smirk and says hi in a super sarcastic way. Frey just stares at him, wondering if this is supposed to be one of his friends. While he's just standing there, Jack comes out of nowhere and grabs his head, yelling about 10 meal tickets and how he lost the bet because Frey is still breathing. Jack's just screaming in his face while Frey is totally confused, trying to process what is even happening. He's thinking, who is this dude and why is he smacking my head like we're best buds? Based on how he's acting, Frey's pretty sure they're not friends. But then again, he figures every generation has its share of idiots. Suddenly, Jack touches his face, and this weird shiver goes down his spine. For a sec, he wonders if he's actually scared, but that feels so wrong, especially in front of someone this pathetic. Jack, acting all kinds of weird, demands his prize again and starts dissing Frey, raising his hand to slap him. But before he can even make contact, Frey hits back totally out of nowhere. The whole class gasps, completely stunned by what just went down. Whispers start flying like, did you just see that? Did Frey really just fight back against Jack? And then it clicks for Frey. It wasn't just one person, but a whole crew of 3 who were making his life a living hell. The whole picture starts to make sense. Jack, not one to ever back down, lunges at Frey again, trying to land another punch. But before his fist even gets close, Frey basically levitates and hits back with some serious force. Jack goes flying and slams into the ground, leaving the whole room completely speechless. The whispers get louder as everyone's like, no way, did Jack just get one-shotted? Feeling weirdly calm, Frey just quietly thinks about how ridiculous it was to even get into a fight with some kid. He just chalks it up to a quick reality check, reminding himself he's supposed to be the goat of Archmages. Then, not giving the shocked crowd a second glance, he just starts walking out. As he leaves, the gossip totally erupts behind him. Some kids are like, was that really Frey? But their brains just can't compute. Right as all this drama is going down, a professor walks in and is like, what is going on in here? The students all start talking at once, saying Jack just collapsed out of nowhere and isn't moving. The professor checks Jack out and realizes the energy signature left behind is from some kind of mana-infused martial arts. He thinks to himself that not even the teachers at this academy are usually that skilled. He's silently wondering who could have pulled this off. Just then, another professor comes in and tells everyone that Professor Dio is out, taking Jack to the nurse's office. So Professor Kevin, will be subbing for the class. He says that luckily Jack's not in any real danger. He just got a mild concussion and should be good to go by tonight. So he tells everyone to just focus on the lesson. As things calm down, Professor Kevin looks around the room. He's thinking this year's class is a real treat, especially with all the cute girls, and his eyes land on sweet Isabel. While he's scanning the students, he spots Frey. At the same time, some of the girls are whispering, and David mutters that he can't stand Professor Kevin, who's always like totally creeping on the girls. Another girl shushes him, warning him the professor might hear and call him out. Professor Kevin walks over to Frey and makes a snarky comment about how nice it is that he finally decided to show up to class. He sizes Frey up, thinking he used to believe Frey was just some weakling, but at least figured he'd be a straight-A student. Now it looks like Frey's just another slacker who ditches class all the time. Frey just casually replies, saying he was probably just busy with stuff. The other students start whispering, calling him a total loser. They're all convinced he only skips class because he's getting picked on. The professor throws some shade, hinting that Frey must have had like way better things to do than show up to his class. Frey just shrugs, all like, guess I'm just in my rebel era. The class starts snickering and Daver's like, shh, you guys, he's gonna hear you. But the professor just chuckles, admitting Frey's probably got a point about the whole rebel phase thing. He's all, don't worry, I'm not some ancient fossil who thinks my class is the center of the universe. But then he asks Frey if he's been keeping up with the material. Then with a smirk, he hits him with a pop quiz. If Frey bombs any of the questions, he has to own up to ditching class and face the music. Then he drops the first question he wants an answer to, the name of the gear worn by the godfist Cassigan. Frey is totally floored. His eyes go wide when he hears the name, thinking, no way did the professor just say Cassigan's name. Flashback to like 4,000 years ago. Cassigan is going hard, training non-stop to level up his strength using all his skills and power. The whole area is just pure chaos and energy. In the middle of all that, Lucas strolls up and casually tells him to take a breather, pointing out that at this rate he's gonna flatten every mountain in sight. He jokes that the wild animals are gonna be homeless if he keeps this up, or maybe he's planning on building them all new houses. Cassigan barely looks at him, giving him a long time no see kind of nod. But then he's right back to his training. Lucas just sighs, plops down, and mutters about how even after all these years, Cassigan is still more into his grind than catching up with old friends. Cassigan says he made some tea and tells him to drink it. Lucas just groans, saying he should have known better than to expect anything more from a total meathead. He teases him that at this pace, Cassigan is going to end up dying alone. That gets him to stop. Cassigan shoots back, "That's rich coming from you, Lucas?" In return, Lucas is like, what's that supposed to mean?" while adding that he's never had a problem getting dates. Cassigan just calmly explains that romance is a bad idea, that it messes with your focus. And when you can't control your feelings, it's hard to even stay on your feet. Lucas totally rolls his eyes and tells him to knock it off with the ancient advice. Cassigan then goes on about how a true martial artist should look at girls like they're just rocks, totally detached. He adds that it's different for someone like Lucas Trum and the big shot Archmage. They trade looks, and then Cassigan finally points to the tea and says, "Even a pretty rock can be nice," telling Lucas to just drink it. Back in the present, Frey hears Godfist Cassigan and starts thinking. He can't believe that this idiot, who trained so hard he probably had abs on his brain, actually became a legend after 4,000 years. While Frey's just standing there, the professor calls him out for taking so long, taunting him like, "What's the matter, Frey? Don't know the answer?" Isabel is watching this whole thing go down, thinking to herself that the professor really put him on the spot. She wonders how anyone is even supposed to know this stuff, especially since it's not in any of the textbooks. She figures the professor is just a show-off who loves proving how smart he is. Eventually, she speaks up, pointing out that the question has nothing to do with their actual subject, the history of magical studies. The whole class whips around to look at her, totally shocked. The professor calls out her name, trying to get her to be quiet, but she keeps going. She explains that Cassigan was a martial artist who basically just used mana to juice up his physical training, so she argues he wasn't even a real mage. The professor gets in her space, agreeing that Cassigan wasn't a mage, but then he tries to flip it on her, asking if she's making fun of people who study magical martial arts. Isabel just calmly says it's still got nothing to do with their class. The other students are freaking out over the drama. Meanwhile, Frey's thinking that calling Cassigan a mage is probably the biggest insult you could give him. He remembers how Cassigan would totally lose it on anyone who even said the word magic near him. Meanwhile, the professor is giving Isabel this creepy smirk and says their little chat could get real interesting. He puts his hand on her arm and suggests they continue the debate alone in his lab. Isabel, looking totally grossed out, shoves his hand off and calls him out on it. The professor just scoffs, calls her rude, and tries to put her back on the spot, asking if she knows the 3 legendary items Cassigan used. But before she can even say anything, Frey just blurts it out. He lists off the gauntlets of the Fire Lord, the Sash of Giants, and the Amulet of Vortex, saying that was literally all Cassigan ever wore. Frey even adds that he used to tell him to get some style. But Cassigan never listened, especially about that janky old thing he always wore around his neck. As he's saying all this, the entire class is just staring at him, completely silent. Frey just casually asks, "Am I wrong?" The professor quietly admits the answer is right. Then Frey gets louder, saying of course he'd know what that idiot used to wear. The other students start whispering, saying Frey is acting super weird today. The professor ignores him, turns back to Isabel, and coldly says she needs to be taught some discipline. He grabs her hand and demands she come with him to his lab. Seeing this, Frey steps up and speaks calmly. He reminds the professor of something Cassigan always used to say, that being into someone is like a totally useless thought that just messes with your head. A true martial artist should look at girls like they're just rocks. People who chase feelings lose track of what's important and end up as total train wrecks, basically worse than animals. The professor just glares back, asking what Frey's even trying to say. Frey just shrugs and says he's just pointing out that Cassigan must have been capping, since the professor is clearly still standing on his own 2 feet. Hearing that, the professor's whole vibe gets dark and furious. He screams Frey's name, demanding to know if he's lost his mind. He says that just because Frey got lucky with one answer doesn't give him the right to be so cocky. Then, he throws down another challenge, saying if Frey gets even one more question wrong, he's going to get some serious punishment. As a student, Frey just listens up while the professor starts asking the next question. Professor Kevin is literally frozen, just stunned after dropping the last question. He's sure he asked everything, even some super obscure topic like the era of light, which is something most of the other teachers probably don't even know about. He's thinking to himself, is this for real, the same Frey they all called the Academy's biggest flop? Meanwhile, Frey's just chilling, noticing it's already lunchtime. He casually tells the professor he's guessing there aren't any more questions. The quiz was kind of fun, but now he's starving. Professor Kevin watches him dip and wonders how some student could possibly know stuff from 4,000 years ago. Still totally Right then, Isabel calls out from behind him, asking if he's heading to the cafeteria. She sees he's totally ignoring her, but she follows him anyway. He stops and whips around, asking her why she's tailing him. She just calmly says she's also on her way to get food. He raises an eyebrow at her super formal way of talking and asks why her vibe is like that. She explains it's just how she was raised. When they finally get to the cafeteria, Frey's face totally lights up at all the food. She asks if he's really planning to eat all of that by himself. He fires back that she'd be eating just as much if she hadn't eaten in 4,000 years. Famished, he immediately starts piling food onto his plate. Shocked, she asks what he's talking about with the 4,000 years thing. He just blows her off, saying it doesn't matter. Instead, he asks her why she's so set on following him. She clarifies that it's not what he thinks, she just couldn't find anywhere else to sit. Then her curiosity gets the best of her again, and she asks how he knows so much about the era of light. He answers like it's the most obvious thing ever, talking about a time 4,000 years ago when the 4 great heroes were running the world. That time, known as the era of light, was when magic was at its absolute peak, way stronger than any time after. He quietly thinks about how lame it is that even after all this time, magic research hasn't gotten any better. It's only gone downhill. He wonders if it's all part of some demigod plot. At that same moment, Isabel is thinking about the 4 legends who basically wrote the book on magic: Godfist Cassigen, the genius sage Sharestra Iris, the dark witch who brought peace, and the most famous Archmage of all time, Lucas Troman. She's low-key fangirling, thinking he was the greatest of them all. A thought crosses her mind: if he were alive today, she'd probably want to wife him up. Suddenly, Frey just bursts out laughing. She looks at him confused and asks what's so funny. Still cracking up, he says it's wild that a girl her age would want to propose to a guy like that. She gets annoyed and asks him what he even means. He teases her, saying he's flattered by her proposal, but he's not really into kids. Super offended, she insists she never said anything like that. While they're eating, some students nearby start whispering. They see Isabel eating with Frey and start spilling the tea. One of them says they saw her chasing him earlier. They're all wondering why someone like her, who's at the top of the academy's food chain, would be wasting her time with Frey of all people. They even bring up how she totally rejected David, but then seeing David coming closer, they immediately take it back, saying they didn't mean anything by it. David, watching from a distance, is just clenching his jaw. The sight of Frey just really gets under his skin. Back at the table, Isabel brings up Professor Kevin's last question. She says she remembers Frey's answer was assimilation training and battling, but from everything she knows, only 2 of those, assimilation and training, have ever been considered legit methods. Isabel then asks him straight up, wanting to know how you can get stronger using the battling method. In response, he just casually asks what tier she's at. She tells him she's still in the early stages of tier 3. He gives a little nod, saying that's actually pretty impressive for someone so young. She points out that all day, he's been talking in a way that makes him sound way older than he looks. With a little smirk, he says he's basically a walking fossil. Curious, she wonders out loud if they aren't the same age. At first, he says yeah, but then immediately takes it back. Confused, she asks what he actually means, but instead of answering, he just leans back and says he's totally stuffed. She stares in total disbelief. Surprised, he actually cleared his whole tray. He just brushes it off and tells her to eat at her own speed. As he gets up to leave, she quickly stops him, reminding her that he totally ghosted her last question. She's still dying to know what his whole battle training method is about. He finally tells her to just stick to the books, explaining that his skills aren't from some dusty old textbook. It's all legit real-world experience, which is why it's kinda unorthodox. Isabel just freezes, totally floored by this. It's wild to her that a guy this young is talking like he's seen it all. Super quietly, almost in a whisper, she asks, "Who even are you?" That's when Professor Jane tells the class that today's session is all about live combat practice. To keep it fair, she says everyone can only use tier 1 magic. David is totally hyped, thinking the moment he's been waiting for has finally dropped. Meanwhile, Isabel gets nosy and asks for more deets on the battle technique. The professor explains that besides the magic cap, everything else is going to be just like a real fight. If you get hurt, you're on your own, so they better take this as seriously as the real deal. While she's talking, Frey starts talking about the professor. Isabel's surprise is like, "Wait, you mean Professor Jane?" He's like, "Yeah," and goes on about how beautiful she is. Totally shocked. She asks if he's for real crushing on their teacher. He just casually agrees and tells her to take notes on Jane's vibe, calling it the charm of a mature woman. Isabel, so annoyed, fires back that he has the taste of a grandpa. A second later, Professor Jane announces the first match: David versus Frey. They both square up facing each other. David, who can't even hide how stoked he is, greets his buddy and says he's been dying for this fight, like literally losing sleep over it. The crowd starts to form, ready for the show. But then out of nowhere, Frey walks right up and grabs Professor Jane. The whole class just gasps. Frey confesses that the second he saw her, he knew the real reason he woke up from his super long nap. She just stares at him, completely stunned. He keeps going, claiming her whole vibe is what woke him up. And even though he looks young, he feels way older on the inside. Watching this whole cringe fest unfold, Isabel gets more and more irritated. Frey then asks the professor if she'll let him take her to dinner. She shuts him down hard, telling him to focus on the match and not to cross that line again. But he keeps pushing, offering a deal: if he wins the duel, he gets to take her to dinner. The professor, looking kinda amused, hits him with a plot twist. If he actually manages to win, she'll be the one treating him. She makes it a promise. Suddenly, reality hits Frey like a ton of bricks. He realizes how embarrassing this all is, and tells himself to get a grip. At the same time, she's quietly thinking that catching feelings for a student is a major no-go. Meanwhile, David turns to Frey, his face a total mask of disbelief. He asks if Frey has completely lost his mind, was totally weirded out by his bizarre taste. Then, basically mocking him, he asks if Frey was just trying to weasel his way out of the duel. Frey just plays it cool, denying it completely. David, However, gets even more ticked off and asks if he even slept, because he's acting completely clueless about how serious this is. Without skipping a beat, he lays out his savage game plan, which is to crush Frey's throat first, then snap every one of his limbs one by one. That way Frey can't tap out or even scream for help. David tells him again that this is going to be the last time he'll ever stand on his own 2 feet. Frey, totally unbothered, points out that no Tier 1 spell is strong enough to do all that. But David just says his own name like that's supposed to explain everything. Then without another word, he unleashes Stone Rage. Everyone watching is instantly shook. A wave of shock ripples through the crowd, and people start whispering, wondering if he's seriously about to go that far. In that moment, Isabel looks over at Professor Jane, asking wasn't the rule strictly Tier 1 magic? Professor Jane calmly explains that his spell doesn't actually break any rules. Still confused, Isabel questions how a move that insane could possibly be allowed. In response, David explains that the spell is a unique technique passed down through his family line. It's his family's legacy, a super strong ability but under certain conditions. It qualifies as Tier 1 magic. Frey then remarks that bloodline magic is supposed to be all about a family's pride and history, yet David's just using it to mess someone up. But David quickly snaps back, mocking him and asking if he's suddenly getting scared. Frey, though, just denies being afraid at all. Without wasting another second, Frey casts Magic Missile. And once again, the audience totally freaks out. As he watches the glowing blast form, Frey takes a second to admire its bright color. The other students start whispering, trying to figure out what that spell even is. David just lets out a huge laugh, clearly amused. He roasts Frey's choice, asking if that's seriously the best spell he could pull out against Stone Rage. He mutters that he shouldn't have expected anything better from a loser like Frey anyway. But right then, as the magic missile hits, David gets blasted backward with insane force. His body slams hard into the ground, and now he can barely even move. He's just lying there, shaking in pain. Everyone is just frozen in total disbelief at what just went down. Even Professor Jane is speechless. At that moment, David finally gets it. He's got nothing left to say. Meanwhile, Fawn hears all the commotion from way off and asks Dauman what's going on. Dauman's just like, oh, the C-class students are throwing down in their magic duels this afternoon. Frey, totally furious, gets right in David's face, telling him he should be ashamed for using his bloodline magic in such a pathetic way. He's basically saying David is trashing his own family's legacy. Then, remembering how David threatened to wreck his vocal cords and break his limbs, Frey starts to taunt him. But David, now completely terrified, is just begging for mercy and pleading with him to stop. Still not satisfied, Frey shoots another magic missile and sarcastically asks if this wasn't exactly what David planned to do to him. He's like, what's wrong not having fun anymore? And right at that moment, Isabel finally steps in, pointing out that this has gone way too far. She turns to Professor Jane, telling her to end the duel since it's super obvious who won, but the professor just calmly replies that his opponent hasn't given up yet. Isabel argues back, but David can't even talk. Still, Professor Jane reminds her that even if it's a simulation, it has to be treated like a real battle. She says it again, super firmly explaining that a magus has to be ready to face real danger and not expect someone to save them every single time. As things get even more intense, Frey tells David he was having a blast when he had the upper hand. But now that the tables have turned, he doesn't seem so amused. He goes off on people like him for daring to call themselves mages, saying they're the reason the world is so messed up. Then, almost as a joke, Frey says he won't mess up all of David's limbs, just his legs, because he's such a nice guy. Realizing he's only shattered one leg so far, he quickly fires another magic missile at David. Watching the whole thing, DA notes that Frey is probably a first-year student and seems seriously impressed. He overhears other students saying Frey completely owned David in the duel. One of them says someone in their class saw the whole thing happen. David got shipped back to his family's estate with both his legs broken and his throat totally crushed. They're all wondering if his life as a mage is pretty much over. A lot of them remember what a jerk David was and are kind of relieved he's gone. They're all asking how a so-called loser like Frey managed to beat him. Someone even jokes that Frey must have made a deal with some dark entity. Later, Dauman walks up to Frey and asks if it's really him. Frey replies, asking who wants to know. Dauman introduces himself as a fourth-year student, Dauman Milro Rost. Frey gives him a nod, acknowledging he's an upperclassman. Then Dauman invites Frey to join the Troman Rings. At first, Frey seems pretty confused by the name. Dauman explains that the Troman Rings is the top student group at West Road Academy. He says it's not a club you can just sign up for. Only a chosen few get an invite. He proudly shows Frey a ring, pointing out the runes carved by the master craftsman Proteus. He even brags that the ring is pure gold, and you could bite it to prove it. In his head, Frey thinks the whole idea is ridiculous. He's wondering if using someone's name without permission isn't like a major violation. Meanwhile, Dauman keeps going, saying that having the ring sets you up for life after graduation. He says Frey won't ever have to worry about food or a place to live. This makes Frey remember something important. He never left. An heir in this time, which means he has no family or estate to carry on his name. Dauman, totally clueless, keeps talking and mentions that the leader of the Troman Rings is someone really surprising. Just as he's about to spill the tea on who the leader is, Frey cuts him off and flat out rejects the offer. Dauman gets really irritated and questions Frey's decision, trying to stress how important the Troman Rings are. But right then, Fawn shows up and tells Daomon to just let it go, saying Frey obviously isn't going to change his mind. Recognizing Farinjun, Daomon respectfully greets him. Fawn then turns to Frey, mentioning it's the first time they've actually met. He introduces himself as the leader of the Troman Rings. Fawn says he's sorry on Daomon's behalf, but at the same time, he says he's still going to try and convince Frey to join the Troman Rings. Frey quietly notes to himself that Fawn is pretty powerful for his age, but still, he turns the offer down again, saying there's literally no benefit for him to join some weird club. He adds that he's not looking for any special treatment or perks, and with that he just walks away. Hearing this, Daomon gets pissed and yells after him, calling Frey disrespectful and asking how he dares talk like that. Fawn, though, just tells him to chill out. After that, Daomon backs down and apologizes to Fawn, deciding to just keep his mouth shut. Meanwhile, across campus, Professor Jane makes good on her bet and takes Frey out for dinner. But as they get there, she tells him they have an unexpected third wheel. And of course that person is Isabel. Frey, clearly annoyed, reminds her he already told her to get lost, and then tells her to drop the fork and stop eating like that. She just calmly replies that he can relax. She's not there to bust them for any weird professor-student stuff. All of a sudden, a frustrated Frey jumps to his feet, asking why she's even there and pointing out how rude she's being. Isabel, totally unfazed, explains that she searched everywhere, but couldn't find any info on that third method he mentioned. And since he refuses to teach her, she figures she has no choice but to follow him around until he gives in. This totally surprises Professor Jane, especially when Isabel brings up training by having actual battles. Jane totally clicks that term was from her Cassigen training. Isabel's like, yeah, I've heard of it too. Jane then explains she only caught whispers of it at some magic nerd convention, and could never find anything on it, no matter how deep she dug. Now she's realizing Frey might actually know, and if that's true, she'd be totally stoked to hear what he knows. Frey just sips his tea all cool, then slides in close to Professor Jane. With this little smirk, he offers to teach her something way more interesting than her boring old lessons, suggesting they take this chat somewhere private. Jane is completely thrown and starts spiraling, like why is she feeling this way? She has to remind herself, he's just a student and way younger. Then out of nowhere, Isabel, who saw the whole thing, just loses it. She starts yelling, accusing him of trying to make a move on the professor. Frey, looking super annoyed, is like, why are you still even here? Once things quiet down, his mind wanders off. He's thinking about how weird this whole situation feels. Like, if the demigod really runs this whole show, then just him being here should be a massive red flag. He figures they should have wiped every trace of his past from existence by now. But it's been 4,000 years and nobody's tried to mess with his history. Not Cassigan, not Shazer, not Iris. It makes him wonder if there are still people out there holding on to their old beliefs, still fighting the demigod's rule. As he's lost in thought, Isabel gets closer. Frey turns to her with a random question, wanting to know who's in charge of the academy. She looks at him like he's crazy, calling it a dumb kid question. But he just straight up tells her to quit playing games and answer. He's asking who the top mage is, counting both teachers and students. She claps back, saying he always ghosts her questions, but this time he actually promises to spill if she answers first. Her eyes totally light up and she's like, for real. He just asks why she's so hyped about it. Anyway, she starts explaining that for the students. The strongest one is probably Fanjun. When it comes to the profs, it's a toss-up between Professor Dio and Professor Adelia. But in her opinion, the biggest deal connected to the academy is her aunt. Frey's surprised for a sec, then it all clicks. Her aunt is the head of West Road Academy, Lady Cirrus Tassine. Just then, Professor Jane chimes in, adding that this lady is a level 6 mage who's basically famous across the entire empire as the Frost Queen. Frey is seriously shook when he hears she's a tier 6. He thinks to himself that, like, in theory a mage can hit level 9, but history only has rumors about one person ever getting that strong, and that was like 3,000 years ago. But since there's zero proof for those old stories, everyone just assumes tier 8 is the real cap. And even then, only 10 mages in the whole world have ever hit that Archmage level. So yeah, a level 9 is probably just a total myth. He changes gears, figuring that the huge barrier around the academy was probably put up by the headmistress herself. Jane gives a super vague maybe, but Frey's not buying it. From his perspective, a barrier that complicated is way out of a tier 6 mages league. Then he remembers Fawn trying to get him to join the Troman Rings. A seriously bad vibe starts creeping in. It all feels a little too connected. That name Cirrus Tassine is stuck in his head. He's sure she has the answers he's looking for. He knows he's gonna have to meet her, like, for real. With that in mind, he starts to call out to Isabel but stops. He hesitates for a second, realizing that until he knows just how deep the demigod's control goes in this world, he can't risk dragging her into his mess. He might even have to go up against the headmistress herself. For now, he figures it's better to just focus on leveling up, and hitting tier 7 is his next goal. When Jane hears this, she's all casual, saying if he's quick, he might get there in 10 or maybe even 20 years. But Frey just calmly replies that if he gets serious about it now, he can totally hit it by the end of the next school break. Her eyes go wide, like she can't believe he just said that. Still, she answers with a little laugh, admitting that sometimes just saying something crazy can make it happen. She tells him it's good to dream big. Then out of nowhere, Frey gets closer, wraps his arms around her, and promises his goals aren't just big, they're bigger than anything she can even imagine. He then hints they should find a quieter spot to keep talking. Jane gets all flustered and tries to push him away, and in that moment it hits her he's her student. Meanwhile, Isabel, who's been watching this whole train wreck, is looking even more ticked off. In a super sharp voice, she threatens that if he tries anything sketchy with the professor, she's going straight to her aunt. Frey, obviously annoyed, mutters something about how much he can't stand annoying brats. Isabel totally hears it and demands to know what he said. Then she turns to Jane, asking if she heard it too. But Jane, however, just plays it off like she heard nothing. Frey, meanwhile, is totally lost in his own head. He figures he shouldn't be in such a hurry. Taking it slow, one step at a time, is going to be the quickest way to hit his goal. 2 weeks fly by, and when David shows up, everyone is like totally shocked to see him. David, absolutely fuming, just keeps ranting about how someone dared to come at him. He can't wrap his head around how it happened, but he refuses to take an L from someone he calls a total loser. He swears he's going to get payback and make whoever did it regret the day they were born. As he keeps muttering threats, he says he's getting his whole crew together for revenge. But before anything can even go down, Frey just instantly fires a magic missile. In a split second, David goes flying and smacks right into the ground. The whole scene leaves everyone speechless, especially with his nose all busted and a bunch of other injuries. A little later, the professor tells the class that David was sent home to recover, saying it's the latest update he's got. Afterwards, Frey starts feeling super bored all over again. He's thinking to himself that he never really expected anything from these students to begin with. Still, he was kinda hoping they'd at least put up some kind of a fight. I mean, this is supposed to be the Great West Road Academy, one of the top-tier magic schools. But now it all just feels like a major hassle. He knows he needs some real combat training if he wants to dial in how much mana he can actually handle in Frey's body. As he's walking, some guy suddenly stops him. A dude steps out yelling for him to wait up. He just straight up asks if Frey was the one who hurt David. Without even waiting for a response, he tells him to come with him for a sec. He then admits Frey seems pretty good with magic before asking if he even knows who he's messing with. The guy introduces himself as Alex DDI. Apparently he's the biggest deal among all the upperclassmen, the one everyone is supposed to worship. According to him, wannabes like Frey fall apart from just his glare. And now this so-called god of a senior is getting in the face of someone he's calling worthless trash. Out of the blue, Alex gets up in Frey's business, obviously furious, asking what he did to his precious junior David. He accuses him of breaking David's legs and nose and says he's got to pay for all the damage he did. He demands that Frey listen to what he's saying. At the same time, Frey's just silently wondering, not sure if this dude actually wants to fight, or if he's just here to talk trash. Trying to get a read on the situation, Frey calmly asks if their whole group is just here to annoy him. But Alex just snaps back, telling him to know his place and show a little respect for his seniors. Frey, getting more irritated by the second, just thinks to himself that these guys are such immature kids. Alex, clearly getting ticked off, accuses Frey of looking down on them. He tells him that just because he beat David doesn't mean he gets a free pass. He reveals that he once competed in the magical martial arts tournament and ranked 16th, which he seems to think proves how serious this is. He says that today is the day Frey gets wrecked. Frey, totally unimpressed, thinks about how overly dramatic that whole intro sounded, especially for a classic school bully who just cornered one student. Alex insists the other guys are just watching and says he doesn't need help to take down someone like Frey, claiming he could do it with just one punch. But before he can even finish his sentence, Frey casually launches a magic missile. Instantly, Alex and all his buddies go crashing to the ground. As Alex eats dirt, the crowd starts screaming his name in shock. Some of them whip around to Frey, yelling at him and calling him disrespectful. They're complaining that it's basic manners to let your opponent finish their speech or their power-up sequence. Frey, looking completely bored, just responds, in his head in total disbelief that he got dragged into this ridiculous mess with a bunch of clowns. The crowd, even angrier now, threatens to teach him a lesson. One guy steps up and introduces himself as Golgorex, the heir to the Gillar family. Another one jumps in right after calling himself Frix, the son of the Pinar family. In response, Frey just announces his attack and fires another magic missile. Immediately, it's total chaos. Everyone starts charging him, yelling to catch him, but Frey just stands his ground, firing magic missiles one after another. One by one, every single attacker gets slammed to the ground, unable to even get back up. Once the dust settles, Frey takes a seat, glancing around it. The defeated crew sprawled out all over the field. He lets out a quiet sigh, feeling nothing but pure boredom. He thinks about how none of them were even remotely interesting. And now, with how lame everything has gotten, he's starting to feel like maybe he's turning into a boring delinquent himself. While Frey is just chilling, Isabel suddenly walks over and asks what in the world he's doing. He's immediately annoyed to see her again. She then brings up a rumor that's been flying around campus. Apparently, he's now known as the infamous student who's been taking out every troublemaker using only magic missile. According to her, other students have even started calling him by a new nickname, the Almighty Death Missile. Frey, as soon as he hears that title, is cringing internally so hard. He thinks it's beyond humiliating. Still, he wonders what else he's supposed to do. So far, nobody has even been enough of a challenge to make him use any magic stronger than magic missile. So Isabel's just watching him, totally thinking he looks kinda cute. Frey, noticing her, is like, "What's up?" She tells him she was just trying out that alchemy tip he gave her. Like she already knew troll blood was a good move, but using his 73 ratio with the magic crystal, the results were insane, way better than she expected. Frey just casually hits her back with, "You could get even better results with half troll blood instead." Apparently, it has the perfect amount of gnarly stuff for the mix. Isabel is totally blown away, but she plays it cool like she knew he was a genius all along. So she's like, "Okay, what are you gonna teach me next?" And that's when Frey just stops and thinks for a sec. He's kinda wondering when he accidentally became a teacher. But he has to admit the girl's got some serious potential. With the right training, she could totally hit level 7. Or who knows, maybe even level 8. So he finally agrees to teach her the technique. You can tell she's actually super happy to hear it. Then he adds that they're gonna be spending the whole holiday break on a hardcore training trip. He tells her if she's in, he'll show her what it really means to learn by fighting for your life. But he lays it on thick, making sure she gets that this won't be a walk in the park. Like there's a legit chance she might not make it back. He tells her to bail now if she's not 100% ready. But to his shock, she doesn't even blink. She's like, "I'm so ready, just as long as you officially take me as your student." As they're standing, he gives her a look asking if she's packed for a camping trip or something. She claps back with some serious attitude, saying that girls need a lot of stuff to get ready for an adventure. And what would he know about that? Then changing the subject, she gets all curious and asks where they're headed. Frey just casually says he's thinking about Miana. That totally catches Isabel off guard. She's totally shocked, pointing out that the mountain is legendary for being dangerous and crawling with terrifying monsters. Frey just confirms it and asks if she knows how to get there. Isabel, looking completely stunned, yet again admits he never runs out of ways to surprise her. She then pulls a map out of her bag, explaining that if they use a warp gate from Espanola, it should take them about half a day to reach the mountain. She adds that she's heard some scary rumors about how deadly the creatures are there. Frey teases her, asking if she's getting scared. Isabel totally denies it, warning him not to count her out. She insists she knew this adventure wasn't going to be some cakewalk. Then Frey brings up the warp gate she was talking about. Isabel explains that it's basically a magic spell for long-distance teleportation. Frey is totally stunned, thinking it's insane, and admits stuff like that didn't even exist 4,000 years ago. Confused, Isabel is like 4,000 Frey lost in his own world. Thinks to himself that while their actual magic skills might have gotten weaker, they've come up with some crazy practical magic tools. No wonder mages today aren't as powerful. But for real, creating something like a warp gate is pretty mind-blowing. Snapping him out of it, Isabel mentions there's one downside: it's expensive. That gets Frey's attention real quick. He asks if they actually have to pay for it. Isabel is totally amused by his surprise and is like, duh. So Frey asks what the damage is. She explains that the trip from Chaos Symphonia to Espanola is super far, so it's probably gonna cost about 10 gold. Totally shocked, Frey realizes he's only got 1 gold piece saved up. He's like, how is a noble like me this freaking broke? Isabel totally sees the look on his face and asks if he's okay. Then a light bulb goes off in Frey's head. Isabel's a noble too, so she's gotta be rich. She looks at him all concerned, wondering if he's feeling sick. Frey leans in and asks her how much money she has on her right now. Isabel just looks confused and says she didn't bring any. Now Frey's completely floored. She explains that living a spoiled life makes you lazy, so since this is a training trip, she left all her cash at home on purpose. Frey scolds her, telling her to go back and get it, but she refuses, saying their first challenge should be earning the money for their trip. He throws it right back in her face, pointing out all the super fancy camping gear she packed. She defends herself again, saying that's totally different. A girl's gotta be prepared. Annoyed, she just drops it and says they'll figure something out once they get to the capital. She then asks if Frey has ever even had a part-time job. Surprise, surprise, neither of them has. Eventually, they make it to the port and see this massive ship just sitting there. Frey looks at it and is like, "Do we get to ride that for free?" Isabel tells him it's only free for Westroad Academy students. That explains why a whole crowd of students is getting on board Frey figures. They must be serving some seriously good food on there, and he starts daydreaming about steak. Isabel jumps in, saying she's heard they only serve the best meals with super high-quality ingredients. Frey gets even more pumped, already getting hungry, and admits he's actually starting to love their academy. But just then, the ship's manager walks up and tells them the boat is totally full. Frey is in total disbelief. The manager says the ship will be back in 4 days, but suggests another boat, the Cortez. Both Isabel and Frey repeat the name, totally clueless. So the manager's like, it's not awful, but it's just missing that special something, you know? Isabel just shrugs it off like, hey, it is what it is. Then the manager goes on to spill the tea that the Cortez is taking the long way around, making a quick stop near Gothenburg, but it should still get them to Chaos Symphonia in like 5 days. And the best part? It's totally free for students. Frey gives him a nod of thanks. Meanwhile, somewhere else on the ship, inside a cabin, a bunch of pirates are chowing down. One of them tells the captain that everything's ready to go. The captain grins and is like, all right, time to go get that treasure. The captain spots something super weird and asks one of his guys if he really just removed his own eye. The dude defends himself, insisting that eye patches are like the pirate aesthetic. The captain is just totally baffled, wondering who would do something so insane just for the look. Another crewmate chimes in, reminding him, hello, we're the Bloodsail Raiders. None of us are exactly stable. A little later, the captain points to a spot on the map. Their next target is a ship that's gonna pass through the strait near Gayotanol. The pirates start scheming, deciding to wait for the perfect moment. They're gonna wait until the Cortez cruises past the Oscal Islands. Once it's close enough, bam, they'll strike. One of the pirates, grinning like a maniac, says they're gonna be eating like kings for a hot minute. Then he stops and is like, "Wait, what's the name of that ship again?" The captain, totally ticked off, threatens him to start paying attention. He explains that their target is the Cortez, a ship just loaded with rich, noble kids. Meanwhile, completely oblivious to all this drama, Frey and Isabel finally get to the Cortez. As they're walking up to the massive ship, they're met by the ship's captain. He introduces himself as Mac Martinez and gives them a super friendly welcome aboard. Isabel thanks him, admitting that if it wasn't for this opportunity, they would have been totally stranded at the harbor for 4 super long days. Then she gets curious and asks why a sweet-looking ship like this has almost no one on it. Waters that have turned into a major hotspot for pirate activity. Hearing that, Isabel immediately gets all nervous and is like, "Wait, did you actually just say pirates?" The captain's like, "Chill, don't worry." He tells them the Cortez is rolling with 2 warships, and each one has a tier 4 mage protecting it. These are some seriously skilled battle mages from the Magic Association, and their whole job is to be their bodyguards for the entire trip. He says that just those 2 should be more than enough to wreck any pirates that show up. Isabel starts to chill out a little after hearing that, and quietly mutters, "Battle mages." The thought is kinda comforting. And then the captain adds that no pirate would be dumb enough to attack a ship that's got the Empire's protection, at least not if they want to keep breathing. But as they get further out to sea, the mood on the ship suddenly gets super tense. Alarms start blaring and the crew is yelling all over the place. Total panic breaks out as everyone starts screaming about pirates. The captain's face goes from calm to pure terror. He sees the ship heading their way and confirms it's definitely pirates. A crew member runs up completely panicked, shouting for Captain Mac that the situation is a total disaster. Isabel, completely caught off guard and terrified, looks out and realizes the horrible truth: both of their escort warships have already been sunk. The pirate captain can't believe his eyes. He mutters that there's no way any crew in these waters is strong enough to take down their warships so easily. Just a second ago, his crew was pointing out a ship, saying it had to be the Cortez with its 2 warship bodyguards. They're asking him what the plan is now, but the captain just tells them to pipe down. Their special guest on board is going to handle things today. They have the honor of hosting Master Dulad, a lich who promised he'd help them score some easy cash. One of the crew members blurts out in shock, but the captain immediately snaps at him to stop playing games. He mentions that he'd only ever heard about undead creatures in stories, and now seeing one in the flesh, it feels like he's stuck in a horror movie. Another pirate jokes that he thought the captain had totally lost it when he announced they were going after the Cortez. The captain warns him to shut his trap or he'll lose an eye for real this time. Yet another pirate says that making a deal with a lich will go down in history, making the captain a total genius. The captain just asks, "You really think so?" And just then, Master Dulad casts Ice Spear. The captain is completely stunned just watching the magic happen. He screams to the crew that this is their chance to get seriously rich, and everybody just erupts in cheers. He turns to Dulad, totally hyping him up, amazed that both enemy ships were taken out with a single spell. But Dulad, just staring ahead, feels like something is weird. He's 100% sure he summoned 3 spears, not 2. He's wondering why one of the ships is totally fine. The captain, looking a little worried, reminds him they agreed not to destroy that specific ship. The kids on board are their ticket to a massive payday after all. Then he curses the undead sorcerer under his breath. Dulad explains that he didn't mean to actually damage the last ship. He used the 3rd spear to cut off any chance of escape. It was a barrier, not an attack. The captain, now totally confused, asks what he means. Dulad senses something strange coming from that vessel. Meanwhile, some guy steps forward, trying to get everyone to calm down and listen to the crew. Isabel is still processing how their escort ships just got totally wrecked. Frey, on the other hand, looks completely calm. He's all like, "They're just pirates," but you can tell something else is totally bugging him. Isabel is shook by his answer. He tells her that yeah, 3 spears were summoned, but one of them just straight up vanished. So she immediately asks if he was the one who did it. He admits it wasn't him. He felt some seriously dark energy, but he just couldn't react in time. He's just thinking to himself and realizing he and Isabel might be more alike than he thought. The second that energy brushed past him, his mind went totally blank, bringing back all the trauma from being caged for 4,000 years. Still, he tells himself that even though it feels similar, it's not a demigod. Nope, this has the gross stench of undead magic all over it. Isabel asks again, "Well, if it wasn't you, then who was it?" Frey's like, "No idea. But since that mysterious power saved their ship, they kinda have to go meet whoever's behind it." Then out of nowhere, the pirates charge in. It's total chaos as people start screaming about an attack. Kids are crying and the fear is spreading like wildfire. An old guy mutters that he never expected so many enemies on such a small ship, especially not compared to the Nautilus. He guesses there are about 40 students on board, all rich kids. You can tell they're from fancy backgrounds. The pirates are practically buzzing with greed, getting ready to pounce. They start talking to the terrified passengers, calling them the noble heirs of Westero Academy, and introducing themselves as the infamous Bloodsail Raiders, your friendly neighborhood pirates. One guy asks if they even know what ship they're messing with. The pirate captain answers all cocky, saying they know exactly what this is, a treasure ship loaded with rich kids, perfect for a massive ransom. But then this kid just bursts out from the back, screaming at the pirates. He warns them they have no clue who they're dealing with. The passengers on this ship are future mages destined to become super powerful magic users. He's like the pirates literally picked the worst possible target. Just then a sailor tells him to shut up, but the captain just hurls a knife right at him with a cold, mocking look. He says the kid needs a reality check and just scoffs as if anyone would give him time to cast a spell. The boy just stands there frozen and shaking. From a little ways off, Frey's watching the whole thing go down, thinking to himself that the kid somehow shifted the knife's path, which was 100% aimed at his throat. Frey wonders why he even got on this ship and is pretty much begging for a break. But then his eyes lock onto a certain guy nearby and it clicks. That's the same dude who stopped the ice spear from sinking the ship earlier. Meanwhile, the kid with the knife by his throat is trembling, finally getting that these pirates are not to be messed with. Veron moves in closer, calmly telling him to stay quiet and find some cover. As things get super tense, one of the pirates turns to the captain and is like, "You missed." The captain just barks back, "Shut it, I missed on purpose." After all, that kid is a pretty valuable prize. But then he flips from joking to full-on psycho, saying it's time to make an example for the crew. He spots Aruka and decides he's the perfect shark bait. Without even hesitating, he violently throws him overboard. As Aruka hits the water, the captain sneers and taunts him, asking if he wet his pants and saying he needs a bath. Then he just tosses him into the ocean. Frey screams in a total panic, begging someone to save Aruka while the kid is just screaming his head off. The other students are whispering in horror, pointing out that Aruka is a tier 2 mage. What just went down was beyond cruel. One student filled with rage points at the pirates and demands to know how they could do that. But the captain's answer is ice cold, saying it happened for no reason at all. Another kid, totally stunned and furious, questions it and gets tossed down too. As he's falling, he whispers in disbelief that this can't be for real. The students start looking at each other, wondering, could it actually be a lich? Isabel is just frozen, realizing with wide eyes that what they're seeing is a legit real-life lich. Meanwhile, a sailor on the ship starts freaking out, accusing them all of being insane. He claims they made a deal with the Walking Dead. The pirate captain just scoffs at them, reminding them that the undead never ever honor deals with the living. He warns them that they're just being played. As for us pirates, he says bluntly, we only care about treasure. That's the pirate way. In response, the man facing him declares that they're the ones who've gone crazy, even if all they care about is profit. Nearby, Isabel is clinging to Frey, completely terrified, but Frey, already super uncomfortable, tells her to stop holding onto him so tight. He grumbles that it's already hot enough in the middle of the ocean, and her death grip is making it worse. Still scared, Isabel points out that these are not your average pirates. She asks if they're in major danger now. I mean, a lich is supposed to have the power of a tier 5 mage. She remembers that even tier 4 battle mages got completely destroyed by one. Suddenly, this guy Dulad steps forward and orders whoever canceled his spell to show themselves. He can feel them in the crowd and demands they come out. And if they don't reveal themselves, he warns, then every single person here is going to meet their end. After looking at the person in front of her, Isabel recognizes Fanjun. Frey's like, wait, you know him. She's like, duh, literally everyone at the academy knows him. He's in charge of the Troman rings, and he's a June one of the big 3 families. He just kinda grunts, taking it in. Isabel keeps going, saying Fawn is also a total brainiac who's always neck and neck with her for the top spot. Frey just casually points out that it sounds like she's low-key bragging, but she totally denies it, hiding behind him. She explains that even though their grades are close, Fawn's magic is on a whole other level, way stronger than hers. Just then, the whole crowd starts screaming Fawn's name when he shows up. Everyone's cheering, thinking they're totally saved now. Isabel's just staring, trying to figure it out, realizing only a guy like Fawn could even dream of canceling a lich's spell. Still, she's wondering if he can actually get them out of this mess. Frey, who's been quiet this whole time, tells her not to get her hopes up. She whips around, totally shocked, and asks him what he's even talking about. He just calmly points out Fawn's state, saying the lich is probably a tier 5 mage, and Fawn's barely even knocking on that door. Even with his body purified and waking up early, there's no way he should have been able to stop a spell that insane. The fact that he's even on his feet is a straight-up miracle. She's all nervous, asking what they're supposed to do now. And then she's like, wait, are you stronger than the lich? But Frey just brushes her off, complaining that it's hot and she's all up in his personal space. Meanwhile, Fawn is seriously regretting getting on this boat, thinking he picked it because it had fewer students and he could fly under the radar. Now he feels like he's about to pass out and knows he's got zero chance of winning. He tells all this to Master Dulad, who for some reason thinks the whole thing is hilarious, and thinks Fawn is some kind of awesome prize he just found. Fawn gets dead serious and asks the pirate captain what he's really after. The captain starts explaining that as soon as he heard a bunch of rich academy kids were passing through the sketchy Oskal Islands, his gut just took over. And since the ship's headed to Chaos Symphonia, he figured it'd be rude not to escort them, while collecting a fat ransom, obviously. Some other pirate cracks a joke about how sweet it is that the captain is so nice to kids. The captain's like, oh, we're still gonna demand a crazy huge ransom from their families to keep them safe. Frey's just thinking to himself, of course it's always about the money. Then Fawn makes a move. He offers himself up as the hostage if they let all the other students go. He swears his family will pay double the cash if everyone else walks. The captain just listens, then starts laughing his head off like, "Dude, what's your logic? With a lich on their team, they could get a ransom from every single person here." Fawn's like, "True," but then adds that even though he can't beat the lich, he's pretty sure he could take out the captain and most of the crew before he bites the dust. As he's saying this, he starts glowing with magic, and literally everyone's eyes are glued to him. Frey's watching and thinks Fawn is actually kind of awesome. He's thinking this kid's got guts and some real potential. Like he could be a big deal for the kingdom someday. Isabel hears him muttering, and quietly asks if he said something. Right then, Master Dulad randomly blurts out that Fawn's mana tastes amazing. And in like a second, he uses his magic and snatches Fawn. Fawn is so blindsided he has no idea what's going on. Dulad announces he's gonna savor every last bit of Fawn's mana, and then turn his broken body into a zombie servant. Fawn is totally freaking out, completely powerless in the guy's grip. The pirate captain sees this whole thing go down and knows the deal is off. He screams at his crew to grab everyone and haul them over to the other ship. It's total chaos with students screaming for help. Some are crying, others are begging. The pirates just start snatching them up. One kid is so freaked out he almost pukes. A pirate starts laughing and making fun of them, then points at Isabel and suggests they go have some alone time. He starts talking to her, telling Frey to get lost. Isabel's scared and confused and ducks behind Frey, hoping he'll do something. The pirate just keeps smirking, telling the skinny dude Frey to beat it. Frey is getting seriously annoyed, but stays quiet at first. Then the guy doubles down on the insults, calling him a piece of burnt firewood. Frey finally snaps back like, "What are you even talking about?" The pirate just laughs harder, making fun of Frey's attitude and saying he must be in his rebellious phase and that he's going to teach him a lesson. Frey just glares at him and shoots back, with total sarcasm, calling him a one-eyed idiot. Nearby, Fatso is losing his mind with fear. He starts yelling at Frey, begging him not to make it worse, accusing him of just adding fuel to the fire, and screaming that his dumb moves are going to get them all taken out. Frey just turns to him and is all casual like, "Hey, how's it going?" The pirate gets even more ticked off by this and starts yelling about how fools die young. He whips out this weapon that makes everyone freak out. The students start screaming, totally terrified by what they're seeing. Then the guy just charges straight at Frey at full speed, roaring that it's chumps like him who mess everything up. Isabel tries to dodge, but Frey is way faster. He unleashes this massive magic blast that sends the guy flying into the air. When the dust clears, Frey looks himself over and quietly realizes the guy must have known how strong he was. Everyone else is just standing there, completely frozen in shock. We're totally in shock at what just happened to that guy. Their eyes were bugging out, and they were all whispering to each other like, "What even was that?" They started muttering. When they realized it was Frey, the guy everyone called the Academy's biggest loser. No one thought he could pull off a move that insane. Meanwhile, Fawn was just staring, completely confused and deep in thought. He kept replaying the moment Frey hit back with those super fast, mana-fueled kicks. He couldn't wrap his head around that kind of power, especially since he couldn't even follow Frey's moves. Like, he knew Frey wasn't just some random mage, but he never expected him to have that kind of terrifying pinpoint control over his mana. At the same time, Isabel was watching Frey, a knot of fear tightening in her stomach. He was standing right in front of her, totally protecting her. He quietly told her to watch closely and think about it. Like, was there any enemy besides that lich who could actually beat her? He reminded her she was strong enough to handle herself now. His words sank in and she got it, nodding silently. Up ahead, Frey stood his ground facing the rest of the goons. One of them was muttering, totally confused, touching his head like he had no clue what just went down. He figured he must have just tripped or something because he was distracted by the girl. But while he was still mumbling, Frey was suddenly right in his face, moving at a terrifying speed. The guy just froze, totally freaked, completely overwhelmed by how fast Frey was. Nearby, even the monster watching the whole thing had to admit Frey's speed was blinding. As Frey rushed him, the dude let out a pained scream. He kept hitting him with some serious force, calmly saying that they should have taken Fawn's deal when they had the chance. He added that unlike Fawn, he's not exactly the merciful type. Even though he'd been through a lot, he'd never actually taken a human life. When his enemies heard that, they got seriously ticked off. They started yelling at their captain, demanding to know what was going on, totally losing it because Frey had their vice captain. But Frey didn't back down, just said that to him they weren't even human anymore. And without even a pause, he landed a devastating hit on the vice captain with some insane skill. As the others watched it happen, they started to panic, screaming about his nerve and yelling at each other to just take him down. But Frey just kept fighting, taking on every single one of them with crazy skill. He was just owning them one by one, showing off this insane strength that had everyone around him completely floored. Even the captain was muttering to himself like he couldn't believe it, never guessing Frey had this kind of overwhelming power. A bunch of Frey's enemies were literally flying through the air, thrown by his attacks. Everyone on the ship was just staring their jaws on the floor. Someone quietly said the pirates didn't even stand a chance. Meanwhile, some pirate was grabbing a girl who was fighting and screaming to be let go. The pirate was shaking as Frey closed in on him at lightning speed. The closer Frey got, the more terrified the guy became. Other pirates tried to stop Frey, but none of them were strong enough. He just kept coming, without letting up, taking them down with every skill he had. It was total chaos as pirates started screaming, confused, asking why their own guys were turning on themselves. Some were already down for the count, totally desperate. One pirate screamed that he was going to kill him, but Frey just stayed cool, totally confident. Then he unleashed his own unique power. A wave of light exploded from him, scaring the crap out of all the pirates. They started begging for their lives, suddenly realizing they didn't want to check out. Frey's power just erupted so intense that it instantly vaporized everyone in its path. After the light died down, Frey stopped his attack, but then he spotted a pirate still holding Isabel hostage. The guy started yelling at Frey, threatening him that if he even twitched, Isabel was a goner. But Frey just kind of scoffed, totally not impressed. Without even blinking, he made his move. Using some lightning magic, he zapped the pirate directly. Bright sparks shot right through the guy, leaving him a bloody, helpless mess. Everyone watching fire and the pirate captain, all of them was just stunned. Isabel, who was safe now, turned to Frey and quietly asked, "So how'd I do?" Frey just looked at her, gave a small smirk and said, "Not bad, for a brat." They were talking quietly when all of a sudden Isabel froze, totally shocked to see the pirate captain standing right there. The captain looked them over, laughing a little, and said that with moves as fast as his, Frey had to be some elite mage from the Empire just pretending to be a student. He was being sarcastic, but you could tell he was also kinda impressed. Frey, though, was just grossed out and annoyed by his whole vibe. So the captain suggested a truce, admitting that Frey was obviously not some rando mage, and that taking on his whole crew by himself would be a major pain. Frey listened, a little surprised at the guy's nerve. The captain just casually threw out a deal he'd only take half the students for a little fun, and Frey could have the rest. He motioned over to the terrified students while he waited for Frey's response. All around them, students were crying and screaming for their parents, totally freaking out and begging for their lives. The pirate leader, still smirking, said it wasn't a bad deal. He was all like, "It's a win-win. Frey gets to be a hero for the Empire, and the pirates get a fat ransom." Finally, Frey broke the silence. He muttered that the captain was so disgusting, he was almost kind of fascinating. Frey points out that a ton of the pirates' crew is already toast, but he's still acting like he won. The captain, still looking way too smug, just lazily points at the terrified students and tells Frey to pick who gets to live. In that exact moment, all the students start screaming Frey's name, each one totally desperate to be chosen. A girl even runs up begging him and offering a pile of gold if he saves her. Then it's a total free-for-all, with everyone else shouting over each other, upping their offers, 150 gold, 200 gold, just hoping to buy their way out. Frey just stands there silently at first, looking completely bummed out. Then he sarcastically asks Isabel if they should take these generous bribes, saying they're a little short on cash for their trip. Isabel gets instantly furious and just snaps back with a hard no. Frey looks amused and playfully raises the stakes, calling out for even higher bids. Isabel just stares at him in total disbelief, while the students keep screaming, promising money and family connections. They're even offering future government jobs if Frey will just save them. He glances around, just watching them all freak out more and more. One kid swears he'll be a top official. Another offers political favors. They all just push and plead. They keep making promises, hoping to get on his good side. Finally, Frey has had enough. He completely loses it and screams at them to shut up. His voice gets louder as he tells them their crying is making his ears rot. He snaps at a girl who's clinging to him, asking if she can even feel the heavy sea air pressing down on them. He chews the whole group out, telling them they don't know anything except how to throw around money they didn't even earn. He reminds them that all their money came from their parents busting their butts, and now instead of being brave, they're just focused on saving their own skin. Then his whole vibe changes. He hits them with a serious truth bomb. Becoming a great mage isn't about saving yourself. It's about protecting the weak, standing your ground when things get scary, and being a hero to normal people. That's the only way to be a true mage. Isabel is listening super intently, a huge smile spreading across her face, until Frey suddenly turns back to her and asks how much asterisk she'd asterisk offer. Her smile completely vanishes and she's just mad all over again. Meanwhile, the pirate captain is watching Frey's whole speech and getting really confused. He's thinking this loudmouth is just some chump who lucked out. He's even wondering if his main guy Dulad is actually sweating this kid. But Dulad, who's totally reading his mind, shuts that down immediately. He firmly reminds the captain that no human alive can take him down. The captain is shocked that Dulad could read his thoughts and stammers out an apology. Dulad just says he was watching. He mentions that the mana flowing from Frey is super weird, like a rare mix of a fighter and a mage. But he still thinks Frey is only a tier 5 at best, and not a real threat. As Dulad starts transforming into his monster form, the captain gets this confident smirk, totally relieved he's got this guy on his side. Frey and Isabel both turn to face Dulad, who's proudly bragging that he's destroyed tons of skilled fighters. He tells Frey to just surrender and join his crew. Frey, looking totally confident, shoots back. He says with total contempt that Dulad kinda reminds him of this one demigod he met. And just like that, the fight is on. Dulad roars a spell, living missile, and the sky suddenly fills with weapons hurtling toward Frey. Isabel recognizes the spell and starts to panic, warning him that they're tracking projectiles that will follow him no matter what. Frey just calmly replies that he's already on it. He starts dodging like a pro. Meanwhile, Fawn is watching from a distance, analyzing the whole attack. He realizes the missiles aren't being controlled by Dulad in real time. Instead, they're automatically adjusting to hunt their target. But even with those flying, Dulad is already prepping more attacks. Furious, he casts another bone hand spell, and dozens of skeletal hands start forming out of thin air. They all lunge forward to trap Frey. As he faces this terrifying wave of bony limbs, he just braces himself, knowing he has no choice but to survive this. The pirate captain, watching all the chaos, can't even try to hide how happy he is. He's cheering like crazy, totally convinced Frey is finished. Isabel, on the other hand, is freaking out. She screams Frey's name, desperate to protect him. Her heart is pounding as the danger gets closer. Isabel is trying her best to shield the students who are being targeted by the monster's flying weapons. She's just spamming her magic, hoping to keep everyone safe. But when she realizes Frey is nowhere to be seen, she starts to panic for real. She nervously picks at her nails while yelling for him, desperate for him to answer. Her voice is filled with worry, but there's still no sign of him. Fawn is just watching it all happen, feeling this heavy, helpless feeling crush him. At the exact same time, Dulad is roaring in frustration, looking all over for his opponent. His weapons are just flying out one after another, searching for a target. Meanwhile, Fawn finally breaks free from the guy he's been fighting. The whole situation is just getting crazier by the second. Just as the weapons look like they're about to hit the students, they suddenly swerve and fly straight back toward the monster himself. Dulad just stares, completely confused, trying to process what's happening. He's muttering to himself, totally baffled by why his magic is acting so weird. The living missiles were supposed to be locked on the gray-haired magic warrior. They should have just vanished when they couldn't sense his life force anymore. But they're still there. And right then, Frey silently appears right behind the monster. Everyone nearby gasps, totally shocked. Their voices are shaking as they ask if Frey is okay. Dulad spins around and just freezes in complete disbelief. He growls like he can't accept what he's seeing. Frey just calmly looks at the back of the monster's head, muttering that this angle is way better, since he doesn't have to look at the creature's ugly face. Dulad's brain is still totally fried, trying to figure out how Frey dodged every single move and then just teleported behind him. Then as it hits him that what just happened should be impossible, he flies up and just screams. He gets that Frey must have calculated like a million possibilities ahead of time. But even then, pulling that off seems unreal. Something totally beyond what normal people can do. As Frey just keeps staring him down, Isabel's voice cuts through again. She calls his name, worried, totally shocked by the sight of him, and even more freaked out when she sees someone else pop up behind Frey. Fionn recognizes the spell that's forming and yells, realizing it's the same gnarly ice magic that took down warships. Everyone just watches stunned as these huge ice spears form and rocket straight for Dulad. The monster feels the threat, and its first instinct is to just wreck the entire ship to be safe. Even though it's bummed it didn't get to snack on Fawn's mana, it gets ready to move, but then realizes it can't. It tries to unleash its power, but zilch. It growls, totally confused by the crazy, powerful barrier around the ship. Frey had already thrown it up to block any more chaos. Dulad just stares wide-eyed and completely shook. He's screaming in denial as he realizes all his attacks are being shut down. Fionn, looking just as wrecked, coughs up blood, remembering how just dealing with a single ice spear almost took him out. Now watching Frey cancel everything like it's nothing, he blurts out like, "Who even asterisk is asterisk this guy?" Dulad roars with rage, refusing to believe that someone like Frey, a mere mortal, could actually challenge him. Fawn sees another spear forming, this one absolutely massive, and doesn't even bother trying to understand it. As Dulad unleashes a brutal attack, he screams for Frey to just drop dead, putting all his power into one final blow. But Frey meets it head-on. The air literally shakes as their powers collide. They're both just floating up there, locked in this epic battle, while Fawn and Isabel are stuck on the ship, casting spells to support it and keep it in one piece. Dulad, now absolutely seething, yells that Frey can't possibly be stronger than a Tier 5 mage. He refuses to accept that someone at that level could be a match for him. Frey, though, answers without even hesitating. He hints that he gets stuff that Dulad couldn't even dream of. The monster snarls, demanding he explain himself, and asking if Frey's trying to say he can see beyond Tier 5. Frey just smirks back at him and reveals that he's actually starting to have fun, since it's not every day he gets to use magic cooler than a basic magic missile. Those words totally get to Dulad, just fueling his rage. He demands to know who Frey really is. In response, Frey gives a proper introduction, declaring he's the supervisor of Westroad Academy. Then without missing a beat, he drops his real name. Lucas Troman, the one who came back to this world after 4,000 years to put crazed beings back in their place. He straight up calls himself the greatest Archmage in history. Far below on the ship, Fawn and Isabel are watching way too far to hear what's being said. They're worried about what kind of conversation is going down between them. Isabel wonders out loud what they could possibly be talking about, not able to hide how anxious she is. Back up in the sky, Dulad roars, totally rejecting Frey's claim. He yells that Lucas Troman is dead and gone. Frey just casually replies again about how much he prefers the view from behind the monster. And then the final showdown begins. With perfect timing, Frey aims right for the monster's core, landing a direct hit. Dulad howls in pain. Frey pulls out a life vessel and calmly explains that the monster won't be gone for good until that thing is completely shattered. Since the life vessel's location is different for every undead creature, it took him a while to find it. Dulad begs for his life, twisting in agony. But it's no use. Its body starts to disintegrate, getting destroyed from the inside out. Frey just watches with this calm confidence. Fawn, seeing this, is just standing there in total shock. He gasps, finally getting that the monster is a lich, and that Frey just took him down so easily. All the leftover pirates are super confused. Their leader, trembling, shouts out in fear and asks how an undead can even be finished off. But Frey is already right behind him. With a quiet intensity, he lets him know that his story is over, and the pirate knows exactly what's coming next. The pirate captain is just frozen, realizing he's completely powerless now. Frey has defeated every last one of them. The students watching are just as stunned. As Frey stands there for a moment, Fawn walks up to him, clearly impressed, and tells him his energy is something else. But Frey doesn't seem to answer, leaving Fawn thinking he's just being ignored. Feeling a little snubbed, Fawn gives this deep, sincere bow and says he owes Frey his life, promising to repay him someday. Meanwhile, Isabel is watching the whole thing, thinking how super awkward it is. She gently tells Fawn to get up, saying it's really not necessary. Frey looks a bit annoyed, then turns to Fawn and asks how he's holding up, pointing out the probable internal injuries from taking on a lich's spell. In response, Fawn just smiles and says he actually feels way better now, claiming he coughed up a bunch of toxins with the blood. Frey, so not buying it, just cuts him off, clearly not believing a word. Isabel immediately catches Frey's tone and, raising her voice, calls him out for being so disrespectful to the heir of the famous June house. Despite all the tension, they keep walking toward their destination, and on the way, Fawn asks Frey how in the world he managed to take down such a powerful lich, something even pro-court magicians would struggle with. He remembers Frey's rep as literally the worst student in the history of Westroad Academy, and wonders if Frey's been hiding his power this whole time. Frey just listens with a total poker face and gives a super vague answer, hinting that life's just full of surprises. Fawn, a little weirded out by the cryptic response, just admits he's probably right. Then he warmly invites Frey to visit his family's estate, as a way to thank him. Isabel is totally floored by this, her mind racing, because she knows an invite like that is a huge deal. But Frey doesn't even seem that hyped about it and just says he'll swing by if he finds the time. This super casual response makes Isabel's jaw drop, and she just about screams. She can't believe Frey would be so chill about a personal offer from the majorly important House of June when tons of other nobles would kill for that opportunity. Frey, hearing her freaking out, just calmly replies, "Right," before turning to Fawn and casually asking to borrow 20 gold coins. That request makes Isabel absolutely lose it. She yells at Frey, scolding him for being so out of line, and reminding him that this isn't how a top-tier maid is supposed to act. Frey, getting ticked off too, claps back that it was her being stubborn and not bringing any cash that got them into this mess in the first place. Fawn, just watching them go at it, calmly steps in and is like, he doesn't mind spotting them some money, but he's kinda curious what Frey's gonna do with it. Frey explains he's planning to use a warp stone to get from Chaos Symphonia to the capital, which is a crazy expensive way to travel. Fawn gets it, and as a thank you hands him a fat stack of cash. 300 gold coins! Both Frey and Isabel are totally floored by that much money. Fawn's like he rarely gets a chance to pay it forward, so Frey should just take it, no big deal. Frey, not sure what to say, mutters that he didn't need that much, and starts thinking to himself about how loaded kids are these days. They keep walking, and Fawn starts talking again, mentioning he'd love to have Frey over like right now. But he's tied up with all these marriage talks with his fiancée. He adds that there are probably some super awkward conversations waiting for him back home, since the whole arranged marriage was his dad's idea, not his. Frey's listening and then gets curious, asking if the fiancé has an older sister. Fawn says she's a noble from the ruined noble kingdom. Instantly, Frey's like, "Hey, all's fair in love," and jokes about whether she has an aunt or two. At that point, Isabel completely loses her cool and tells them to just stop. Fawn then explains that his bride-to-be is from the super famous Aquared house known for pumping out a ton of legendary knights. He honestly doubts they'll be a good match, thinking they're gonna be so disappointed to find out their future son-in-law is some weak mage. Isabel totally disagrees, calling him out for talking nonsense, especially since he's the #1 student at the academy. Frey tells Fawn not to lose his nerve, assuring him that being that good-looking makes up for any flaws. Fawn's grateful for the compliment, but of course Frey keeps teasing him and insists Fawn has to hit him up if there's a hot sister or aunt in the picture. Now, totally out of patience, Isabel yells that she can't believe his thirsty comments are all he can think about. Fawn can't help but crack up at their constant bickering, admitting it's been forever since he's had a real laugh like that. He thinks Frey is seriously something else. Eventually, they get to a spot where they have to go their separate ways. Fawn tells Frey he's always welcome at his place, hoping that one day he can properly pay him back for saving his life. Frey just repeats what he said before, "Only if I have the time." Isabel sighs, totally frustrated again, watching the two guys look at each other like they're old friends. As Fawn walks off, Frey casually says, "You know he's not a bad dude at all. That's how real nobles are supposed to be." Isabel agrees, admitting Fawn is pretty impressive, but Frey adds that it doesn't hurt that he's also rolling in gold. Hearing that, Isabel snaps again, sarcastically apologizing for being a broke noble. Later, Isabel comes back after an outfit change, looking way more fashionable, with a whole new vibe. She confidently asks how she looks, totally expecting a compliment, but then some random guy nearby just tells her to pack her stuff and go home. She's just standing there confused, not getting what's going on, until Frey suddenly yells at her, demanding to know if she's seriously gonna train in the mountains wearing that asterisk. He tells her to change into something more practical that she can actually move in. Even though she gets what he means, his harsh tone really ticks her off. Irritated, she snaps back that she already knew that and was just trying to show off her nicer clothes for a second. All frustrated, she storms off. Watching her go, the shopkeeper quietly says that Frey's friend clearly isn't used to roughing it. Frey just sighs, wondering why he even bothers. They get back on the road, and as they walk, Frey's holding a pouch full of gold, talking about how clutch it is. The thing is powered by spatial magic, so he can stuff a ton of things in it without any weight, which he thinks is awesome. Isabel just glances at the pouch and says it's not that big of a deal, and she's totally seen them a bunch, but her tone is super sharp. Frey calls her out on it, asking if she's annoyed or something. She just blows him off like, why do you even care? Meanwhile, Frey's just lost in his own head. Hearing about the warpstone got him thinking about how far magic has come. The population has exploded compared to back in his day. Still, he figures it's not a total shock seeing as it's been 4,000 years. He wonders if maybe some demigod intentionally put the brakes on progress. Like maybe they were scared of losing their grip if humans got too powerful. But he kinda doubts they always saw humans as just a bunch of ants. He's so deep in thought that he's totally quiet until Isabel snaps him out of it. She's like, hello, we're here, pointing at the warpstone. He looks around and oh yeah, they made it. Some official starts yelling that the warp is starting soon and that all travelers better stay inside the magic circle. Frey's actually kinda hyped checking out the whole setup. It's wild how everyone uses the same warpstone. He's impressed by how it powers the insane amount of mana for the trip. He mutters how cool it is, but Isabel, getting red-faced, tells him he's making a scene. Frey warns her to brace herself since people who aren't used to long-distance travel can get super sick. She snaps back all annoyed. I know that, duh. But then she sees something that makes her totally freak out and she screams, calling some guy a total hick, completely shocked. Everyone around them turns to stare, knowing something weird is up. Next thing they know, they're in España. Frey checks out the new city and thinks, wow, 4,000 years and this place barely looks different. He turns to Isabel to say they should try not to kill each other, but then he sees how pale she is. And he realizes, yep, he called it. She's totally warp sick. But she claims it's not the warp, she's just starving because she skipped breakfast. Frey just glances at her, thinking that maybe he should have just ditched her. Anyway, they decide to find a cafe to grab some food. When they get there, the place is packed with people chowing down. When it's their turn, they order 5 plates of bread and meat with a ton of meat. Then Frey asks for a pint of beer. Isabel's jaw drops like, why are you ordering booze? He just calmly goes, it's been forever since I had one, and wonders why they don't sell it at the academy. Isabel, totally fed up, reminds him it's illegal for kids to drink. Frey just shrugs and is like, I've been drinking since I was 13. She gets even more mad, calling his comment insane. Finally, their food shows up, and the waiter asks if they're mercs. He puts down this awesome-looking meal in front of them. They're both so stoked. They were starving. As they dig in, the owner of the cafe comes over and says they must be newbies. He points out their shiny new armor and clean weapons, joking that they probably feel like they could fight a dragon. But then he gets serious and tells them to just enjoy the food and go home, cause that mountain is no place for beginners. Isabel admits she's heard it's dangerous, that it's crawling with scary monsters. The owner's face changes, and he warns them they have no idea what dangerous really means. He starts talking louder, and the whole cafe goes quiet to listen. People start whispering, saying Frey and Isabel are just a couple of dumb kids for even thinking about that mountain. Frey completely tunes them out and just focuses on his food, loving every bite. Meanwhile, the owner starts to open up. He says he had a son about their age who dreamed of being the greatest mercenary ever. He says Frey reminds him of his boy. Isabel softly asks what happened to his son, and the owner tells them he died. He was killed on that same mountain protecting a mom and her daughter, who were looking for herbs. Only the little girl made it back to tell the story. Isabel looks horrified and says she's sorry, but the owner just waves it off, saying he's not looking for pity. He just wants them to get how seriously dangerous Mount España is. Even pro-mercs have a tough time making it back alive. It's basically a little slice of hell on Earth. His story totally freaks Isabel out. She looks over at Frey, shocked that he's so chill about it. He just leans back in his chair looking satisfied, and asks for more deets on the monsters people have seen up there. Isabel, still shaken up, finally starts to eat, but the food just tastes awful to her now. She's just thinking to herself how gross it is. The owner realizes they're still gonna go, and he sighs, saying he's not going to sleep tonight, worrying about them risking their lives. Even so, they clean their plates. Isabel's still not sure about all this, but she's starting to get a better read on who Frey really is. As they get up to leave, Frey thanks the owner and asks for the check. The guy says no, he'll put it on their tab, which means they better make it back alive to pay up. Frey just laughs and says, that's a terrible way to run a business. The owner just says he's heard that one way too many times. As they're walking out, Frey looks back and says the sausages were amazing, totally unforgettable. The owner just smiles and calls him a horrible liar, saying everyone knows his place is only good for its beer. But he promises he'll make the best sausages ever if Frey actually comes back. After that, the two of them just keep walking, heading straight for the mountain up ahead. They finally make it to the mountain, and like the second they get there, a whole swarm of monsters just jumps them. They don't even hesitate, just dive right into the fight. After a totally intense battle, they manage to take down every single creature that comes at them. Once all the baddies are gone, They take a quick breather and then head deeper into the wild. As they're walking, Isabel's like, wow, Mount Espa is just as wild as they say. I mean, even at the bottom of the mountain, these crazy powerful beasts are just wandering around. She starts thinking that training here for a month could seriously level her up. And maybe that's the real reason Frey brought her here. But Frey just calmly goes, taking out these weak monsters isn't why I came. She's totally confused by that and asks him what the real plan is. He then drops the bomb that he's going for the share dungeon. The name alone makes her freeze up. She remembers hearing that it's the legendary dungeon supposedly made by the great mage. Frey keeps going, explaining that the story goes, whoever finds the dungeon gets like insane power. Isabel's skeptical, asking if it's just some old legend with zero proof. But Frey sets her straight, saying if that wacky mage really made it, it's not going to be some basic dungeon hidden in a cave. Instead, it's probably on some peak that practically touches the sky near a gorgeous pond sitting on a tiny island. He's betting the place is Drake Mountain, and the pond has to be the volcanic one at the top, totally the kind of spot that Mage would have loved. All they gotta do is find the little island floating in that pond. Even though most people think it's a fairy tale, he knows it's for real. But he admits just to survive there, you have to be at least tier 6. Isabel is just listening, completely floored by all this. Then Frey adds that he's planning to hit tier 6 in just 1 month and then take on the dungeon. Her reaction is like immediate. She thinks he's totally lost his mind. In her world, hitting that level should take years of studying and non-stop training. But Frey just brushes off her freakout and says their next move is finding a good spot to train. He tells her to focus on finding a safe place where she can start pulling in and controlling mana. Isabel just yells back, frustrated and still in shock that he's not being realistic at all. Right when they're done talking, this huge monster blocks their path, and here we go again, they're thrown right back into a fight. After a super tough battle, they manage to push on toward their goal. On the way, Frey's getting used to the constant fighting, but then something catches his eye. He totally zones in on a spot way out in the distance. He's like, I found it. This is what I was looking for. Isabel turns to see what he's pointing at and is just like speechless. The view is insane, with lightning literally flashing across the sky. Frey announces that this is going to be their training spot for the next month. They get to a cave nearby, and Frey finally tells Isabel he's about to show her the Kasigan training method, the one she's been dying to learn. Her eyes totally light up and she's so ready to watch. But then Frey gets super serious and warns her that the reason he never showed her this before is because it's crazy dangerous. Like if you mess it up, it could actually get you wiped out. So for now, she just needs to watch and learn. Then he starts to show her how it's done. As he floats up into the air, smoke starts swirling all around him, and Isabel is just watching in total awe. She sees him literally pulling mana from all of Mount Espina. The energy is just pouring into his core, and she's completely blown away by it. His power is just as mind-blowing as the first time she ever saw him fight. Time goes by, and Frey keeps teaching her the technique one step at a time. Eventually, he tells her that's enough for now. Watching her, he sees she's nailing his form almost perfectly. It's obvious she's got a real gift for this. But more importantly, she's super hungry to learn, and you just can't fake that, not even with raw talent. Seeing how much she's improved, he can't help but crack a smile. She catches his look and asks what's on his mind. He admits that she's doing way better than he thought she would. Then he realizes how long they've been training and suggests they grab a bite after such an intense practice session. Frey's holding a few things in his hands, and when he opens his bag, he quietly passes some food to Isabel. He tells her to eat, but she softly turns him down, saying she's not hungry yet, and that they should save it for later. But he calmly explains that her brain is mixing up being out of mana with feeling full, and he pushes her to eat even if she doesn't feel like it. She's confused, but she does what he says and starts eating. As she's slowly chewing, she thinks about how weirdly unexpected it is to be hanging out with him like this. She admits to herself that she's always kind of watched him from a distance, especially how determined he is. Even though he was always just some other student getting beat up, she couldn't help but watch him. She's not sure if it's his vibe or his fighting energy, but she can't quite put her finger on it. While he's listening quietly, he looks a little confused and repeats her words, fighting energy. She sees his reaction and tries to explain what she means. Then she adds that now he seems like a completely different person from the guy he used to be. She still has no idea why, but to her he comes off like someone who knows exactly what he needs to do and where he's headed. There's not a single bit of hesitation in his moves anymore. Once she's finished spilling her thoughts, he just super casually asks her which him feels more real. For a sec, she's just quiet, totally unsure. Then she's like, both sides are the real you. I mean, people don't really change, right? They just get stronger. Then she thanks him for finally coming around. He was so against training with her like this at first. But now, here they are actually working together, just the two of them. Her mind starts to wander. She's like, wait, a whole month training here means a whole month of nights, together, in this tiny cave. And right then he gets up and walks off, throwing a snarky comment over his shoulder. He tells her to stop daydreaming and reminds her he's not into kids. His words are so annoying. Like, why does everything he says have to be so irritating? He starts messing with something and she can't help but watch him, and asks what's he even doing? He says he's putting up a barrier to keep monsters out while they sleep. Once the shield is up, he walks back over and tells her he's gonna crash. He says she should too since it's day one and they need to recharge. And just like that, he's out cold. She just stares at him, thinking she should be relieved. But instead, this weird, annoying feeling bubbles up. For some reason, she just really wants to punch him. Finally, she gives up and closes her eyes, and the night just kind of fades away. When morning comes, she slowly wakes up and sees Frey's already awake next to her. He's all casual, like, "How'd you sleep?" She stretches and asks out loud how long she was out. He figures about 5 hours and tells her it's probably the last real sleep she's gonna get for a while. Then he brings up the Kasigan training method, or what he calls the battling method. He warns her it's super dangerous and tells her not to just jump in, but to watch him first. The second he starts, these insane lights flash everywhere. She's completely floored just watching in total awe. Her mind is racing, trying to get what's happening. She sees he's splitting the mana inside him into fire and water. Even though they're like total opposites, they're somehow balancing each other out. It's like a war is happening inside his body. This crazy fight between two elements both trying to win but stuck in a total deadlock. It's like this super fragile power balance that's always moving. The way he amps up both sides to make them equal is just mind-blowing. She finally gets it. This has to be that battling method he was talking about. She keeps watching his every move super focused. When it's her turn, she tries to do the same thing, but her body totally freaks out. She starts coughing as this crazy pain just hits her. The balance is just a tiny bit off, but the pain is literally unbearable. She realizes just how messed up and dangerous this whole thing is. It's like walking a tightrope where one wrong move could be the end. But he's just chilling like he's meditating or something. She just stares at him completely confused, like, how is he making this look so easy? His skill is so insane it makes her wonder, who even is this guy? 2 weeks have blown by since that day, and Isabel can't believe how fast time has gone. The whole time, Frey hasn't moved an inch. She starts wondering just how long he's planning on keeping up this terrifying training. All the while, Frey's just been locked in this deep meditation. Then out of nowhere, she sees an actual visible flow of mana swirling around him. That one thing basically confirms he's about to hit the 6th tier. What's so wild is how fast he got here. Not in a month, but in just 2 weeks. It's like totally unbelievable. She's never seen anyone level up this ridiculously fast. But Frey still isn't satisfied. In his head, he's thinking it's not enough. It's still way too slow. He just keeps pushing himself, wanting to go faster, get better results. So another 3 weeks fly by and he's still meditating, not even taking a break. Isabel's just thinking about how one tiny slip-up could make this whole thing crash and burn. Even so, she can't deny what's happening right in front of her. Even her own progress is insane. And then it hits her, this is the lost fighting style of Kasigan. It's obviously a super risky path to take. She's starting to think it might actually be true. Maybe their ancestors really were this hardcore with their magic. Thinking about it, it kinda all makes sense now. No wonder mages today can't even touch the kind of power their ancestors had. All of a sudden, a random thought pops into her head. Does she smell? But before she can get too hung up on it, she senses something else. The protective barrier is literally falling apart. That can only mean one thing. Something or someone broke through. A wave of shock just washes over her. And right then, Frey tells her what it is. It's a phoenix. She's completely stunned to see a real-life phoenix. She's thinking, aren't those things supposed to be like myths? Stuff you only hear about in stories. She always knew Mount Espina was crawling with all kinds of monsters, but running into a divine beast. That's on a whole other level. Frey just calmly explains that it was probably drawn to the fire elemental they made during their crazy training. Then he tells Isabel to come over to him. But she's like frozen. It's way too risky. A sacred creature like that. Normal people can't just control something like that. But Frey keeps insisting, saying he thinks the phoenix might have come looking for him. She finds that like really hard to believe. But what really blows her mind is seeing him actually touch its feathers. These wing-shaped flames with his bare hands. He calmly points out that the creature isn't being aggressive towards him at all. And then he tells her to look closer past the whole mythical beast thing. She sees a huge gash across its chest, super deep and torn up by claws. Another inch and it would have hit the heart. The fact that it's even still breathing is a straight-up miracle. Isabel then wonders out loud, wait, so a phoenix can actually die? She always thought they were basically immortal. Frey answers her quiet and clear. They're not really deathless. They're just not as tied to death as other creatures. But then a darker thought hits them. Whatever was strong enough to hurt a phoenix has to be hiding somewhere deep in these mountains. And that thought totally freaks them both out. Frey can see the phoenix has been through a brutal fight. He reassures it that everything's gonna be okay and that he's pretty sure he can help out. Watching this, Isabel silently thinks about how this majestic creature now looks like a helpless little baby bird. Frey then jokes that the phoenix seems to be getting all the credit for his hard work. He kids around telling it to hold still because the treatment is almost over. Isabel, just watching him quietly, starts to put the pieces together. It's not just that his voice is softer. His whole vibe is different. The air around them is suddenly super calm and peaceful. She's kind of thrown by the switch-up, thinking Frey looks like a completely different person in that moment. Meanwhile, Frey clocks the phoenix struggling and makes a casual remark saying something like, seriously, a creature this epic isn't blaming a little rain, is it? He keeps teasing it, challenging it to a race to the mountain peak and saying the loser skips lunch. Even though the phoenix can't talk back, Frey just shrugs it off and tells it to fly harder if it wants to eat. Watching it, a memory starts to bubble up, something from a long time ago. The phoenix reminds him of an old buddy, and that thought makes his voice a little warmer. Isabel is just standing there silently, totally in awe. She's wondering if the phoenix is juicing up by pulling power from itself. Frey, still staring at the creature, thanks it for bringing back those memories. He tells it to be smarter about picking its fights from now on. The phoenix then just spreads its wings and soars off, leaving a single feather behind. Frey picks it up, noting that phoenix feathers are crazy rare. They're worth a fortune for healing or making enchanted gear. He smirks that at least the bird knows how to pay someone back, unlike a certain someone who's been crashing and eating for weeks without settling her tab. Isabel, totally stunned, asks if he's actually talking about her. She wonders out loud why it's so hard for him to just be nice to people. In her head, she realizes it's been a whole 4 weeks. With how insane his training has been, and how he's barely eaten for the last week, nobody would be surprised if he just dropped. But even though she's worried, she feels something more as she looks at him. In her eyes, he looks like he's on another plane of existence, like someone who's been touched by the gods. She knows he's usually a total jerk, always flexing his power. But then there are times when he's just ice cold, calculating and laser-focused. And then even crazier, he has these moments of being surprisingly gentle, like when he was helping the phoenix. His insane knowledge of history and the way he talks sounds like he's lived a million lives, like he's hiding some ancient archmage's soul under his skin. She doesn't totally get why, but something about watching him gives her major Lucas Troman vibes. Deep down, she feels this insane admiration and respect for him. After all that, she turns to him and offers her congrats on officially hitting the rank of a tier 6 mage. Isabel, just watching Frey, can hardly process what she's seeing. The youngest person to ever hit tier 6 did it when they were 35. She thinks to herself that if word ever got out that some kid from the Magic Academy reached that level, the entire world would literally lose its mind. Meanwhile, Frey is internally freaking out that he can now pull in mana just by breathing. But even with that boost, he mentions that his body feels totally wasted, after not eating for a whole week. Isabel asks if he wants some jerky to get his strength back, but he says no, and suggests they go hunting instead. He admits he's craving something super rich and greasy. Isabel, looking a little freaked out, asks if he's going to be okay. He just answers confidently, asking her who she thinks she's talking to. As they start walking, they run into something they weren't expecting. Frey gets it right away. It's that phoenix brat. He'd been wondering why he hadn't sensed any monsters while he was meditating, and now it all makes sense. Isabel figures out that the creature must have been standing guard over them. Frey says with a smirk that it looks like the phoenix is cashing in on all his hard work. On the inside, he feels a little guilty, thinking the bird must have taken what he said way too seriously. Then looking at all the monster carcasses, Frey says they probably don't have to hunt after all, and suggests they just eat and head back to the dungeon. But right as they're about to bounce, they both hear a person screaming in pain. Totally knows it's a scream and it sounds way too close. Even though Frey's literally starving, he just takes off toward the sound. Isabel yells after him like, "What am I supposed to do? Just stand here!" Meanwhile, somewhere else in the woods, Kazan is screaming for his life, begging anyone to save him. But Juan, the guy who snagged him, is just trashing Kazan's knife-throwing skills. He's all sarcastic like, "And they call asterisk you asterisk the top guy for the skull splitter bandit seriously." Then Victor chimes in, whining that he's only sucking cause he's hungover. But Juan is so over it, demanding Victor give him the knife like, "It's my turn." Lawrence, who is so not having it, tells them to quit messing around and let's go. But Juan begs for just one more try, wanting to show off for everyone. Lawrence is getting super ticked, grumbling about how they've been stuck on this stupid mountain for a whole month just waiting for some lady. But whatever. Juan gets ready to throw again. He's all, "Yo, watch this," aiming right between Kazan's eyes and saying it's worth like 10 points. But right before the knife can even hit him, something totally weird happens. The blade just stops in midair, does a spin, and then clanks onto the ground. Hun is totally bugging out, like he can't even process what just happened. He jokes that the wind itself is out to get him. Victor's like, "Yo, let's bounce before the chief." But then like a second later, he totally freaks and starts cussing when he spots someone unexpected. He's yelling like, "Who the heck is that?" While Frey is just chilling in the shadows, scoping out Kazan's basically lifeless body. He's wondering if the kid is already a goner. He's so ticked off seeing how these jerks are using a prisoner for some messed up target practice. He's just ripping into them in his head, thinking this is exactly the kind of messed up stuff guys like them would pull. Victor just freezes, completely shook when he hears Frey's voice, and is probably wondering if a dead body just started talking. Lawrence, feeling this insane power in the air, realizes that spell was a tier 5 light scythe. Frey then steps out all serious, and tells them with a sharp edge in his voice that it's time they got a serious reality check. Isabel sees that Frey has already wiped the floor with all his enemies, and she's just like totally floored. She turns to him in complete disbelief, wondering if he really just took out every single one of them. He casually mentions he let one get away, some dude they called their vice captain. That little clue tells her another leader must still be lurking around. She asks out loud if he's planning on finishing the job by hunting down the rest of them. But he makes it clear he can't just look the other way while people like that are out there hurting innocent folks. At the same time, his thoughts drift to the demigod watching all this from up high. He's like, does this being actually get a kick out of watching people suffer and off each other? If that's the case, he's totally down to crash the party because the whole idea just makes him sick to his stomach. He can't stand the thought of giving some twisted creep a good show. Well, he's lost. In his own head, Kazan stumbles right in front of him, looking like a total wreck. Barely able to stand, he asks if Frey was the one who saved him. Frey just glances at Kazan's wounds and calmly tells him that he's lost way too much blood, which means he can't tag along. Kazan starts freaking out. Totally desperate, he's begging not to go out like this. He just wants one chance to ask his dad for forgiveness before he's gone for good. While Frey's listening to him plead, a whole other scene is playing out somewhere else. Karlst is sitting there looking super serious when one of his guys comes up to him, nervously reporting that the 3rd platoon got totally wrecked by some kind of phantom. Karlst is like, "Are you drunk?" But the guy swears it's the truth. He starts describing this terrifying figure, with crazy white hair flying everywhere and a super skinny body that just screamed death. This monster, as he calls it, completely owned them up in the mountains. They didn't even stand a chance. The enemy hit him fast. People were dropping before anyone could even blink, and this guy only made it out because he booked it. Karlst just listens quietly as another dude steps up to give his 2 cents. He suggests that their opponent might be a mage, maybe one who's sick enough to cast 2 spells at once. Karlst chews on that for a second and figures they're up against a battle mage. The other guy is like, yeah, totally. Getting up, Karlst starts barking out orders to beef up security at the watch posts. He tells everyone to report the second they see the phantom, and to take him out on sight. Then some guy wonders if maybe House Aquarid secretly hired this battle mage to mess them up. Karlst shuts that down immediately. In his mind, there's no way that stuck-up family of knights would ever sink low enough to hire a battle mage as a secret bodyguard. At that point, he turns on the guy and chews him out for being so sloppy. The dude quickly looks down and admits they were just messing around because they were bored, which makes the captain ask in frustration who the heck they were using for target practice. Another soldier quietly speaks up, revealing it was just some rando passing by a village nobody who was helping a mom and her kid pick herbs. Hearing that, Karlst starts thinking there's no way someone like that could have hired a powerful mage. It's got him totally stumped still, not sure who they're actually up against. A little later, Karlst throws down with a bunch of god-tier opponents and totally wrecks them. When the fight's over, he looks over at someone and jokes, "Hey, quit staring. You're gonna make me and my guys lose our nerve." With a little smirk, he asks if they have any idea how long he's been looking for them. And that person is none other than Lady Sonia, the oldest daughter of the super posh House Aquarid. As the fighting kicks off again, Sonia goes full-on beast mode. Her sword is like a blur, just slicing through the air as she takes down her enemies, with crazy sharp moves and perfect hits. At one point, she makes a beeline right for Karlst, about to end him. But just then, his buddy jumps in and saves him right at the last second. Sonia gets knocked back, but she totally sticks the landing and doesn't fall. Karlst is just watching with his eyes wide open, legit impressed. Even though she's taken a beating, she's still gripping her sword with total focus. He's starting to get that the stories about the legendary flame swordsman of Ruanabel weren't just a bunch of hype. Meanwhile, Sonia is still in the thick of it, completely surrounded by her own people who are all screaming her name, totally freaking out that she's going to get hurt. But she just keeps on fighting, super determined and fierce, even as she starts getting all cut up. Everyone watching is getting more freaked out, their panic levels shooting through the roof as they watch Lady Sonia, just praying she makes it out okay. Karlst looks over at her and remarks quietly that her months spent training in the mountains really paid off. He had to admit, she was every bit the legend the stories made her out to be. Sonia Aquarid, the firstborn daughter of the noble knight family, a total natural with a sword. They called her the Rainstorm, a nickname from the king himself. But as she stood her ground, her mind was racing. All their knights were gone. It was just her 2 maids and Sir Luther. But Luther was way past his prime, which meant right now she was the only one who could actually fight. Meanwhile, they were up against more than 20 guys, and they all looked like total pros. Yeah, this was bad. Like the worst-case scenario. Just then, Karlst casually asked her about the battle mage she was supposedly hiding. Hearing that just flipped a switch and she was seeing red. She was not about to take that kind of diss. She shot back that a proud knight family like hers would never need some weak, useless mage for backup. She was totally convinced that mages these days were all brains and no brawn. Karlst just let her rant, piecing it all together. The more he thought, the more certain he was that the mystery person who messed up his crew had nothing to do with the Aqua Reeds. That ghost had to be someone else. Now he was dying to know who it was, but then his whole vibe changed as he gives her this sick smile and tells her they're not gonna off her yet. Sonia's face just hardens like she's about to explode. Karlst keeps talking, basically saying a smart girl like her should already know the messed up stuff they have planned. He and his guys had been waiting forever for a shot at a noble girl. To them, this was the jackpot. Hearing that disgusting trash talk just fueled her rage even more. She screamed that she'd rather bite her own tongue off than ever be their plaything. But Karlst just laughed, telling her that wouldn't stop them. If she died, his guys would just move on to the maids behind her. He pointed at the terrified girls, saying his soldiers had been holed up in the mountains just to get her alive. He was sure she could see how thirsty they were. He warned that when they were done, those girls would be wishing for a way out. Those sick threats made Sonia's blood boil. Now she got why they hadn't touched the maids earlier. Meanwhile, the maids were trying to keep it together, telling their lady not to worry about them. They whispered they couldn't be a weight holding her down. Sir Luther, standing nearby and looking super frail, stood tall and said he'd gladly die to protect her honor. Sonia looked over at Luther, her eyes filled with sorrow. She apologized for dragging him into this nightmare, blaming herself for failing them as a leader. Tears streamed down the maids' faces as they told her not to say stuff like that. They reminded her that House Aquared had been nothing but good to them. They begged her to give them a quick clean end instead of letting those animals get their hands on them. They said they'd rather face the next life with their heads held high than become toys stripped of all dignity. Karlst, getting super annoyed by their whole loyalty act, suddenly screamed, demanding to know what the heck these crazy women were saying. Sonia, completely fired up, raised her sword high. Her voice rang out, promising to protect the two maids' honor in the name of House Aquarid. She swore she would personally see them off to the other side. As she lifted her weapon to do it, Karlst freaked out and yelled for his men to stop her. They rushed in, trying to stop her from taking away their fun. But right before Sonia could swing, she froze. Her sword was just gone, vanished from her hand. Shock shot through her. She thought back, when did they even disarm her? These guys really were the ruthless skull-splitter bandits. She felt totally powerless, crushed by the shame of being so humiliated. She never imagined that a night like her could go down this hard. Her heart broke as she looked at the maids, apologizing for failing to give them the honorable end they deserved. The girls screamed for help, but Sonia suddenly yelled out, "One last order for them to take their own lives and meet her with honor in the next world." But just as she said it, Frey's voice cut through the air, calling her name. She whipped around, totally stunned. Karlst spun around too, his eyes wide with disbelief. For a second, everyone was frozen. The whole world just stopped, shocked to see Frey finally make an appearance. Slowly, it started to sink in for everyone. The maids Sonia and Luther were all there, watching it all go down. A moment later, Isabel appeared, holding Kazan in her arms. Then Karlst basically confirmed the rumors, admitting he'd heard all about someone taking out his soldiers. Frey was standing nearby with Sonia next to him. He turned to her, wondering if she was the one in charge, and without missing a beat, he handed her the sword. She took it immediately. A second later, Karl stepped up to Frey, asking if he came from that direction, and then it hit him. That's where their main camp was. He got super suspicious and demanded to know what Frey did to his soldiers. In response, Frey just smirked, which pretty much said he'd handled them. That realization sent Karlst into a fury. He yelled at his men to take out that skinny punk, and to do it now. He made it clear they couldn't give Frey a single second or they'd be in for it. Based on what he'd heard, Karlst figured Frey had to be a battle mage, but in his head he was completely dismissing the title, thinking it was no big deal. But as that thought crossed his mind, he suddenly gets hit with the full force of Frey's magic, and like the raw power totally freaks him out. Nearby, Sonia clocks Isabel and is all like, "Who are you guys and what's your deal?" Isabel just plays it cool, assuring her they're not the bad guys. While throwing down with Frey, Karlst thinks back on all the battle mages he's fought. He's convinced that when it comes down to it, every mage has a breaking point. He's so sure Frey can't keep up this crazy pace, thinking there's gotta be a cooldown between spells. And seeing how many spells are flying, Karlst figures he's gotta be the main target. Okay, so he has to admit Frey's skills are legit impressive, but he's still betting the guy has zero strategy. He's positive that if Frey keeps this up, he's gonna burn out like big time. Or even worse, one of his crew will land a finishing blow while Frey's not looking. They keep going at it super intense. But then Karlst starts to panic when he realizes Frey is throwing out these insane spells at all his dudes at the same time. It's totally unreal. He's just floored that anyone could sling spells this hard for so long without a break. Like it's something he's never even seen before. Finally, Frey lands a massive hit that just completely wrecks Karlst. Totally desperate and overwhelmed, Karlst starts begging for him to stop. All of his guys are just scattered, all over the ground trying to get back up. A second later, they're all hacking and coughing, looking seriously messed up. But then Karlst notices something. The magic stopped. The second he realizes, he screams at his men, guessing Frey's totally out of juice. He thinks this is their one shot to take him down, yelling that if they blow this chance, they're all gonna be toast. At the same time, Sonia looks over at Frey, wondering if he's completely tapped out. She offers to jump in if he's drained, but he tells her it's way too dangerous and to stay put. And just like that, the ground starts shaking like crazy. In a split second, everyone is totally caught off guard. The sudden rumble shocks them all. Karlst is just like confused, wondering what the heck is happening as the shaking gets even worse. It feels like a legit earthquake. The ground is going nuts and they all wipe out and hit the deck again. A seriously creepy feeling starts to set in as they realize they're fallen into what feels like the end. Total panic mode kicks in, and they start screaming for help, desperate to make it out alive and begging not to get wiped out. Watching this absolute chaos go down, Sonia starts to put it all together, and it's not good. She gets this feeling that what's happening is just impossible. It's looking like they're about to be completely erased. Sonia figures an earthquake this insane has to be a tier 5 spell. She's wondering when they even had time to prep something this huge while fighting off those mercs. In response, Isabel explains that all those earlier spells he was spamming one after another were just to buy time so he could set off the earthquake. And then it clicks for Sonia. That whole storm of light arrows was just a fake out. She never dreamed someone could pull off double casting like that. Isabel's like, yeah, I'd never seen or even heard of anyone doing it before him. And that's when Sonia starts to get what a real mage can do. A little later, Frey thanks her for jumping in when she did. She gets all formal and introduces herself as Sonia Aquared from the Ruinoble Kingdom. He just replies with his name Frey Blake. Right then, that name Aquared rings a bell for him. He's trying to figure out where he's heard it. But Sonia's thinking he has like zero manners. He just casually tells her that she's not exactly Miss Polite herself. Seeing them bicker, Isabel jumps in and apologizes for Frey, saying he's not really up on all the formal stuff. She also introduces herself as Isabel Tis9. Frey, meanwhile, is like, what's wrong with how I'm acting? He's thinking she's not so polite either. He even calls her out on how nice she was to the Phoenix and asks why she can't be like half that nice to actual people. In his head, he's just thinking she's no better. He's guessing she's probably some hermit who grew up in the middle of nowhere. Then out of nowhere, Luther points out that he's from House Blake. Sonia looks over at him, totally curious, and asks if he knows the guy. Luther's like, yeah, the Blake family is one of the biggest noble families in the Casco Empire. The guy in charge now, Sir Isaka Blake, is one of the Empire's 8 level 7 mages, and he's the master of the 6th magic tower. But then he kinda pauses. Like, how could a dude from such a powerful family look so beat up? After that, Frey just calmly asks where they're headed next. Luther tells him their first plan is to get into the nearest town. He heard there's a place called Espanola somewhere around here. Hearing that, Frey realizes they're all basically going the same way. So he offers to team up and travel with them. Luther's grateful for the offer and accepts, but says they first have to gather up the bodies of their knights who didn't make it. He says it's going to take a while, so he tells them to just go on ahead without them. But then Frey asks if they're really planning on burying them right there on the spot. Luther sounds pretty down when he explains they don't really have a choice. There's just no way they can carry all the bodies to the next city. Then, totally shocking him, Frey just calmly offers to help. Luther is completely caught off guard and is like, wait, what did you just say? But before he can even process it, Frey whips out a spell and uses his magic to neatly stack the bodies onto a cart. Sonia just watches, totally blown away by what she's seeing. All right, job's done. Frey turns and is like, so we good to go? Luther's kinda stunned for a sec, but then he's like, yeah, let's bounce. But right then, Sonia totally freaks out like, wait, you're only 20. She seriously thought he was at least 30. Frey just shrugs it off, saying, age is just a number. Being young is a gift, you know. She's like super confused by that. But Frey doesn't even skip a beat and switches gears, bringing up those mercs from before. He points out how they were positioned like they were totally camping out in that spot on purpose, just waiting for someone to show up. He asks if she has any idea who sent them or what their deal was. And now that he mentions it, Sonia remembers the mercs totally said they'd been waiting for almost a whole month. Luther pieces it together, realizing that a month ago is right when they left Ruinoble. Still, he's drawing a blank on who would have set up a hit like that. He admits that for real, House Aquared has just as many enemies as friends. But Sonia's still weirded out, thinking there's no way a crew that's skilled and organized were just some random mercs. Like, their skills were way too pro. Based on that, whoever they were up against had some serious cash and power, and even then Frey just wiped the floor with them. So she's super curious and asks him how he got so strong. She'd always thought mages were just like glass cannons who cast spells from the back, but what he did today completely blew her mind. She's like, how did you even do that? He just calmly says it took a ton of hard work, a mix of everything. Hearing that totally throws her for a loop. Like, she can't even imagine how much effort that must have been. A little later, they're all at the port. The maids give Sonia these huge hugs and say their goodbyes. As the crew gets ready to dip, Luther turns to Frey and thanks him again for real, saying he's so grateful the knights who didn't make it can finally go home to their families. Frey just says he was happy to help out. Then he wishes them the safe trip. But just as they're about to take off, Sonia suddenly grabs Frey's hand and won't let go. He's totally surprised. She tells him she owes him big time, and she's definitely gonna pay him back. But Frey just plays it cool like, nah, it's all good. People gotta have each other's backs to get by. But still, Luther jumps in, insisting they have to repay the favor. It'd be a super bad look for House Aquared if people heard they just sent their hero packing with nothing. So then Frey looks over at Isabel to see what she thinks, and she just gives a little nod. Finally, Frey's like, all right, I guess we can call it even if you guys buy me dinner. He says he knows this one. Place that has like the most amazing sausages. They get to this little dive and Luther's like, this doesn't exactly look like a spot for nobles. But Frey explains that everyone knows the best food in town comes from these little hole-in-the-wall joints. Right then, the owner comes out and chews him out for calling his place a dive. He totally roasts him, saying Frey looks like some random dude off the street, but then says he's glad he's okay. Frey just laughs, then says one other person made it back from the mountain with them. After that, he gives Isabel the signal, and she brings the kid over. The second the owner sees him, his eyes get huge, and he drops everything he's holding. He just bolts right for the kid, like he knows him right away. It's Kazan. The kid realizes who it is too. It's his dad. The guy immediately starts trying to bandage him up, but Frey calmly tells him, yo, we already patched him up. Kazan just needs to chill for a few days. He promises him the kid will be fine and gives Kazan props for protecting that mom and her daughter, even though he got himself snatched. Kazan's looking kinda bummed and admits he's not sure the whole mercenary life is for him. But he also says his dad was maybe wrong about the guy he used to talk smack about. Totally regretting it. He says he's sorry for storming out and yelling at him, but his dad just gently tells him that all that matters is that he's back safe. Later, Isabel's like, "So how'd you know Kazan was his son?" Frey's just like, "Dude, they're practically twins." Then with this little smirk, he points out how wild it is that someone everyone called a no-talent mage was actually clutch with healing magic. Isabel totally ticked off snaps back, "Who are you calling talentless?" Frey's super casual like, you obviously." Then he totally switches the topic and says they were hoping to crash here for the night, but it looks like the place is packed. And then Luther's like, "Okay, maybe I was wrong about this place." Seeing how crowded it is, he figures it must be a legit spot just like Frey said. But bummer, he says they'll have to find another place to crash. Frey, looking a little embarrassed, says sorry for dragging them all there, adding it's a total shame because the sausages are seriously to die for. Then out of nowhere, the owner just starts yelling for everyone to stop eating. He shouts that they're closing up for the day. Some dude nearby is like, "What the heck, why so early?" The owner just snaps back that it's his place, his rules. When a few people start complaining that it's not fair, he fires back that their meals are on the house, but they all have to get out. And just like that, the place is empty. The owner then asks them what do you mean full house? The place is totally empty and ready for us. With a grin, he's like, "Guess it's finally time to bust out my legendary cooking skills." He tells them to go on and get cleaned up while he gets everything ready. Meanwhile, Sonia dips out to take a bath. Pretty soon everyone else is served some seriously warm and delicious food. They all start digging in and Frey is basically inhaling his food in huge bites. While he's chowing down, he spots Sonia coming downstairs. He gives her a hard time about being slow, pointing out that they totally started without her. But before she even sits, she calls his name and he's like, "Yo, what's up? Just grab a seat already." That's when he notices something's weird and asks why her face is so red. She's just like, "I'm just kinda shocked you can actually look this clean and put together." But right as she takes a step, her slipper totally busts and she almost eats it. Frey, with the quick reflexes, catches her before she can faceplant. That's when he notices the scars on her and asks what they're from. Still, he adds that they look pretty epic since they show off all her hard-won battles. At that moment, Isabel pipes up saying they'd heard her destination was Cast Cow. Super curious, she asks where their really headed after that. Sonia explains that their actual destination is the Jun Estate. Frey repeats the name and then it clicks. She's from the Aqua Reed House, the one that's famous for pumping out elite knights. He quietly wonders to himself if they're even gonna vibe. Then, sounding super curious, he asks if she's the fiancé. Luther turns to Frey and points out that he knows Farain. Isabel jumps in, adding that Fawn and Frey are buds from the same academy, and mentions that Fawn himself told them about the engagement. Frey's totally floored, realizing Sonia is Fawn's fiancé, and he's like, "Wow, what a lucky dude." While they're on their way, Isabel turns to Sonia and tells her she's hoping for a chill journey in the days ahead. In return, Sonia tells Frey that once he's done with his business, she'd love for him to swing by the Jun Estate. He's just like, "Yeah, I'll try to come by if I get a minute." She gives him this super warm smile, letting him know she's really looking forward to it. As they keep walking, Frey mutters that it must be pretty sweet to have a high-class noble lady into you. He then says that Fawn, that rascal, probably used up a lifetime of good luck. Isabel gets a little ticked off hearing that. Still in her head, she admits she wasn't even talking about Lord Fawn. She meant Frey. She wonders how he can be so dense about older women when he acts like such a player. Noticing her expression, Frey gets all sarcastic, asking if she just bit into a sandfly or something. Then pointing up ahead, he tells her that's the spot where he's 100% sure the Shizer's dungeon is. The second she sees it, a major shiver runs down her spine. The fear starts to sink in for real when she spots a bunch of monsters. Her gut feeling confirms her suspicions. This place is for sure living up to the name Drake Mountain. The creatures start letting out these insane screeches. Frey explains that these things are apex predators with drakes ruling the top of the food chain. Totally shocked, she asks if they seriously have to fight those things to get through. But he says that unfortunately they might be up against way more than just them. A second later, he points to a ginormous claw mark carved into the ground. She gasps, realizing that based on its size, their leader is probably way bigger than the others. Completely overwhelmed, she just collapses and mutters that she's never even heard of a drake getting that huge. Frey tells her to get a grip, reminding her they've hit the top of the Espa Mountains, a super sketchy place where literally anything can happen. He straight up declares that the whole place is pure chaos. Hearing that just leaves her stunned. Then she sees him starting to cast a spell, and wonders what in the world he's doing. Without a word, he suddenly shoves her out of the way, saving her from a massive creature's attack. Charging forward, he pops his dash skill and zooms toward the beast. Isabel yells, totally not believing it, asking if he's completely lost it, but then she sees another figure, an ogre. She thinks he could have at least given her a heads up, but the moment she sees its crimson skin and 3 glaring eyes, it hits her that it's a mutant. Frey notes to himself that it looks like the master barkeep wasn't messing around with those rumors about mutants showing up at the summit. Right then, an ogre is standing right in his path, letting out a deep rumbling growl. Out of nowhere, Isabel unleashes a fireball, and the flames just erupt high into the air. Watching the whole thing, Frey thinks to himself that she's gotten way more powerful than he expected. And yet the creature just keeps growling and doesn't even flinch. Isabel, clearly annoyed, admits that her magic isn't doing anything to it, like not even a little bit. Watching her, Frey quietly observes that she doesn't seem to get how much she's leveled up. He then explains that the creature probably mutated and evolved, getting some kind of skin that's resistant to fire spells. He has a hunch the drakes had something to do with that glow up. Her eyes go wide with shock as she hears about the idea of elemental evolution for the first time. She immediately asks what they're supposed to do now against something like that. Frey, sounding totally certain, says the answer should be obvious. If fire doesn't work, then they'll just have to hit it with ice instead. Isabel wraps her arms around herself, her body already shivering from the cold, just from whipping up 2 small ice spears. The air got crazy cold, like winter just decided to crash the party. She kept getting these weird flashes of the legendary mage Lucas Troman every time he moved. It was like their vibes were totally merging. Frey, cool as ever, just yeets an ice spear and bam, right in the ogre's face. They're both staring, waiting for it to drop, but the monster literally doesn't even blink. Instead, it smashes its power into the ground, sending out this shockwave that totally threw them off their feet. Isabel's just staring like, are you kidding me? The spear didn't even leave a mark. It's hard to believe. The monster's skin is so tough that a full-on ice attack couldn't get through. While the beast goes on a total rampage, Frey is just chilling. And it's seriously getting on Isabel's nerves. How unfazed he is, so she immediately blasts a wave of fire at the monster. Flames hit it, smokes everywhere, and it lets out this furious roar. Our guy's still just sitting there all casual, thinking, he's gotta admit this monster's power is legit. It's not just resistant to fire and ice, but its bones and skin are basically reinforced steel now. He's weirdly impressed, not gonna lie. Isabel is so not having it. She's like, dude, now is not the time to be a fanboy. With that much power, they need to just torch the whole thing. But our guy's like, nah, fire on its own is a no-go. Its resistance is way too high. So she suggests they just bury it alive with that earthquake spell he used before. Our guy just groans, thinking, wow, she really goes from 0 to 100. That kind of magic would basically be a dinner bell for every drake in the area. It would have been way smarter to be quiet, but it's way past that now. The monster's little temper tantrum has already made a huge scene. Frey decides to go with a classic move. He yells at the thing, trying to get it mad while he preps more ice spears. He's thinking that sometimes the old tricks just need to be done a few more times. Isabel's watching, totally confused why he's trying the ice spear thing again when it was a total fail. But our dude is all about not giving up. Like, if you want to chop down a super stubborn tree, you gotta keep swinging. She lets out this annoyed sigh and just watches him chuck more ice spears at the thing. They smack its body and the beast just growls and starts charging right at him. Frey, getting ticked off, complains about how loud the monster is being when he's trying to be low-key. He does the finger gun thing, sends another spear flying, and nails the exact same spot on its head. Isabel's like, it's obviously not working. Frey just tells her to zip it. He's in the zone. He closes one eye, taking super careful aim again. Another spear hits right on top of the last one. Then another and another, like one right after the other, until 7 spears are stacked up in the exact same spot. Then he sends the final perfectly aimed shot. That last spear slams into the stack, totally shattering the monster's skull. It lets out one final roar and just collapses. Isabel is literally frozen, completely shook. Our guy just casually blows out a breath, and does that cool thing where he blows on his finger like a smoking gun. Super pleased with himself, the monster hits the ground with a massive thud right in front of them. Our dude just shrugs, thinking that sometimes all you need is a few more tries to break something tough. Isabel is still trying to compute what just happened when this sudden noise from up above gets their attention. They both look up and the sky is literally swarming with flying drakes. Frey mutters under his breath, totally blaming the ogre for this mess. He figures every single drake around must have heard all that noise. The monster's scream echoes one more time, and our dude can't help but think this trip is definitely not going to be boring. Isabel just stares up, completely stunned by this plot twist. The chaos kicks off as the drakes start raining down, fire turning the whole place into a flaming wreck. Flames are everywhere, thick smoke is billowing up, and some drakes are already down, taken out by Frey's pinpoint ice spears. He and Isabel are basically fighting for their lives. Frey throws up a magic barrier over them super fast, blocking a firestorm from a drake flying right above. Not wasting a second, they both bolt, dodging attacks left and right. Isabel makes an ice arrow and shoots it at the flying beast, but it doesn't even flinch. The drake just stays up there, getting ready for another fire blast. This one's aimed right at Isabel, who's running for her life. But right before it can shoot, the drake just convulses in midair, its eyes going wide with pain. Frey had jumped into the sky and rammed a giant ice spear straight through its neck. The thing's eyes go dark and its body just plummets, hitting the ground so hard it literally explodes. The monster is toast. They barely have a second to breathe when something else shows up. Isabel's face just freezes in pure terror, and Frey turns to see what's up. What they see makes their blood run cold. The Drake King is here! Isabel almost screams, but Frey slaps a hand over her mouth and tells her to be quiet, like right now. They both duck behind a tree, trying their absolute best to stay hidden. Frey whispers that the Drake King is like way out of his league right now. Their only move is to hide and pray it goes away. Both of them are totally drenched in sweat as the massive creature sniffs the air, scanning the area. Isabel is fighting so hard not to scream, and Frey keeps his hand clamped over her mouth to keep her calm. Finally, the monster turns and heads for the mountains in the distance, leaving a trail of knocked-over trees and huge footprints in the ground. Isabel finally lets out a huge sigh of relief. Later on. So picture this. The two of them are just chilling on a mountaintop facing each other. Frey is literally surrounded by this healing glow that Isabel is gently sending his way. She's like, "All right, you're all patched up." Then out of nowhere, a butterfly lands right on Frey's finger. He's thinking how after 2 straight weeks of fighting monsters, his mind and body are finally totally in sync. And for him, that feeling alone made this whole mountain trip worth it. But still, he knows they're not done yet. As the butterfly flutters off, he says there's something major waiting for them. He tells Isabel she's gotta come with him. The sky's getting dark, but this one peak ahead is all lit up. They both just stare at it for a sec. Then Frey points and says Scheiser's dungeon is right over there. They take off flying over this huge lake. Frey tells her to stay sharp, cause knowing Scheiser, he wouldn't be surprised if a drake was hiding in the water. Isabel is like, how did he even know the dungeon was way up here? Frey explains that Scheiser loved to play with words. He once talked about a mountaintop so high it could pierce the sky with a sick lake and a tiny island in the center, saying it was a chill enough spot to retire. That memory totally stuck with Frey. She looks over at him and softly asks who he really is. Frey doesn't really answer. They land on the island and Isabel is just looking around completely in awe. The place is stunning. Frey mutters that Scheiser was a crafty old dude. She's trying to get what he means. He then looks down and reveals that this whole beautiful island is just a front for a massive dungeon way bigger than the island itself. Isabel is totally shook. He explains that the island is basically just the welcome mat. On the outside, it looks small and peaceful. But what's underneath is huge and extra, which is so Scheiser. Isabel starts questioning everything about this guy who seems to have all the answers. They walk on and find this giant tree with an opening. Standing in front of it, she's amazed by its size. Frey's just like, yeah, that's obviously the entrance, and even gives Scheiser props for building stairs inside. As they head down the steps, something catches their eye. These objects are hanging on the walls, sparkling with this weird, mysterious light. Isabel just stares at them, a hesitant feeling growing inside her. A thought clicks in her head and she slowly asks Frey if they're actually what she thinks they are. When they hit the bottom of the stairs, a massive glowing door is waiting for them, painted in all these shades of bright blue. The strange light from it makes the whole space around them glow. Frey steps up already, knowing that touching it carelessly would be a deadly move. He knows this door is sealed with a super complex spell that Scheiser himself made, and anyone who tries to force it would be instantly toast. Floating next to the door is a glowing orb. He puts his hand on it, and a soft pulse of energy spreads through the sphere. Suddenly, thick clouds of smoke just erupt, swirling into the air. Isabel watches the smoke, curious as it starts to gather in one place. Slowly, the shape of a young boy starts to form inside it. The figure gets clearer, and it's a kid version of Scheiser. His voice rings out all cheerful like he's doing a sound check. She's looking at him totally surprised, trying to process who this strange kid is. But Frey is already locked on his eyes, full of emotion as he stares at the familiar face. The kid, full of energy, welcomes them to his dungeon, casually saying he knows they're mages, probably looking for some rare loot. Frey reaches for him, but his hand goes straight through. The image isn't solid. It's just a magic recording, an illusion made of mana. She quickly gets that it's a projection. The boy keeps going with some light-hearted teasing, throwing some playful burns about Frey's appearance like he's clowning on how old he must be. But even through the jokes, his voice has this warmth. Frey can barely hold back his tears, softly whispering this boy's full name, totally overwhelmed by memories. Isabel is stunned, slowly realizing the kid in front of them is actually Scheiser. The projection keeps going, asking why they came, making it seem like a real conversation, but Frey knows it's just a pre-recorded message. The kid confirms it, saying that even though they can talk to him, he can't actually hear them. Still, the message plays on, and the kid declares that whatever they came for, they'll get it because the whole dungeon is his. Frey tries to talk again, but the words just won't come out. His head drops as he quietly wonders how Scheiser died, but instead of an answer, the projection warns them about a test. To get into the dungeon, they have to solve a riddle. One wrong answer and they might be trapped in there forever. Frey stares at the boy, his heart aching. Everything about him, the voice, the tone, the vibe, is exactly like the friend he once knew. It's like he's been zapped back in time to when they used to just talk and laugh without a single worry. But none of that matters now. The friend he had is gone. He clenches his fist. He's the only one who made it. Everyone he loved has turned to dust over the years. But the ones who caused all that pain are still alive, walking around free like nothing ever happened. The thought makes his eyes go cold. She notices the whole vibe change in Frey's expression, quietly trying to read what he's feeling. Meanwhile, the boy floats up and glowing magic symbols start circling him. He announces that it's time to start and throws out the question, what is the one thing Scheiser hates more than anything? Frey doesn't rush. He takes a deep breath, lets the silence hang for a second, and then gives his answer. Demigods! The projection claps totally stoked and then poofs into smoke. It gets dead silent again. Isabel looks over at Frey, her expression all mixed up with sadness and deep thought, and she just lets out this soft sigh. The door groans open. Frey steps inside, not saying a word. She trails after him, her mind still reeling, trying to process it all. He glances back his eyes, looking so drained, and tells her to keep her head in the game. Okay, so they're officially in Scheiser's dungeon, and knowing that guy, this place is going to be a total trip. This isn't just some room or a closet. It's probably loaded with traps and all kinds of messed up stuff ready to jump out at them. He warns her that spacing out could get her taken out for good. If she's serious about leveling up, she's got to stay sharp. She gives a quick nod and steps up, falling in line right behind him. So yeah, they head deeper into whatever this place is, with no clue if it's the beginning of something new or just the end. Guarding the entrance are these two huge stone golems just posted up on either side, and each one has this glowing green gem stuck in its chest. Just like last time, Frey puts his hand on the magic orb floating nearby. A pulse of mana zaps out, and then this thick swirling smoke starts pouring out all over again. The smoke clumps together in front of him and slowly morphs into this young dude. Isabel is just staring, totally shocked, realizing it's a way younger version of the Scheiser they just saw. Frey nods. He knows who it is right away. It's definitely Scheiser, but it looks like he's aging up with every single door they go through. Why that's happening is a total mystery. The younger Scheiser walks toward them, and he just casually mentions the second question. Frey's like asterisk, what second question asterisk in his head. The projection is like, my bad, I should have explained. Apparently, the deeper they get, the more epic and powerful the loot is. But there's a catch. They can only grab one thing. If they break that rule, the golems will go totally berserk, and if they mess up even a little, they're getting booted out, no questions asked. The message is crystal clear, pick smart, and don't get greedy. Then the whole vibe changes. Scheiser drops the name Iris Peacefounder and starts complaining about how witches are impossible to figure out. Like while he and everyone else were trying to save the world, she was busy falling head over heels for some guy acting like the world could just burn for all she cared. Frey totally tenses up when he hears a man. Isabel remembers hearing that name before, the legendary Black Witch. Frey's mind flashes back to Iris Peacefounder, the girl with the jet black hair, and that mysterious smile that was always on her face. The Black Witch title fit her perfectly, and you could never forget how beautiful she was. Even now, just the thought of her sends this weird jolt through him, almost like a total sensory overload. He has to admit no one has ever been that captivating. Suddenly, Scheiser's voice cuts in again, sounding annoyed, and switches the subject to some dude named Lucas. He's like, how could Lucas have been so completely oblivious to her, especially a guy everyone hyped up so much? Frey is just floored. Scheiser keeps going off about what a blockhead Lucas was. Like so clueless a golem probably would have gotten the hint faster than he did. Isabel, who's been watching Frey this whole time, starts to see that Frey is kinda like the Lucas guy Scheiser won't shut up about. Frey's just fuming inside, realizing this roast session isn't over yet. Then Scheiser lays out the next test. He explains that Iris made deals with 3 super powerful demons, each one holding a different weapon in one of its 6 arms. The question is, what concept this creature represents? Frey answers in a split second, Asura. And Scheiser's like correct before he dissolves into smoke again. Isabel, her mind still blown, turns to Frey and asks how he knew the answer before the question was even finished. He doesn't say a thing, just walks into the next room. Inside, there are rows and rows of magical stuff, relics, artifacts, and shiny jewels all set up in these perfect little boxes. They both just stop and stare completely in awe. Then another Scheiser shows up, looking even older than the last one. Isabel spots it right away. He's aged again. Frey is quiet, putting the pieces together in his head. The deeper they go, the older Scheiser's hologram gets, and he starts to get this feeling. This whole dungeon is basically like a personal journal, a diary. Every room, every question, it's all part of a bigger story. He's trying to figure out the hidden message Scheiser wanted to leave. More questions pop up, and Frey just nails every single one. Each time he gets one right, a new door opens, and another Scheiser hologram vanishes into smoke. Finally, they walk into the 5th room. Isabel is just looking around, blown away that they've gotten this far. Frey thinks it's super weird that none of the questions have been about magic. Instead, they're just completely random. All about personal memories, weird feelings, and random history facts. Isabel thinks it's bizarre, but Frey thinks it's even crazier that he's acing them all without even thinking about it. When they step into the last room, a figure with a super long beard appears. It's the oldest Scheiser they've seen. He's standing there all tall and serious, announcing that this is it, the final stage. Isabel just freezes, shocked by how old he looks. Then the old man says the name, Lucas Troman. Frey literally stops breathing for a second. He hears the name and is just completely silent. The hologram keeps talking, calling Lucas a seriously powerful magician, the Grandmaster of Humanity, who hit his prime when he was 40. Scheiser says with so much pride that being able to call Lucas a close friend is one of the biggest honors of his entire life. Frey, his voice shaking, thinks to himself that the feeling is totally mutual. Isabel, just stunned, looks over at him, completely confused by what's going on. Scheiser leans on his staff and drops the final question, his real name. It all clicks for Frey. Like, of course. All those weird questions, the memories. Only **** would know the answers. Scheiser wasn't just quizzing him. He was leading him. Frey looks him dead in the eye and says it clear as day, Shizer Wilsonen. Isabel totally flinches when she hears it. To her, he was always Shazerstro. Wilsonen, that was brand new. Shizer just nods, a small smile on his face. He's like, the room's open. Everything in there. It's for you, Frey. And then his body starts turning back into smoke. Frey's just staring totally locked on Shizer as he fades away. Shizer calls out one last time, telling him to take care of everything. And then he says Lucas again. He barely gets the words out before he's completely gone, just missed. Frey automatically reaches out his hand, shaking like he's trying to grab him. But it's no use, the smoke's already gone. Behind him, Isabel is just frozen, completely shocked. She's breaking a sweat, her mind going a mile a minute. The only thing she can think about is how the great sage Shizer called Frey Lucas. They finally walk into the final room. This place is so different from the other rooms with all their fancy stuff and traps. This one feels warm, lived in. Almost like a real home. Isabel quietly checks out the cozy vibe, thinking how weirdly different it is. Frey heads deeper inside and stops at this massive chest. He pops it open and inside are a bunch of items all laid out perfectly. His eyes lock onto this little glass bottle, and he picks it up super carefully. The stuff inside is giving off this faint shimmer. She's watching him super curious as he checks it out. Then in a hushed voice she's like, no way, that's Frozen River, the legendary potion from the Wailing Caves. They say it takes 1,000 years just to form a single drop. The stories claim it can blow your magic channels wide open, supercharge your mana, and even turn a regular person into a 4-star mage instantly. She's totally blown away by how rare it is. He gives her a little nod yeah, you got it, and holds the bottle even tighter. You can tell he's getting antsy. She snags the bottle from him to get a better look. She's still not 100% sure it's the real deal. She even says she thought Frozen River was just a story. Frey's voice gets super serious and he's like, I need it. Without it hitting the 7-star level is a total pipe dream. It clicks for her. Then this is what he was after the whole time. Rummaging around in the chest some more, she pulls out a pair of old kind of plain-looking earrings. She holds them up, confused by how boring they look. She's got this playful tone, kind of joking these look so old school. Totally something Shizer would leave behind. Frey just freezes. You can see all this emotion wash over his face as he just stares at the earrings. She turns to him totally confused. He kind of hesitates, then tells her they're not just some random earrings. They're typhoon earrings, he says, and I made them. She's floored, asking how that's even possible. I mean, they're in Shizer's last room. How did something he made get in here? He takes a deep breath and just lays it all out. He made those earrings 4,000 years ago, basically, when he was bored. He gave them to Shizer and had no idea he'd kept them safe this whole time. Thinking about it gives Frey this faraway kind of painful look. She's just quiet for a sec, her lips in a thin line. Then she slowly asks him to run that by her again. After a super long silence, Frey finally says the words he's been holding in. I'm Lucas Troman. She just stares, completely stunned, and at a total loss for words. He keeps going, explaining how 4,000 years ago, he and Shizer went up against the demigod lord. He got captured and thrown into the abyss, stuck in the dark for ages. But then one day, out of all that blackness, he heard a voice. It was Frey Blake's voice. He admits he has no clue how Frey found him, or how their minds linked up. But they did somehow. Frey's voice gave him hope, and through that connection, Frey gave him a new body and a second shot at life. She looks down quietly, taking it all in. The story is insane, but somehow, it feels true. She thinks about all the weird things that are suddenly making sense. Clutching the earrings, she whispers that this crazy story actually explains everything, his power, how he knows so much, and why all this stuff is here. She gets down on one knee in front of him, and gently puts the earrings back in his hands. She shows him some serious respect, calling him by his real name, Lord Lucas. But Frey kneels too and asks her to just keep calling him Frey. He says that name gives him a reason to fight now. He doesn't need to be some epic legend. He just has to finish what he started. She nods, totally getting it. The name Frey is all he needs. In the flickering candlelight, he looks at the earrings and smiles. He playfully brings up what she said earlier about them being so old-fashioned. She lets out a little laugh and pulls another thing out of the chest, a bracelet that's got this magical glow. She's admiring how well it's made and asks if he made this one too. He glances at it and snatches it right out of her hand. He warns her that it is super dangerous. It's actually Shizer's staff, just in bracelet form. He says if she messes up with it, it could totally drain her mana, and it would be game over. She backs up real quick and lets him put it on. The second he puts on the earrings and the bracelet, this insane wave of energy just explodes from him. The whole room is buzzing with powerful mana. She's just watching completely in awe, trying to wrap her head around how powerful he actually is. He mumbles that he's not usually big on using magic items, but if a friend made it, he's gotta protect it. She digs into the chest one last time and pulls out something else. It's super solid and heavy, practically buzzing with energy. From the vibe it's giving off, she's guessing it's gotta be a golem core. He's quick to warn her not to drink it or mess with it. Yeah, better to just stash it somewhere safe for now. Then his eyes land on the last thing left in the room, Shizer's desk. There's still a candle on it, burning forever like it's powered by pure mana. Frey thinks to himself how Shizer was always into making these cool but totally useless magic gadgets. Isabel walks up to it, her fingers lightly tracing the wood. She can totally feel how much love and care he put into carving every little detail. She can just tell Shizer made this whole space out of love for someone he really looked up to. Frey pulls open a drawer and boom, there's a book inside. As he starts flipping through the pages, he literally stops breathing for a second. His eyes lock onto this one part written in this old, neat handwriting. It says, "Lucas is gone." Frey keeps turning the pages of the diary, totally glued to the words. The writer seems totally convinced the Lord was behind it. Like there was no other way it could have happened. That thing was the only one powerful enough to make a guy like Lucas just disappear. And it wasn't just about losing some tier 9 mage. This was the guy who held everyone together and he was just gone. Without him, it was like the last tiny bit of hope for humanity just broke. Lucas slowly gets it. Shizer had kept a record of the total chaos that went down after he vanished. Things got super tense between the Godfist Cassigan crew and Lucid, the so-called Emperor of Blades. Then out of nowhere, Iris went missing too. All while the demigods were taking over everything. Somehow Shizer made it through all that. But he got so paranoid he couldn't trust other people. Even though people acted like they worshipped him, he probably knew it was all an act, like they were just waiting for the right moment to get him when his guard was down. The diary is just full of these awful memories. Shizer was fighting all by himself, totally haunted by all the messed up stuff he'd seen, just barely making it out of a fight he knew was a lost cause. Lucas keeps reading, basically watching his old friend fall apart on the page, writing about how he tried all alone to carry the weight Lucas left for him. After a while, Shizer admitted he just couldn't fill the shoes of the guy he used to follow. He tried to handle it all, but it was just too much. And this empty feeling was just taking over. Lucas is shaking and Isabel is straight up crying now too. Then the last line just hits you like a ton of bricks. It's Shizer saying he's sorry to Lucas, that he failed him. Lucas's hands are shaking as these silent tears just stream down his face, mentally yelling at his friend for leaving too soon, for going through all that pain by himself. This heavy, crushing loneliness just fills his chest, and for the first time, he finally gets what Shizer must have been feeling. He makes a silent promise right then and there. If no one else could handle it, then he would. He'd take on Shizer's mission and everything that came with it. That loneliness. That weight. It was his now. He was going to keep pushing forward, and he was going to make damn sure he landed a solid punch right in that demigod's face. He just hoped Shizer was watching. Right as he's about to move, Isabel, who's been standing there quietly, sees something. She kind of looks down and points, saying, "Hey, there's one more page." So Lucas turns back and reads it. It's a message for whoever found the diary. He's begging them to finish something called Anastasia. Shizer says all the clues are hidden right here in the book. He calls it his ultimate masterpiece. Isabel's like, "What do you think that is?" Lucas doesn't say anything. He just pulls out that stone, the golem core. He's pretty sure this is the key. They back away from the stairs and Isabel says, "That gem has to be the golem's heart." Lucas explains that Shizer was basically the master of puppeteering, and if a guy like that called something his life's greatest work, it had to be something totally insane. She thinks about it for a sec, then nods. She figures Lucas is probably the only person who could actually use this core to bring the golem back. Then Lucas just freezes. A memory hits him. He remembers this one time he showed Shizer this weird golem he made, and he was all proud, bragging about its cubist avant-garde design. But Shizer just lost it, laughing his head off, calling it a bizarre, clunky piece of junk. He totally roasted Lucas, saying he could build a better one with just his tongue. He was literally rolling on the floor, laughing so hard he was crying. Lucas just lets the memory wash over him. He starts wondering how long it's been since he last chucked a fireball at Shizer. He remembers exactly how that whole thing ended. Yeah, he actually threw a fireball at him, deciding it was way past time for arguing. Back in the real world, Lucas starts shaking, totally hit by this wave of sadness. Isabel asks him what's wrong. He doesn't answer at first, but then he just pulls the golem stone out of his bag. He thinks that once they finish Shizer's last project, they'll find out what really happened during those lost years. The part of history that no one wrote down. She's like, "What do you mean, unrecorded history?" And he tells her it's everything that went down while he was stuck in that twisted space abyss. As they keep heading up the stairs, Lucas just stops cold again, gritting his teeth this time. He turns to Isabel and tells her to head straight for the Sky Village the second they get out of here. There's a weird amount of drakes circling around, and right then this huge shadow falls over them. Isabel is starting to look seriously freaked out and looks up. The lead drake comes down and lands right in front of them. Lucas steps up, getting ready for a fight, knowing this thing is on a whole other level. Frey steps forward and says, his voice totally steady, asking if the thing was like waiting for him. He can already tell this is no regular monster. This thing is smart. It can understand him, maybe even talk. The scaly beast slowly cracks open its eyes, lets out this huge laugh, totally amused. It's like, "Yeah, I was waiting," and then demands to know how Frey has the nerve to trespass on the territory of the Great Tarunda. Frey claps back without even hesitating, pointing out that the monster totally sensed them in the forest earlier and was just playing dumb. Behind him, Isabel just watches dead silent. It's the first time she's ever heard Frey's voice actually shake. He sounds nervous. The monster stretches its whole body and lets out a booming laugh. It says it was just lying low, checking out everyone who came out of the forest. A bunch of them were carrying rare potions or had some crazy power-ups, and it found the whole pattern pretty interesting. Frey's mind immediately jumps to the potion he got earlier. The monster keeps talking, claiming it's totally figured out how Frey got so strong and buff. Then the beast spreads its ginormous wings. Frey accuses it of using the dungeon as a trap, a way to bait explorers and mages for its own twisted game. He gives it a death glare, and adds that this dungeon used to belong to his best friend, someone who loved this place, and now it's being totally disrespected. With a stone-cold stare, Frey says it's time for the monster to get what's coming to it. Tarunda actually flinches at his tone. It recognizes that look and is seriously shaken. A memory flashes in its mind. A girl once gave it that same glare and warned it to stay down or she'd end it. Frey's got that same dangerous vibe in his eyes right now. Tarunda snaps, saying it doesn't like the look in Frey's eyes. Frey quickly yells at Isabel to run. She hesitates, but he's serious. He admits he's not even sure he can win this fight, and that's exactly why she needs to bail. She stubbornly shoots back that that's the whole reason she has to stay. The monster forms a massive fireball in its mouth, announcing that it's feeding time. With a roar, it launches the fireball right at them. Frey quickly fires up his magical artifacts and channels power into Scheizer's staff. He throws the weapon forward as streams of energy swirl all around it. At the same time, he summons a wall of earth shaped like a giant fist, slamming it hard into the dragon's body. Tarunda screams in pain. Frey turns to Isabel, telling her she's becoming a liability. She trembles but bites her lip, refusing to budge. Frey promises he'll come back for her. The monster lets out another roar, totally furious at the dis, and unleashes another stream of fire. Frey launches himself into the air, soaring into the sky and dodging the attack as he bolts, leaving a glowing energy trail behind him. He flies forward at top speed, hitting a new area where a bunch of drakes are just waiting for him. His earrings glow with magic, and even the tip of Scheizer's staff is radiating with power. Without wasting a single second, Frey summons an ice spear and whips up a freaking windstorm. The drakes shriek, totally shocked as the storm gets crazier. A beam amped up by his flute blasts toward them with insane force. One by one, the drakes are torn to shreds by the violent winds and magic. With his eyes narrowed, Frey pushes on, thinking he could waste all day swatting these weaklings. But he knows the real boss is still out there. Just like he thought. The main drake comes flying straight for him. He gets ready, gripping the staff tight. He throws a magical seal into the air and starts running the numbers. Just 3 seconds left. He needs to track the drake's speed and trajectory to hit it at the perfect moment. A countdown appears in the sky. 3, 2, 1. And right after 0, the drake smashes right into the seal. Frey's eyes go wide, and a massive explosion rips through the sky. Flames are everywhere, covering the whole battlefield. Just then, Frey pulls up short. The Tarunda looks amused, admitting the human calculated the spell's timing perfectly, and that it hit the exact spot it was in when the magic went off. Still, it acts totally unimpressed. It admits the idea was good and the plan was legit, but the firepower was seriously lacking. And it barely even tickled. With that, its wings lifted up into the sky. Frey grips his weapon tight, just as he was afraid of. This beast is enormous. The mighty Tarunda stands before him, and behind it the drakes are closing in fast. It feels like the worst-case scenario, but then he remembers he still has that frozen river potion from Scheizer. He hesitates, wondering if chugging it right now would be a total death wish. The memory of what he told Isabel flashes in his head. She had guessed his plan was to drink it, and he'd just brushed it off, explaining that it wasn't some kind of energy drink. To even absorb its power without dying, he'd need at least a week to adjust. But they had no water, no food. There was no way they could survive here for a week. She had only nodded quietly, accepting it. Super frustrated, Frey swings his weapon. He knows drinking it now would be suicide. A blast of magical energy sends him flying backward and away from the dragons. Getting his balance, he spins around only to freeze in place. The Drake King is right there in his face, its mouth wide open. On pure instinct, he throws his staff up to shield himself. Before he can even process it, a powerful force slams into the dragon. Frey blinks, not believing what he's seeing. A massive bird bigger than any creature he's ever seen snatches one dragon by the neck with its beak and grabs another with its talons. It's the phoenix. The monster shrieks, trapped in the phoenix's grip. She unleashes a fiery beam that completely engulfs the drakes. Frey watches, realizing she's back to 100%. He cracks a small smile while the dragon roars with rage, demanding the phoenix back the heck off. Frey stands behind her, gripping his weapon tight. The dragon keeps yelling, telling the phoenix to scram. But Frey knows the truth. This enemy is way out of her league. A flash of light sparks in the phoenix's eyes, and she charges forward, completely engulfed in swirling flames. Her as she goes after the dragon. Tarunda just watches like totally bored. Frey is screaming at her to back off, yelling that this thing is basically fireproof. He tries to warn her again, begging her to just listen. The phoenix just glances back at him and cracks a smile. She moves toward him, and it starts to click for him. She knew she couldn't win, but she's fighting anyway to protect him. She's trying to buy him enough time to get away. That thought just hits him hard. Frey asks himself if he's seriously about to run. Him, Fright Trauman. Just then, the phoenix unleashes this insane wave of fire at the Dark King. Frey feels so small. Right now, he's completely useless. This body he's in isn't even his real one. His senses are all messed up, and centuries of his magic fading has left him feeling totally empty. His drive is gone. His fight is lost. Totally torn, he silently apologizes to the phoenix in his head. Then he turns, picking a new direction. The second he steps into the dungeon, he feels something shift inside him like a silent lesson from her. He thanks her for waking that part of him up again. He swears he won't forget this feeling. Clutching the potion bottle, he quietly tells himself this is just one more step he has to take. All he needs is a little more time, just enough for the phoenix to hold them off. With that, he chugs the frozen river. The moment it hits his system, he tosses the bottle and sits down, letting the energy flood his body. All of a sudden, a massive surge just detonates inside him. His eyes start to glow and the power is just too much. He can't control the rush and just lets out a scream, deep inside the dungeon as the power rips through every inch of him. A huge scream tears out of him as his eyes glow in intense blue. That same blue energy erupts outward, blasting the dungeon walls all around him. He slams his fist into the ground with everything he's got. Blood drips from his nose and mouth while his face twists in pure agony. A crazy magical aura starts pulsing around him. Way over on the other side of the fight, the phoenix is still going at it with Torkunda. Torkunda is watching him, then lets out this dark laugh. He finally recognizes him, the divine beast that slipped through his fingers once before. He's thinking this moment is turning out to be even better than he hoped. The creature that got away is right here in his grasp, and her endless life force seems like the perfect battery for his own power. The phoenix, not backing down for a second, just stares him down with these razor-sharp eyes. Torkunda sneers, mocking her for being some weirdo trespassing on his turf. He gives her one option: give up and become his next meal. But the phoenix doesn't move, then slowly closes her eyes for a second. A sudden cry rips from her, and with it, a wave of energy shoots out in every direction. A massive fiery explosion follows, totally catching the dragon by surprise. Torkunda walks up to the flames with this smug look, brushing off the attack like it was some lame last-ditch effort. But when he looks around, he realizes the phoenix is just gone. He blinks a little surprised, but then just shrugs it off. For him, there's no rush as long as she's still somewhere in Mount Espa. He knows they'll run into each other again. Meanwhile, deep in the woods, something comes crashing through the trees, snapping huge branches. The phoenix lands hard, lying on the forest floor, completely out of juice. His body is just totally exhausted, and all his strength is gone. A waterfall is flowing nearby, a peaceful vibe compared to the insane battle that just went down. That's where Frey finds him. He gently pats his head, finally getting what kind of monster he was dealing with. A weak groan escapes the phoenix, her eyes barely open. Frey quietly reassures her, saying he thinks he can help. As he puts his hand on his head, he suddenly remembers something from a long, long time ago. Energy starts glowing from his palm, spreading a blue light all over them. The memory feels intense and super emotional. He reminds him of someone, an old friend who was also a phoenix. The image of his friend just fills his mind. In that instant, a spark reignites in the phoenix. His strength flickers back and she opens her beak with a cry. Not even hesitating, he launches himself back into the sky and attacks Torkunda again, going straight for his back. Torkunda spins around fast, swinging his tail and growling at her, calling her a little bug. The phoenix opens his mouth and another huge wave of power surges out. At the same time, deep underground in the dungeon, Frey is writhing in agony. His body starts freezing over as the magic completely overwhelms him. Slowly, ice creeps over his skin until he's totally encased. The pressure is unbearable. His mind is racing. He knew it would hurt, but nothing like this. This whole thing is way heavier than he ever imagined. Guilt just crushes him. He thinks about Shizer and whispers an apology in his mind. It feels like he completely wasted the second chance he was given. With his forehead pressed against the cold ground, he blames his own stupid pride, his arrogance. The power overflowing inside him doesn't feel like a gift anymore. It's something he can't even handle. He wonders if it's really his life force that's missing or something else. And then he feels warmth. It's faint at first, but it's there. Something starts to stir inside him, something kind. A soft hand reaches for him. It's Isabel's. A yellow glow comes from her hands as she gently tells him to stay put. His life force is still too low for him to move. Frey slowly comes to barely able to get a word out. He wonders how in the world she found him. Lying right next to him is food. She asks if he remembers saying he needed water and food to really absorb the frozen river's power. She must have gone all the way back to the village to get it for him. Her words are more than just comforting. They wake something up in him. She makes him remember how he claimed to be all alone, but right now she makes him feel seen. She's like, "Look, I still don't get your whole plan, but I'm with you." He's literally the only person she trusts, so she needs him to know he's not on his own. As she says it, the glow from her hands kinda dims. Frey actually flinches, totally moved by what she did. He mumbles something about how ironic that is coming from her. But for real, he's thankful. Deep down, his thoughts drift back to Shizer. And it hits him what he's been missing this whole time. It wasn't about being stronger or more determined. It was about trusting the people who had his back. As Isabel's power gently lifts him up, something deep inside him finally starts to click into place. Meanwhile, across the battlefield, the Phoenix and Torkunda are still going at it like full-on. Torkunda suddenly freezes in the air, his eyes narrowing, sensing something off. A crazy wave of icy energy starts flooding out of the cave. The cold is so sharp and weird, nothing like he's ever felt. With Torkunda totally distracted, the Phoenix sees its opening. It rockets forward and slams its beak right into Torunda's eye. The dragon roars, completely furious and in agony. He bites down on the phoenix, yanks it into the sky, and just smashes it into the ground. He's absolutely raging, screaming about his messed up eye and calling the phoenix a useless piece of trash. Even all busted up, the phoenix lets out this weak but totally defiant cry. Turunda, just livid and mocking it, gets ready to finish the job. But then a crazy bright beam of magic shoots out of the cave, heading straight for him. He's completely shocked, like what the heck? He panics, flapping his wings like crazy, and barely dodges the blast. It's so close he can feel the heat on his scales, and that insane bone-chilling energy just keeps pouring out of the cave. The whole battlefield gets frosty. The other drakes nearby just freeze solid like statues. Then cracks start spreading over the ice on them, and they just shatter as the magic gets stronger. Turunda just stares at the cave, this weird feeling creeping up on him. His instincts, sharpened over 1,000 years, are screaming at him to run. Real heavy fear starts to fill his chest. Then someone walks out of the cave. It's Frey. He's just calmly walking forward, surrounded by this glowing energy. The second Turunda sees him, he turns to bolt. He's tearing across the sky, trying to tell himself that feeling is nothing. But with every flap of his wings, the truth hits harder. The fear is real. He decides to bail and lick his wounds. His ego is like, I'll come back later and crush him. But before he can even finish the thought boom, Frey is right in front of him again. Turunda is floored. How is he so fast? Frey just stands there silent and solid, lifts a hand, and a bunch of ice spears just materialize and shoot at Turunda. One nails him right in the chest, making him stumble in the air. He beats his wings and shatters the spears with a shockwave. He's so mad, just snarling at the human. But then, Frey's gone. Turunda looks around all confused and ticked off. The attacks are coming from everywhere, from angles he can't even see. Frey's hitting his blind spots, the one from his messed up eye. Turunda finally gets it. He totally underestimated this kid. Another spear flies out and hits that same injured eye. Turunda just plummets, crashing to the ground and screaming. He tries to charge again, but a huge explosion goes off right behind him. Something magic shoots out of it and slams into him, setting off another insane energy blast. He's laser-focused now, sensing another trap. An ice shard zips by and nicks the end of his tail. At the same time, a nearby boulder crumbles, and Frey just calmly walks out from behind it. Turunda, totally dazed and mad, just stares at him. Frey's standing there, not looking like some fragile human anymore. Turunda, obviously so over this, just glares hard at Frey, who doesn't even flinch. Nearby, Isabel is watching this crazy showdown, and you can see the fear creeping onto her face. She gets this major case of the chills. Frey just stays put, totally in the zone, telling himself to just hang on. He knows if he pushes it, he's gonna pass out. Any longer and this could get real bad. Without even thinking, he raises his hand and summons this massive ice spear way up in the air, glowing with this insane light. It's so bright in Frey's eyes, and even Turunda has to squint for a second. The dragon can feel the terrifying power coming off that thing. He knows Frey is planning to end this with one final blow. Turunda's actually kinda amused, like, bring it on. He puffs out his chest flames building in his throat, and with a huge roar, he shoots a monster fireball right at Frey. He's bragging about how strong he is, wondering what the heck happened to this kid. I mean, even the phoenix couldn't handle his dragon shout, so some random human with ice powers has zero chance. The giant fireball races toward Frey, and Turunda's like, this is it for him. But Frey doesn't move. His eyes are locked on it. Then at the perfect second, he just points down. The ice spear launches forward, slamming right into the fireball. The impact is insane, sending a shockwave that you can literally see ripple through the air. Isabel throws her arm over her face, bracing for the blast. When she finally peeks, her one eye takes in the scene. The mountains of Espana are shaking like crazy from the hit. The power of fire and ice hitting each other full force is sending earthquake-like waves everywhere. For a split second, Isabel thinks the destruction is kinda beautiful, but then she looks closer and sees Turunda is going all out. He just keeps pouring on the fire, and the heat starts pushing the ice back. The whole thing is shifting. Panicked Isabel realizes Frey is losing ground. At this rate, OMG, it looked like he might actually lose. Isabel felt totally helpless, like she couldn't do a thing to stop it. Thick smoke was swirling all around Turunda, completely hiding the fight. The fire was basically swallowing the ice spear whole, and Isabel started to panic, wondering where the heck Frey had vanished to. Through all that smoke, she could hear Torkanda's laughter booming out. He totally thought the human had burned through all his power. In the dragon's mind, there was no way some mortal could ever beat the mighty Tork in a raw power showdown. So that asterisk was the true power of a dragon's roar. Just as all hope was draining away, Isabel felt a sudden sharp blast of cold air. She whipped her head around and just froze at what she saw. Torkanda's head was just lying there on the ground, completely severed from his body. A faint shimmer of mana was still glowing at the cut, proof that it was an ice spell. And floating right above the dragon's corpse was Frey, one hand stretched out, his magic still crackling in the air. He'd summoned a massive ice scythe and nailed him from behind with lightning-fast precision. Turunda never even saw it coming. The dragon's body and head just toppled in opposite directions, and another huge explosion rocked the earth. Isabel was just floored, realizing Frey must have teleported right behind Tork to land that final blow without a second's hesitation. The dragon's head slammed onto the ground with a sick thud, sending cracks spiderwebbing out from the impact. Isabel just stared, completely awestruck, trying to wrap her head around how easily Frey had just taken down another drake. If this was just a fraction of his real strength, she couldn't even begin to imagine how crazy powerful Frey must have been in his prime. Her eyes then drifted up to Frey, who was floating weakly in the air, looking totally drained. His whole body was trembling as he hovered, and he was loosely clutching a bag in his hand. Isabel immediately rushed over to him, catching him, and noticing he felt ice cold like he was literally frozen. He quietly asked her to take him to the Phoenix. Isabel put an arm around him, supporting him as they headed over. On the way, she couldn't stop gushing about how insane his strength was beating Torkanda so easily. He just shrugged it off, saying, "It was luck, really. Torkanda didn't have any real battle experience." Isabel just looked at him, totally shocked. Even after 1,000 years, that dragon was no match for Frey's tactical genius. He calmly explained that just living a long time and actually mastering combat are two totally different things. "When you're fighting someone just as strong as you, brute force is never gonna win," he said. "You need to be clever, have a strategy, and know how to trick them." He'd completely faked out Torque, making him think the ice spear was his final move, when he'd only used 80% of his power on it. He'd saved the other 20% to slip out of the dragon's line of sight and create the scythe that ended the whole thing. Isabel felt like she'd just learned a seriously valuable lesson. When they finally reached the Phoenix, its beautiful feathers were scattered all over the ground. They both looked down at the bird's lifeless body. Tears welled up in Isabel's eyes as she covered her mouth, completely devastated. It looked like the Phoenix had taken its last breath during the fight. Frey knelt down beside it and gently touched its feathers, knowing it had saved his life. As a quiet way of saying thanks, he raised his hand and used his magic to lift its body into the air. Isabel watched in total shock, wondering what on earth he was planning. He told her he was going to bring back both the Phoenix and something else. Standing in front of Torque's dead body, they saw a strange glow start to come from the dragon's chest. Energy started pouring out. Isabel watched with wide eyes as the flames from inside Torque's heart were absorbed right into the Phoenix. Frey seemed to think that this much energy would be enough. With Tyrande out of the picture, the other drakes would probably start turning on each other to become the new top dog. In their whole power struggle, they'd just end up fighting amongst themselves. But it didn't even matter because the Phoenix was going to be the one to rule now. He spoke to the Phoenix, asking it to become the guardian of these lands. That way no creatures like Tyrande would ever rise up again, to trash the dungeon his friend had loved so much. As the moonlight and stars started to pop out, Frey looked up at the sky. He had total faith that the Phoenix was more than capable of protecting the mountain. With that, he left that future in its wings, quietly hoping they might run into each other again someday. Later, back in Chaos Symphonia, the streets were buzzing with people as Frey sat on the side of the road, his bag resting next to him. His ponytail and earrings definitely made him stand out, but you could see on his face that he was completely wiped out. Isabel came over with news that she'd booked them spots on the ships, but that none were leaving today. She offered him some acarpent juice, which he gratefully accepted and started to drink. When she asked how he was doing, he said he'd be fine, but admitted he knew he needed to put on some weight. Isabel started talking about all the magical artifacts they'd grabbed from Tyrande's lair, especially the salamander cloak, which seemed perfect for balancing out the frost energy from the frozen river with its fiery magic. He agreed, but then wondered if they really needed to grab every single thing from the lair since their special storage bag was almost totally full. She explained that some of the items might be useful down the road, and that she didn't want her friend's valuable things to be left collecting dust in that nasty place. The two of them sat there quietly for a minute, just sipping their juice. Isabel thought about the new semester coming up, saying how weird it felt, almost like she was returning to school after being away for years. Frey mentioned that even though they only spent a week at the peaks of Espa, it already felt like a super long time. She suggested they go visit Lord Fane, since the delay meant they had to spend the night there anyway. He agreed, pointing out that Fane's estate was close by, so it totally made sense to drop in. When they got to the Lord's palace, they stood outside the gates where a bunch of guards were posted. They both looked at the tight security a little surprised. One guard asked them what their business was, and Frey just said he wanted to see Lord Fane. When the guard asked for his name, he just smiled and said he was Frey Blake. The guard's expression changed, remembering instructions from Lord Fane about a friend named Frey, the third son of the Blake house, who might be stopping by. Could totally show up during the holidays and needed the full VIP treatment. A little shaky, the guard was like, "Oh, you're the young master's friend." Just then a carriage rolled up. The guard yelled out that the young lady was back. The carriage pulled up to the gate right where Frey and Isabel were standing. The door opened all elegantly and a woman stepped out. The guards told her that some visitors were here claiming to be friends with the young master. She was like, "My brother's friends." Isabel and Frey looked at each other and right away she knew it was Frey. Her brother had told her so much about him. She introduced herself as Ria Jun, the young lady's younger sister, and told them to hop in with her. Frey was totally digging this while Isabel was just starstruck. She was thinking to herself how insanely pretty and graceful Ria was, like way more than she ever imagined. It was like Ria literally stole the air from her lungs. A guard behind them piped up that they still needed to check Frey's ID, but one innocent look from Ria made the guard turn beet red and apologize. And just like that, the carriage started moving. During the ride, Frey was thinking, man, this place is huge, because they'd been riding forever and there was still no mansion in sight. Rhea, sitting across from him, was totally staring at him. Noticing Frey was like, "What's on your mind?" She admitted he wasn't what she expected from her brother's stories. She thought his hair would be ash and gray, but it was basically white. Frey explained it was because they ran into some major drama on the way. She told him he could be real with her, reminding him he wasn't just her brother's friend, but basically a member of the Blake house now. That's all Frey needed to hear, and he started to open up more. Suddenly, Isabel called his name, but he totally blew her off and kept talking to Rhea, who was looking kind of freaked out. He asked if she was for real about them being able to talk about anything. Rhea, sweating a little, said she heard Frey also goes to West Road Academy with her brother. She asked what he's like there. Frey answered that he doesn't really know since her brother's 2 years younger, and they're never in the same classes. Rhea, with this gentle look, figured they must be around the same age, and wondered how her brother could be friends with such an intense guy. Isabel tried to quietly remind Frey that they were on the Jun estate, and he needed to chill and act like a noble for once. Frey just shrugged her off. The three of them pulled up to the palace, and wow, it was seriously stunning. Rhea led them in with the other two right on her heels. They walked over to Lord Fane, who was waiting nearby. He gave them this huge welcome, obviously stoked to see them, and joked about what took them so long to get there. He said he'd been totally hyped for their visit, and figured they'd handled all their other business. Frey told him that everything was pretty much sorted out. Fane was totally shocked by Frey's new hair color. Frey just said he felt like changing things up. Rhea was just hanging back listening to them talk. Frey complained he was starving and totally wiped, and Fane immediately jumped in saying how skinny he'd gotten. Rhea's eyes went wide with surprise, while Fane teased that he'd never seen his bro so fired up before. Then, with a playful tone, Fane joked that it looked like his brother couldn't even see his own sister today. She shot a look right back at him, and Fane laughed, promising he'd never ghost his favorite sister. Frey was just watching all this, looking completely stunned, and asked Rhea what was up with the party. She said he didn't even notice she was standing right there until that moment, then quickly told him to just drop it and go hang out with his friend. Rhea jumped in, calling her name. Frey admitted he had a bad feeling he'd messed up big time somewhere. He thought out loud that sometimes his little sister gets mad at him and he has no clue why. Frey thought it was kind of weird that Fane called his own sister Princess, and looked a little awkward about it. Fane admitted he had no idea Frey had actually been trekking through those insane mountains. Frey was like, "Wait, I never told anyone where I was going." Fane explained he heard his fiancé got jumped by a bunch of bandits. They both glanced over at Isabel when he said this. Isabel figured Fane must be talking about Lady Sonia. Frey confirmed it and asked if she made it there okay. Fane let out a sigh of relief and said Sonia's been training like a beast ever since she got here. She's so hardcore she already earned the title Rainstorm Knight, even though she's super young. Meanwhile, you could see Sonia just going all out with her sword practice, her arms looking seriously ripped. Frey admitted she was legit impressive, but joked that she was way too good for a guy like Fane. Fane just laughed it off. Frey asked Fane where they were headed next. Fane said it was a rule that all guests have to meet the head of the family first. They walked into this super fancy room where Fane introduced them to his dad. The room was decked out with a huge table full of tea and snacks. Fane's dad was at the head of the table with a bunch of people around him. A servant brought out some tea. His father gave them a warm welcome and asked how Count Blake was doing. Frey said he was doing great, while Isabel was feeling totally overwhelmed by the whole vibe. Frey realized Shepherd June, the head of the entire June family, was sitting right across from him. This dude, Shepherd June, is one of the Empire's top-tier mages and the master of the 4th magic tower. Frey's eyes flashed bright blue as it hit him. This guy might actually know something about the demigod. Shepherd June casually mentioned that the 6th magic tier is a whole other level, so he really only gets to see Frey's dad at the yearly Magic Towers conference. He said he misses their quick but nice chats. Frey just gave a polite answer. So Shepherd June is like, "Yep, that tat under your eye is totally a magic mark from Shizer." He thanks our guy for saving his son and his fiancée, and our guy is just like, "Honored to help, sir." Shepherd June then asks what he's doing up in the mountains. Our guy plays it cool, saying it's for personal reasons. Shepherd June just brushes it off like it's some minor tribal drama not worth stressing over. Then he turns to Fawn, asking how the party prep is going. Fawn's like, "Everything's on track." Shepherd June gets super serious, reminding him that a ton of VIPs are coming to this banquet and orders Fawn to handle it himself. Fawn's like, "Got it." Everyone else is just listening in, dead silent. Fawn invites our guy to hang at the banquet, and Shepherd June is totally on board. He even brings up some new magic spell he's been working on, and wants our guy's take on it. Our guy is kinda like, "I don't know if I'm the right person to ask." But Shepherd June is all, "Nah, a fresh perspective from the younger generation is exactly what I'm looking for." Our guy just stays quiet for a sec. Fawn says they'll catch up later at the party. Our guy agrees and asks Isabel to give Fawn a hand, and she's cool with it. Then everyone bounces, leaving just Shepherd June sitting across from our guy. Shepherd June gives our guy this super intense look and is like, "Okay, Spill, what are you really doing here?" His eyes start glowing blue again, and the whole room gets crazy tense. Then he's like, "What plans are you hiding?" Our guy starts sweating bullets, feeling Shepherd's stare basically burning a hole through him. Shepherd demands to know why someone connected to the Troman ring is even on his property. Hearing Troman ring totally freaks our guy out, and he's quick to say, "Whoa, I think there's been a huge misunderstanding." Shepard starts grilling him about his connection to his son and is just like, "I can't believe you'd show up here wearing those asterisk." Our guy is confused for a second, but then it clicks. He's talking about the typhoon earrings. He touches them, thinking, these have zero to do with the Troman ring, that weird student group Fawn used to run at the academy. Our guy tells Shepard he's like totally lost and doesn't get the accusation. He explains he just got these earrings on a recent trip to the Peak of Espa. But Shepard keeps pushing, asking him again if he's denying he's part of the Troman ring. Our guy confirms he's not a member, admitting Fawn tried to get him to join once, but he bailed, because he's not really into student clubs. Then bam, Shepard slams the table, yelling that he's not talking about the club at the academy. After a beat, he says if our guy really has no ties to the group, then it's all a big mix-up and he can chill. Our guy agrees to lower his guard if Shepard does the same. Shepard just smirks and teases him. "Dude, where do you think you are?" Frey plays it cool and says he's just visiting a friend's house. Shepard's eyes go wide at that, and our guy insists he's not trying to pull anything. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, the cooks are getting food ready, and Fawn's there too, grabbing some drinks for a tray. Shepard admits that while he doesn't 100% trust our guy, yet he's willing to give him the benefit of the doubt and rethink things. But first, Shepard demands to hear our guy's whole backstory. He says that as long as our guy is rocking those earrings, he can't buy that he's not involved with the Troman ring. Then Shepard totally changes the subject to something way heavier: who really runs the continent. He explains that even though there are a bunch of nations, the Casco Empire is basically the top dog for humans. But beyond them, there's some next level being pulling the strings from the shadows. Our guy's hands literally start shaking at this news. Shepard calls this hidden power the demigod. Our guy can't believe what he's hearing as Shepard goes on calling these demigods the secret masters controlling everyone's destiny, like apex predators at the top of the food chain. Shepard's like, "I know it sounds like some ancient myth or a wild conspiracy theory, but he swears these beings are real, just hidden from everyone. He remembers that way back only 5 of these things tried to take over the world, and some heroes had to risk it all to stop them." Shepard thinks most people now are totally clueless about this secret power balance and the crazy rules that run their world. He says people like them are the ones keeping things in check. Our guy is just thinking to himself, realizing the demigods must have grown in number over the years. And the people who know about them and fight back have to live in the shadows, scattered all over, just waiting for the perfect moment to make a move. Shepard catches a weird smile on our guy's face and is like, "What's so funny?" Sensing something's up. Frey's just thinking, "This is the first time I've heard a secret this big since I got back in the game." Seeing that look, Shepard feels a tiny bit of hope and asks if our guy knows anything about the demigods. Our guy is like, "Yeah, I do," but admits he doesn't know a whole lot. Shepard pushes for more info, and our guy knows he has to play this smart. After a second, he admits a demigod could be an ally, but that's exactly why he has to be careful. He quickly tacks on that he's been studying Scheizer's notes ever since he got the earrings. Shepard jumps up, totally shocked. Our guy just gives a calm nod, and Shepard gets it. He's expecting our guy to spill everything he knows about the demigod. So he explains that what they know is super limited and kinda all over the place. They have no clue how many demigods are out there or what they're really planning. These things just stay lurking in the shadows, and almost nothing is known about them. But one thing is for sure, their power is absolutely insane, like they could wipe out huge chunks of the continent if they wanted to. History's got a bunch of stories where they almost wrecked everything. Our dude is seriously thinking this over, realizing Shepard has all the inside info he needs to get what this threat is all about. Shepard's pretty sure there aren't many demigods, like probably less than 100. But here's the catch, every single one of them is packing some serious god-level power. Shepard says their strength is like a natural disaster that could totally wipe out the whole planet. He brings up how 4,000 years back, 5 legendary heroes stepped up to fight the creatures we now call demigods. He says the 5 heroes were the ultimate sage, Shazer Kasagan, the godfist Lucid the Blade Emperor, Iris, the Witch of Darkness, and the Archmage Lucas. But after the Archmage went and messed with history, things got super messy between the godfist and the Blade Emperor. The Witch of Darkness also just vanished from the history books. The great sage had to fight all alone, struggling like crazy to keep their crew together. But there was no way he could take on the demigods by himself. So their names just kind of faded away, becoming legends nobody remembers anymore, exactly like it said in Shazer's diary. Frey's thinking since this all lines up with the diary, Shazer must have known about the lost history. He feels like he can totally trust this info. Shepard then explains that his group, the Circle, is an organization dedicated to carrying on what those heroes started. Our guy spots the tattoo on Shepard's face and starts wondering what the Circle is really all about. Shepard clarifies that even though he calls it one circle, over the years they totally split up and scattered all over the place, and now they're divided. A ton of time has passed, and the legacy they were supposed to protect got all messed up by their drama. Now they just kind of spy on each other from afar. Our guy gets it, people never change. Put like 3 or more of them in a room, and it always turns into a political mess. Shepard keeps going, saying the Circle broke into a bunch of factions, but the biggest players right now are the Stro Necklace, the Armlets of the Peace Founder, and the Lucid Sword. Those are the big 3. Hearing this, Frey figures the circles must be named after the OG heroes, so there's gotta be one for him and Cassigan too. Shepard admits he doesn't know much about the smaller groups, but he's heard the Trollman's Ring is seriously struggling. Their leader just died, and like half their top people bounced to join other circles. Our guy is so over all this political drama. Then he starts wondering about the faction that's supposed to be carrying on Cassigan's legacy. Shepard explains that people think Cassigan followed the rule of two, where the Godfist title gets passed down from master to student, but nobody has a clue where the current Godfist is. Our guy asks if the circle at the academy has anything to do with the Trollman's Ring, since they have the same name and all. Shepard's like, nah, the club was just something a few students started on a whim. If any seriously talented kids pop up there, they might try to recruit them, but most of the students have no idea the real circle even exists. While he's pouring a drink, Shepard adds that it's actually a good thing for them, that the students are using the name, because it helps them fly under the radar and not get noticed by enemies. I mean, you never know when or where the demigods could be watching. He slides the drink over to our guy and they toast. Our guy thinks, yeah, Shepard's got a point. There's no way to know if the demigods are eavesdropping. After he downs the drink and puts the glass down, Shepard explains why he's been so sketched out since our guy just rolled up rocking the Typhoon earrings, an artifact that used to belong to the Archmage. Shepard was worried he might be part of the Trollman's Ring and planning to start something. That's all Shepard spills for now. Then he asks our guy how he even got the earrings. Our guy stays quiet, so Shepard brings up the rumors about Mount Espa, which is supposed to be loaded with ancient relics from old heroes. Hardly anyone who goes there ever comes back alive, and nobody has ever managed to snag any of the loot. Our guy is thinking, that totally tracks since finding the entrance to Shazer's dungeon is basically impossible. And even if you did, Toe would be waiting for anyone trying to get out. Shepard freaks out when he hears Shazer's dungeon, and our guy is like, yep, and adds that the diary lines up with everything Shepard just told him. Shepard is totally floored, and says he has to see it for himself. Our guy's like, sorry, I just stumbled on it. By accident and has no idea how to get back. Shepard admits he's still not 100% sure about our guy, but asks to see the power of the Typhoon earrings. So in response, our guy just lets loose this blue light that completely floods the room. Shepard closes his eyes and admits, okay, this isn't the worst case scenario. His whole suspicion was originally because he thought our guy might be connected to the rings. He had another reason to be suspicious, but he's keeping that to himself for now. Later on, during this big fun dinner at the palace with everyone laughing, Shepard thinks about how he's finally met people who might actually get the whole demigod situation. It's still super complicated, though. Shepard's relieved to know there are circles out there carrying their names and legacies. But those circles are all broken up and caught up in their own drama. He realizes he needs to learn way more about these different factions if he's going to tap into the power of the frozen river, and how to even finish Shazer's Anastasia. The pressure is just way too much, and he's grabbing his head completely spiraling. He can't shake the feeling that his whole synchronization thing with Frey was like totally on purpose. Just then, Isabel shows up and sees he's deep in thought. She's rocking this gorgeous white dress that Lady Rhea custom made for her. Our dude's just like it must be sweet to not have a single care in the world. Isabel's comeback kinda gets under his skin, but whatever, he lets it slide. Then his mind flashes back to that chat with Shepard about the other sketchy thing. Shepard drops some seriously wild news about someone who might have been messing with the demigods. And dude, the look on his face was pure shock. Shepard, acting like he knew it all along, spills that the guy was Lord Isaka Blake, his own dad. Meanwhile, Goosebar is totally gassing up this Patrick dude, the oldest Dasty House son, saying he's heard rumors that Sir Patrick's sword skills are on the same level as the kingdom's top knights. Patrick totally eats it up and invites Goosebar to come chill at the next banquet held by the Dasty House. Goosebar's just smirking to himself, thinking, what a tool. All it took was a little fake hype to get him acting all that, but it's cool because he's definitely hitting up that next Dasty House party, and his whole plan is coming together perfectly. As he's scoping out the scene, he spots Frey, Lucas, and Isabel hanging out. Lucas and Isabel are mid-convo, but they both look over when Sonia walks up. Lucas glances between Isabel and Sonia, then throws some major shade at Isabel like, see Sonia, now that's what you call beautiful. So of course they start bickering. Meanwhile, Sonia's just blushing like crazy, feeling super shy and awkward. A little later, Sonia and Lucas are talking, and that's when Goosebar just crashes their conversation. Lucas is like, wait, do I know this dude from Frey's past? But before he can place him, the guy starts running his mouth like, wow, didn't expect to see the Blake family's biggest reject here. Goosebar keeps going, saying he guesses even losers can get into a Junhouse party if they have the right last name. He just keeps clowning on Lucas, saying, this is some bougie party thrown by Maron. It's basically a war zone for nobles trying to look good and network. Lucas just stands there taking it all in super chill. But when the guy just won't quit, Lucas is finally like, shut it and get lost. He tells Goosebar he's not going to say it again, so he better bounce. Sonia then asks Goosebar if he knows Frey. Goosebar's like, oh, I know him real well. Well enough to know he's not supposed to have the guts to talk to me like that. While he's talking, he totally clocks how gorgeous Sonia and Isabel are. I mean, he knew Fane's parties would be full of hotties, but these two are on another level. He's just thinking, why are they wasting their time with a nobody like Frey? Patrick sees Goosebar over there and decides to butt in, introducing himself to Sonia. And when Sonia introduces herself, Goosebar's like, oh, that's the reason she doesn't get what a loser Frey is. She's not from around here. He decides to totally humiliate Frey and lays it on thick, apologizing to Sonia for not realizing she's Fane's fiancé, and says he admires his effort to welcome like every single guest. But, he adds, I'm afraid Frey here isn't worth the effort, and he definitely doesn't deserve your attention, Sonia. But then Sonia turns to Lucas and is like, just so you know, my engagement isn't a done deal. And Lucas, being a total blockhead, just blurts out, why is she telling me that? Isabel just scoffs, thinking, God, he's so clueless. Patrick finally recognizes Frey too, and calls him the shame of the Blake family. He says he's heard all about him, and that he's tight with his older brothers. Lord Mitchell and Lord Heinze are both mages at the Magic Tower. And didn't Mitchell just become a floor master? I even heard Count Blake literally kicked Frey out of the family. He's like, can't blame him though. I mean, how could a screw-up like Frey even be related to such an awesome family? Lucas doesn't say a word, but Isabel is absolutely fuming. She snaps back at Patrick like, I don't know who you think you are, but I guarantee no one in this room could ever touch what Frey's accomplished. Now apologize to him, right now. Lucas just pats Isabel on the head and tells her to chill, that it's okay. Patrick just smirks all like, I'm the heir to the Dasty house. Are you for real right now telling me to apologize to him? He keeps going, saying the only person who should be apologizing is whoever invited such a nobody to Fane's party. Like, what kind of moron would invite a total failure like that? The whole crowd around them starts laughing at Patrick's diss. And right then, Fane shows up out of nowhere smiling and says, well, looks like I owe you an apology. Then both Patrick and Goosebar freeze up, totally confused and stuttering, because they just realized Lord Fane June himself is the one who invited Frey. Fane just messes with them, totally egging them on. It's obvious neither of them saw that coming. He's like, so let me apologize again for letting you guys down. Then he adds, I had no idea I needed the Dasty house's permission to invite a close friend of mine to my own party. Must have slipped my mind, I was just so busy, planning this whole thing. Patrick is just stammering, trying to backpedal. Like, no, that's not what I meant. Fane gets right up in Patrick's face and says, and since we're on the topic, let me make it clear Frey is one of my most important guests here tonight. Invited today, and he's making it clear that Frey deserves total respect from everyone. Patrick is literally begging Fawn to forgive him, but Fawn just scoffs, telling him to chill out, since this is his house and they're his guests, so they should just try to have a good time. He pulls Goosebar close and whispers that if this wasn't such a fancy party, he would have had them all dealt with. Every single person who made fun of Frey, Goosebar, and Patrick makes their excuses and practically bolts out of there totally humiliated and scared. Both Lucas and Fawn just smirk. Lucas tells him, dude, that was savage, and Fawn just says he was just copying a move he learned from Frey. Lucas is like, and here I thought you were a nice guy, but Fawn just winks and fires back, asking him if he's even looked in a mirror lately. Lucas jokes that his reflection is way too bright for him to even check himself out. After they banter for a bit, Fawn tells Lucas he's a pretty weird dude. With the kind of power he was throwing around back on the Cortez, if word got out about how strong he really is, nobody would ever dare say he's not worthy of the Blake name. Lucas just sighs and says that real strength doesn't need to be flashy. Fawn then asks him what he and his dad were talking about, and Lucas tells him that his father suspects he's part of the Troman rings. Fawn takes a sip of his drink and asks Lucas if he's rethought that offer he made, but Lucas shuts him down and thinks back to how Shepard's suspicion wasn't dropped because he could use the Typhoon earrings. The truth is, someone else had tipped Shepard off about him. Heinz Blake, another member of the Stro necklace, just like Fawn's dad, and also Frey's older brother. Shepard had also said he knows exactly what his family did to him, and he's sure Frey went through absolute hell. But Frey's brother Heinz Blake is nothing like Count Isaka and Michelle, and there was a whole other reason he went along with kicking Frey out of the Blake house. Lucas snaps out of his thoughts and tells Fawn he's probably not going back to the academy, since there's literally no reason for him to be there anymore. He tells Fawn that Shepard suggested he should try to get into the third magic tower, so that's the plan for now. Fawn seems impressed, saying that Lucas's training program isn't all that great. But word is the third magic tower has some of the most insane magical research and ancient texts out of all the towers. Isabel overhears them and quietly slips away for the night. Later that night, Isabel is in the hallway, thinking about how tomorrow Lucas is heading to the magic tower, while she has to go back to the academy. She wonders, is this really where they go their separate ways? Ever since she found out he was the Lucas Troman, she knew this day would probably come. But if she's being real with herself, she still has no idea what she's trying to accomplish, or where to even go from here, what her path is supposed to be, or what she needs to master to become a truly great mage. Meanwhile, Fawn and Lucas are chilling and having some tea that night. Lucas thanks Fawn for having them, saying he had an awesome time, and that the banquet was incredible, totally living up to the Fawn hype. Lucas tells him he's seriously probably the genius of the century to come out of the June house. Fawn just says, you might be right, mentioning he was only 5 years old when he first felt mana. Lucas is blown away and thinks to himself that 5 years old is insane. He's pretty sure the earliest he and Schweitzer felt mana was when they were like 7. That's when Lucas knows Fawn is a true prodigy. Fawn tells Lucas that he actually hit the 4th tier when he was 17. The official records say he was 20 though. Lucas is confused when Fawn says he's never really opened up to anyone about this before, but he can finally get it off his chest because he's talking to Lucas. Fawn admits he sees his talent as a curse. As they keep talking, Fawn tells Lucas about a master who taught him magic as a kid. The guy was a 6th-tier mage and the second in command of the 5th magic tower. He was this wise old man with a long white beard that went down to his chest. Whenever Fawn asked a question, he'd always have an answer and would gently pat his head. Fawn totally loved the head pats and the answers. So of course he studied like crazy just so he could ask more questions. He was the one who made Fawn fall in love with life and magic. Or at least that's what he thought back then. It didn't take long for him to reach the 4th tier with his master's help. Then one day, he asked a question that even his master couldn't answer. The man looked completely lost. Then he started screaming, calling Fawn a monster. He was so angry. But more than that, his face was one of pure terror. The whole time, Fawn's master had been watching him develop his natural magic talent at a scary fast speed, becoming more and more convinced that his crazy growth was a bad sign. Ever since that day, he's been completely lost about what to do with his talents. He still loves studying magic, but whenever he really gets in the zone with his studies, or when he feels like he's about to have a breakthrough, he sees his master's terrified face like it's a curse holding him back. He says he wishes he'd just been born with a normal talent instead. Not a single day goes by where he doesn't hate this talent of his. He thinks he could have enjoyed pushing his magic further with way more passion, and he wouldn't have been called a monster. He's like full-on sobbing while spilling his guts to Lucas. But Lucas just tells him, "Dude, stop crying and listen up," and says that even for legit geniuses with insane talent, there's a place they can't ever reach no matter how hard they grind their whole lives, and that's the absolute peak of magic. Lucas adds that Fawn got stuck with a terrible tutor because if he's gonna get all bummed out just from being jealous, Lucas guarantees he'll never make it to the top. Lucas tells him that the next time they meet, he'll have leveled up several tiers, and he expects the same from Fawn. Fawn already knows about the demigod, so Lucas explains it doesn't just have power over humans, it's secretly running the show for all intelligent life in this world. Its existence as a fake god literally rewrote the laws of the universe. It's kind of humanity's fault for being so clueless and not seeing the chains they're wearing. But trying to fix this world with unstoppable determination and taking down the demigod, that's the potential humans have. And it's a mission only humans can even hope to pull off. If Fawn's only goal was to live the cushy fancy life at the magic tower, his skills are already more than enough. But if he's dead set on fighting and beating the demigod, then the only thing he should be aiming for is the pinnacle of magic. And it seems like he can find his own way without just following his master. Fawn gets super motivated and tells Lucas that when they meet again, he'll definitely be way ahead of him. Lucas just smiles and says that's the kind of confidence a friend of his needs. Isabel's been listening to the whole thing and starts getting emotional and crying. The next morning, Lucas checks the weather and sees it's a perfect day. As he's about to head out, a voice cuts in. It's Isabel. She asks if he's planning on leaving his luggage behind. Lucas tells her he's already packed everything he needs. Isabel fires back that he called her a burden luggage he should have ditched. That's when Lucas realizes Isabel is coming with him too, and asks her, what about the academy? She tells him she wants to study magic to its absolute limit, and history's greatest mage is standing right in front of her. So why should she take orders from anyone else? Lucas warns her she'll probably regret it, but Isabel's mind is made up. She says even if she has to walk through fire, she will follow Lucas to the ends of the earth. Meanwhile, Patrick tells the Blake brothers that Fawn sees Frey as his best friend, taunting them that even trash can be useful sometimes. When Michelle asks Hines about it, Hines just says he could not care less. Because if they're at the same academy, it's not a shocker. They became friends. Michelle suggests that maybe they should tell their father since they might be able to use this. As Isabel and Lucas are walking, she asks him about the proof Duke Shepard gave him. Lucas explains that it's basically like an opportunity or a pass that gives him a shot at the entrance exams for the circle. Isabel says it's a secret group trying to free the world, and it would be a great idea to get more intel about the demigod from them. Up until now, she'd never even heard of demigods, and she never really understood the struggles of the 5 heroes, Lucas included. All they were ever taught was that they were great heroes who tried to save the world. But finding out the enemy they fought and lost to was the demigod. And if she hadn't heard it straight from Lucas, she probably would have just thought it was some wild conspiracy theory. Lucas says that the scariest kind of power is the kind of control you can't even see. People living under that kind of rule can't think about the future, and they don't even want to get better. They just coast along totally fine with the way things are. They're happy with their small wins and little accomplishments. Eventually, they get so high on those feelings, they don't even realize they're being controlled. That's the mess humanity is in right now. They get to the magic tower while they're talking, and Isabel's eyes go wide and her jaw drops since it's her first time ever seeing it. Lucas thinks to himself that he still has 6 months before he can join the circle. Until then, he's got to get the power of the frozen river under control and train here until he gets his original powers back. He says to Isabel that this is totally nostalgic since this is the place where he first started making real progress with his magic studies way back when he was a student here. They hear footsteps and spot some dark elves, which is a total shock to Lucas. But Isabel tells him that elves and dwarves travel around freely these days and have good relationships with the human kingdoms. Lucas is like, come to think of it, I remember reading that at the academy. It's still pretty wild to see them in person, because that would have been impossible 4,000 years ago. He remembers the elves were all one nation back then. Now the whole jungle way up north belongs to the elves. In the magic tower, everybody is practicing their magic, including Isabel and Lucas. As Isabel is training, some guy comes up and asks her if Lucas is her friend. He says some interesting rumors are flying around the tower about him. Word on the street is that he's doing that weird dance all day, and then spends the whole night in the library. He's basically getting a reputation for being a total oddball. Isabel glances over at Lucas practicing and thinks at first glance he does look pretty strange. It might look like some totally weird wobbly dance routine, but now that she can actually see the mana flow, she gets what's really happening. He's pulling off these insane moves way too fast for anyone to see. He's throwing out these attacks that are literally too fast to see, and then bam, he's right back in his starting pose. To regular people, it just looks like he's tripping over his own feet. But really, it's some next-level martial arts. The dude with Isabel is like the more he watches Lucas, the more his brain just short-circuits over that bizarre dance. But then there's the elf. So this elf leader, Liamson, is totally schooling some human in a fight, and after knocking the dude out, he calls him weak. Then one of his crew tells Liamson to quit being so disrespectful to a guy who already gave up. So Liam helps the guy up. That's when Liam walks up to Lucas, who's practicing, and asks him if he's some kind of martial artist. But Lucas just says he's a mage. Liam totally doesn't buy it though, because those moves were way too sick for just a mage. Liam introduces himself, but just keeps calling Lucas human. So Lucas tells him his name is actually Frey. Liam just ignores that and asks Lucas to fight him, still calling him human. Lucas obviously just gives him a total blank stare for that. Liam gets all embarrassed and tries to backtrack, saying it came out wrong and that human isn't the word he was going for. Then another elf camel shows up saying it's just a spar. Turns out she's Liam's master. She introduces herself and says hi to Isabel. Camel apologizes for them crashing their training and tells them to just ignore this idiot's words. And by idiot, she totally means Liam. Liam calls Camel master and is like, how can you call me an idiot? I just thought this human's fighting style was interesting and wanted to test our skills in a friendly match warrior to warrior. Camel fires back that it's pretty idiotic how Liam just tacks on the word warrior to everything he's trying to justify. Meanwhile, Isabel has no clue what's going on since they're speaking Elvish. Then Lucas in perfect Elvish says he's down for a friendly spar anytime. Liam is shocked and asks if he speaks Elvish too, and Lucas just plays it cool, saying only a little. This makes Liam think Lucas is a seriously interesting human. But Lucas says he's not nearly as interesting as an elf who's studying human magic. With that, Liam gets ready to spar. Lucas immediately realizes this is exactly what he'd expect from a dark elf. His moves are insane and super complex. It feels like he's going up against some kind of nighttime predator. Liam throws a kick and attacks Lucas. But to Liam's total surprise, Lucas blocks it. Lucas knows these are silent shadow steps, and the secret to the moves is all in the footwork. They're both fighting hard, and when Lucas throws a punch at Liam, he dodges it easily. Because of that, Lucas has to admit, Liam moves like a seriously agile beast. The whole crowd is watching the fight completely hooked. The elves can't believe how good Lucas is, and are asking each other what the deal is with the white-haired kid, since he's holding his own against Liamson, their next leader. Camel is also watching the fight from the edge of the crowd, and thinks that she knows Frey mentioned being a mage earlier. But based on his build, it's obvious he's not a warrior, so she's wondering how in the world he's blocking every single one of Liamson's attacks with such a slim build. As Lucas handles all of Liam's attacks without getting a scratch, Camel is super impressed and thinks his control and flow of mana is incredible, plus he looks like he's 20 at the most. A question pops into her head. Is Lucas even really human? Camel yells for Liam to stop saying that's enough, and that any more sparring is pointless. Both Liam and Lucas are panting, and Liam tells Lucas that the way he moves is unreal. Lucas just shoots back, right back at you, Liam, and adds, if we were fighting out in the wild at night, I'm sure you would have totally crushed me. It feels like hand-to-hand combat isn't even your strong suit. Liam just laughs and asks Lucas how long he's staying at the magic tower. Lucas replies, about 6 months probably, while grabbing a towel from Isabel, who's telling him how awesome his fighting was. Camel comes over and gives Lucas props too. And when she notices his typhoon earrings, she asks him why he decided to come to the third magic tower. Lucas tells her there's a certain elixir he wants to brew. So he picked the magic tower with the most specialized books and info on alchemy. The people watching are in total shock that Lucas is just casually chatting with the leader of the Dark Elves. Up until now, everyone just thought he was some weirdo trying to make up some kind of new dance. Anyway, Camel asks Lucas, so is this why you're holed up in the library every night? Lucas just sighs and says, he's starting to feel like this tower was the wrong place to find what he's looking for, since he's read all the books in the library and hasn't found anything useful. Camel suggests he read the magic scriptures. The library only has the grade 3 books. So to read the grade 1 books, he'll have to pass the entrance exam and get approval from the third-floor masters before he can even take the entry test. Lucas asks her when the exams are. Camel just smirks and tells him, tomorrow. The crowd is buzzing, saying the skinny-looking guy fought the dark elf on equal footing. One of them says he always knew that guy was a weirdo, but way weirder than he ever imagined. They start wondering what a martial artist like him is doing at the entrance test anyway. A little later, Camel and Liamson show up and call out to Frey and Isabel. Frey asks if they're also there for the exam, and they say they heard Frey applied for it, so they came to watch today. Camel teases Liamson saying he just tagged along because he was bored. And Lucas says the same thing about Isabel. Liamson asks Lucas to fight him, as soon as he's done. Suddenly, 3 guys appear out of nowhere, and Camel introduces them to Lucas as the floor masters of the magic tower, adding that the guy in the middle is the one in charge. With him the second he's done. But then, totally out of nowhere, 3 guys show up and Camel introduces them to Lucas, pointing out that the dude in the middle is the floor master of this magic tower. Is basically the head honcho in that magic tower. One of the 3 is all like, let's just skip the boring intros and get right to the first test. So Lord Mickle tells them what's up. He wants them to whip up an energy ball and try to shrink it. 2 of the people there are whispering like, is this supposed to be this easy? Or is it just because it's the first round? And here's the catch, Lord Mickle tells them to make a ball even smaller than the one he's holding. Everyone starts stressing because he wants it the size of a tiny marble, which is a crazy hard task. One by one, everyone totally fails, since making something even smaller than a marble is basically impossible. But Isabel gets pretty close and Lord Mickle is like, that'll do. And she passes. Then he gets to Camel and Liamson and sees their energy balls are shrunk down to a tiny marble size. He's just like, okay, you 2 don't even need to take the rest of the test, and gives them a pass to the magic library. Meanwhile, Frey is compressing a ball, and one of the dudes with Lord Mickle notices. He asks him if he's gone soft on the exam. The guy tells Lord Mickle it looks like Frey has already bailed. Frey tells them not to trust their eyes, and to feel what's happening with their mana sense instead. He actually manages to shrink that ball to a size so small you can't even see it. Lord Mickle is totally floored. He tells Frey he doesn't need to take any more tests, and starts grilling him asking for his name. Frey introduces himself as Frey Blake and tells him he's the 3rd son of the Blake house. Lord Mickle gives him access to the magic library, and also asks to talk with him in private. A little later, they both head inside. Lord Mickle says he's super impressed with his skills. He asks Lucas how he ended up at the 3rd magic tower. Frey tells him Duke Shepard recommended him. As soon as Lord Mickle hears the name Shepard, he's like, okay, no point in beating around the bush, and says he thinks Lucas is at least a 5-tier mage, and Lucas doesn't deny it. Lucas is thinking to himself that he's almost at 7, but there's no reason to tell him that. Lord Mickle asks him if he knows that demigods are a thing. Frey tells him he's kinda aware of it. Then Lord Mickle tells him that a long time ago they found evidence of a demigod's influence in Utiano. They thought it was probably one of their apostles. Frey asks him about it, so Lord Mickle tells him that apostles are basically the demigod's hand-picked crew who use divine power in their name. He adds that right now the crazy heretics who used to worship the demigods are all rallying behind these apostles from all over the world. Frey realizes this is the first time he's hearing any of this, because 4,000 years ago there were no servants like that. He asks Lord Mickle what he wants from him. Lord Mickle tells him that Utiano is basically his and Honor Luke's territory. He clarifies that Honor is the title they give to the top dogs of the circle. He wants to gather their forces and investigate ASAP before it's too late. On top of that, he asks Lucas to join the investigation and Frey agrees. He warns him that it's going to be a super dangerous mission, and he gives him some time to think it over. Frey asks him why he's asking him to do it. Lord Mickle rolls up his sleeves and shows him the relic of Iris that he's wearing. Frey gets it immediately. He's a member of the Peace Founder Armlets. Lord Mickle tells him that after the Trauman Ring Circle Master died, the demigod's followers have been stirring up trouble and wrecking the place. He goes on to say that the circles have to operate on the down low and be extra careful now. The dark elves they brought to the tower are actually their backup from the Black Fangs for this op. Lord Mickle says that because he's getting old, he's gotten really suspicious and worried about who he can trust with this stuff. And then Frey shows up rocking the typhoon earrings. As Lord Mickle points out Frey's earrings, Frey starts realizing that he just made them on a whim, but for some reason they're like a big deal in this time period. Frey asks him when they leave. Lord Mickle replies that it'll take them about a week to get all their stuff ready. Frey realizes that he'll need to get the energies from the frozen river sorted out by then. Lord Mickle asks him to think about why he wanted to get into the magical archives anyway. Frey answers that there's a certain elixir he wants to make, so he's looking into studying alchemy. As soon as Lord Mickle hears the word alchemy, he suggests that if that's the deal, then Frey should ask her asterisk for help instead. He says that'll be the fastest way. Frey asks who he's talking about, so Lord Mickle leads him right to her. When he gets there, he introduces himself and tells her he's there because Lord Mickle told him to find her. She's Professor Adelia, and rumor has it she's the genius professor from the famous West Road Academy. But Frey realizes he's never actually seen her before. Professor Adelia asks if he's the dude the old man mentioned. Frey glances around her room and realizes she's living a pretty chaotic lifestyle because the place is a total mess. Adelia tells him to sit anywhere he wants. Frey kinda hesitates and asks where exactly he's supposed to sit. As he wanders around her room, he finds some weird stuff stored in jars. Then out of nowhere, Adelia says she's only going to say this one time. She's like, honestly, I'm extremely busy, extremely tired, and my blood pressure is also extremely low. So she tells him to explain what he wants in 3 words. Like, let's not waste time. Frey tells her straight up in 3 words create a mana potion. Adelia, she's all that was short. And Frey's just like, well, you only said 3 words, so duh. Adelia calls him a little brat and asks, okay, so what's this mana potion you're talking about? Frey then pulls out this vial and tells her to check it out. The The second Adelia sees it, she totally freaks and yells, "Whoa, what is with the insane amount of mana packed in this thing?" Frey just keeps going, saying that it's from... And then he totally trolls her like, "Oops, I'm over my word count." Adelia gets so annoyed and snaps, "Ugh, stop being a pain and just spit it out already." Frey tells her it's from the heart of a 1,000-year-old drake. The mana level is estimated at like 100,000. When she hears 100,000, her eyes go wide and she's like, "You're telling me you can actually make a mana potion with this?" Then this huge grin spreads across her face and she's just like, "That's literally insane." Hearing that phrase, thinking her face and her words are telling two totally different stories, and he's like, "So I'm guessing that's a no." But Adelia's all, "The technique is going to be super complicated, but whatever, I can totally handle it. But the real problem is the ingredients you'll need." She tells him they're going to need some stuff that's basically impossible to find. Frey's wondering what she's talking about, and Adelia says they'd need a phoenix feather? Like immediately, Frey just whips the feather out of his pocket and hands it to her, asking, "What else?" Adelia's literally shaking, she's so shocked, and says she'd also need a seriously awesome magical assistant. Like someone who's a pro at controlling mana. And in theory, she'd need someone who could shrink an energy ball down to the size of a fingernail. So Frey just makes a magic ball and shrinks it down. So small you can barely even see it, which just blows Adelia's mind. A little later, they both get to work. Adelia's gotta ask, "Okay, who are you if you're one of the Blakes?" "Then you have to be a son of Count Isaka Blake, right? Because I've heard of Michelle and Heinz Black, but I've legit never heard of a Frey Blake." She goes on about how his mana control and his alchemy knowledge are like super advanced, even though some of what he knows feels totally ancient. Frey knows it's because it's knowledge from 4,000 years ago. Adelia's like, "With your skills and talent, how have I never ever heard of you before?" And then out of nowhere, she grabs his collar and is all, "You have to be my assistant." Frey shuts her down in like 2 seconds flat. But Adelia keeps pushing, saying she'll pay him a ton and teach him crafting techniques he won't find anywhere else. Frey just stops her and turns her down again. Adelia looks super bummed and realizes it would be a total game changer to have a guy like him as her assistant. She asks him again to just think about it and then asks why he keeps calling her professor. Frey tells her he's a student at Westroad Academy. Adelia's eyes light up, realizing if he's a student, she can totally use his grades and his future career to get him to say yes. But then Frey drops the bomb that he already dropped out. Adelia's just like, "You are giving me emotional whiplash right now." Frey then asks her if she knows a lot about making golems too. Adelia's like, "Yeah, I do. You want me to teach you, then you gotta be my assistant." Frey's like, "Okay, just pretend I have a golem core with like 1,000,000 units of mana energy." "How would I even build a golem with that?" Adelia just says. "First off, a core like that doesn't even exist. But even if it did, there's no way to make it work without pouring tons of orichalcum and mithril into its frame and nervous system." She's like, "Are you getting what I'm saying? We're talking legendary level ores to even start building it." She keeps going, "And don't even get me started on the kind of plating you'd need. Plus making the blueprints and the command mantras to give it a personality. That's basically an impossible mission." Then she asks him why he's even asking about all this and is like, "Don't you dare tell me you actually have a core like that." Frey just grins and drops his mysterious bag on the table. Then we see Liamson and Frey sparring and Frey lands a punch, and Liamson hits the ground saying, "You got me." Frey's just like, "It just means I'm getting used to your moves." Liamson tells him not to be a jerk, saying he was just going easy on him. Right then, some of the elves in the back start hyping up Isabel's technique, saying it's way easier to control their magic with the stuff she taught them. One of them even calls her an amazing lady. Isabel gets all flustered and is like, "Oh my gosh, you guys are totally exaggerating. It's all because of your hard work." Seeing this, Camille notes that Isabel's lessons are super clear and easy to follow. Looks like the other dark elves are really starting to warm up to her. A little later, Isabel walks over to Frey and asks how the elixir is coming along, and Frey says he was told it should be done by tonight. Isabel's like, "Wow, you're almost there then, you'll finally hit tier 7. But Frey, trying to stay humble, says, "It's only the beginning. I've still got a long way to go." After a bit, Camille asks Frey and Isabel if they want to try elemental summoning. She tells them that she's sure if they make a pact with an element that vibes with them, it'll be a huge help down the road. She's like, "You guys taught my kids magic, so to pay you back, I'll teach you the traditional dark elf way of summoning an elemental." Later on, Frey heads back to Professor Adelia. She tells him the elixir he wanted is finally ready, and asks if he's for real planning on drinking it. She seriously tells him it's a bad idea, and right then, Frey's like, "So did you mess it up?" Adelia just scoffs. "Mess it up, please, it's the exact opposite. The potion is a total game changer. I even cranked up the mana concentration. It's literally twice as strong as before, but be careful, one sip will melt you down to the bone." Frey gets totally hyped, grabs the vial with a huge grin and says, "That's exactly what I wanted to hear." Adelia looks so over it and is like, "Whatever, do what you want with it. It's your funeral, I couldn't care less. Just don't come back and haunt me when you're dead." Frey gives her this super unique necklace, like a little thank you gift for all her trouble. She's like, What's this supposed to mean?" Frey tells her it's the ease amulet. Adelia immediately starts blushing and gets all flustered, saying this is like so forbidden, the world would never accept something like this. Frey's just confused, like, "I literally have no idea what you're talking about. I'm just trying to let..." You know that wearing it will seriously boost your concentration and focus. But before he can finish, Adelia's face is beet red and she just bolts yelling, "We can't be seen doing this." Frey's left standing there totally clueless, muttering, "What a weirdo." Later back in his room, Frey preps his spell and chugs the potion. Meanwhile, Camille asks Isabel, "So is hitting tier 7 like a huge deal in the human world?" "I mean, we've only just started digging into human sorcery, so I honestly don't get the system. I'm just guessing the tier of your magic is basically your social status with humans, right? Like your sorcery level equals your rank in human society?" Isabel explains. "Okay, so for tier 7 people in that league are basically known as an Archmage. It doesn't matter what country or state they live in, they're treated way better than a count or anyone with high status. Their name also gets carved into the Imperial Slate, meaning their name goes down in history forever." Camille asks, "So does that mean Frey wants to climb the social ladder and become famous?" Isabel shuts that down. "Nope," she says. "He told me this is just the beginning. His real goals are way bigger than just being popular or making it into the history books. His target is the demigods. He wants to take this world back from their control." Back with Frey, after chugging that entire potion, he finally powers up to tier 7. Later, Lord Mickle, Frey, Isabel, and Liamson and Camille head toward the town. When they get there, Frey notes, "This is Hullbridge, the last place the apostle was spotted." Isabel adds, "It's a pretty tiny town." Just then, Frey gets a super weird vibe and says, "Something feels really eerie here. I've got a bad feeling about this." He can sense divine power. Frey adds, "Whoa, it's been a long time since I felt that. And honestly, it's a disgusting feeling that makes you want to puke." He turns to Lord Mickle and says, "Which brings up the question, just how powerful does a human get once they're personally blessed with a demigod's divine power?" On the way, Lord Mickle explains, "It's a small village with less than 500 people. They're pretty self-sufficient, so they haven't really had any reason to interact much with the towns around here." Liamson points out, "It's the perfect place for an apostle to test the waters." And Lord Mickle agrees, telling Frey, "I know I've already said this, but this is going to be a seriously dangerous mission. Look, I won't complain since you were the one who insisted we bring her along. But is she going to be okay? Because this mission might be way too intense for someone like her." He says, talking about Isabel. Frey reassures him, "She might not look like it, but she can totally handle herself. You don't need to worry about her." Just then, a group of people runs right into them. One of them gasps, "No way, it's the Lord Mages from the tower." He asks what brings them out to the countryside and introduces Alad, the mayor of this village. Lord Mickle greets them and says, "We have a few questions we'd like to ask." Alad's like, "Sure, what do you want to know?" Lord Mickle asks if anything strange has happened there recently. "Anything at all, whether it's a big deal or something small. Has anything changed lately?" Alad tells them, "Nah, nothing like that's happened. We're a small village, so we definitely notice changes like that. Life here is the same as it's always been." Frey cuts him off, asking, "Then where is everybody else? It's the middle of the day, but I don't see any other villagers around. It's almost like this place is a ghost town." Alad gets all sketchy and says, "Well, there was something that happened today over in the forest nearby." Frey knows something is totally fishy and says, "That's funny because you just said you haven't noticed anything out of the ordinary." Alad gets super nervous and his voice starts cracking now that Frey's caught him in a lie. Frey orders Liamson, "Go check the area." Seeing this, Lord Mickle thinks to himself, "How is that arrogant dark elf actually listening to Frey's orders?" Liamson scouts the area and reports back, "I couldn't see anyone, but I saw signs of a massive fight everywhere." As soon as Alad and his guys hear this, they suddenly morph into these bizarre creatures. Lord Mickle instantly recognizes them, demigod creatures. Alad screams at them, "Kill them all, but make sure you kill the mages first!" As the creatures charge, Lord Mickle Isabel jumps in to shield him and throws up a firewall. It barely manages to stop them. As more creatures rush in, Isabel casts her Windcutter spell, which just lops the heads off the creatures. Alad is totally stunned, wondering, how can they possibly do that? Take us out so easily with those demigod powers they're rocking. But as he tries to bail, Liamson is on him in a flash, taking out his legs. Frey pins him down and is like, "All right, start talking. Tell me everything." 'Cause it's time to spill. Alad totally freaks and swears he doesn't know anything, but Frey just scoffs like, "Really, I thought we could skip the whole runaround." Out of nowhere, Camille is like, "Let me handle this." She says it's the perfect chance to show him her elemental summoning. She starts chanting, and as her elemental materializes, Isabel, super curious, asks what it is. Camille explains it's a dark elemental called a dark Goran, and that there's nothing better for the job when you need to pull some info out of an enemy. The dark Goran lets out this crazy roar, and Camille orders it to hijack Alad's mind. In a split second, it dives right into his body. Frey's seriously bugging out watching this, thinking that regular interrogation methods would be way less messed up. Meanwhile, Lord Mickle is totally terrified, making a mental note to never ever get on the Dark Elves' bad side. Camille asks Alad, "Where are the other villagers?" He tells her they're all gone, so Camille presses, "What happened to them?" Alad admits they were used as human sacrifices. Frey's like, "Sacrificed for what?" Alad explains, they were used to create more creatures like him and to unleash the apostle's power. The second he finishes talking, He screams, and with the huge explosion, he just bursts into flames. Camille yells for everyone to get down. The demigod's little monster self-destructs in a massive blast, knocking the Lord Mages right off their feet. Frey throws up a shield around them, explaining the guy was hit with a nasty curse set to go off before he could spill any real secrets. He's like, totally saw this coming. From one of the demigod's pawns. Still inside the shield, Isabel is helping hold up. Lord Mikkel is freaking out, saying this is bad and that they need to fall back for now. He argues that if the apostle can just whip up creatures like that, they're in way over their heads. But Frey's just like, no way, we're not stopping. We have to keep going. The demigods already know we're here. It's now or never. Lord Mikkel tries to argue back, like, I get that, but we should wait for Lucas. He's a tier 7 mage. Rushing in now is basically a suicide mission. Frey just says he's more than happy to fill in for him. And Lord Mikkel is like, this is no time for your ego. Tier 7 is a whole other level of power you get there by fusing high-level knowledge from all kinds of magecraft. The Dark Elf Camille asks what he means by fusion. Lord Mikkel explains that you know how when two opposite elements slam together, you get a massive explosion. Well, the 7th tier gives you total control, even over those clashing elements, so you can just naturally combine them. Frey just smirks and says, I'm not exaggerating and my pride's got nothing to do with it. He lifts a hand and with a single flick, 2 huge columns of fiery red and icy blue shoot up from the ground. Lord Mikkel, totally shocked, yells, what are you trying to do? Then with a loud clap, the columns start swirling together. Lord Mikkel is screaming at him to stop, that he'll get them all killed, and that it's impossible for someone so young. The 2 masses of fire and ice finally settle the red flames wrapping around the icy blue core. Lord Mikkel is just stunned, like, no way. How did he manage to fuse that much raw power into one? He asks if this means Frey's actually reached the 7th tier. Frey just asks him to let him fight in Lucas's place. The smoke starts to clear and they can finally see again. Camille is the first to speak, telling Frey to check out the pawn that didn't get torched in the blast. She points out that it looks like it was zapped by lightning. Lord Mikkel says that's all the proof they need. The Apostle's master is the lightning demigod. Frey just sighs. It's complicated. A regular human tapping into a demigod's power. Lord Mikkel tells him this might sound weird, but having an apostle around could actually be a good thing for us. Frey's like, how? So he tells him about the first apostle they ever took down. The one from the Cascow Empire. And when they defeated him, something totally wild happened. Lord Mikkel says that the second they took out the apostle, the demigod he served just vanished. Frey is completely floored. Lord Mikkel adds that it's super rare, like it never happens, and they still have no clue how or why. But that one incident did confirm something huge for them. The deal is, if they can wipe out the apostles who are juiced up with their demigod's power, there are big consequences for the demigod, and sometimes it can even take them out too. Frey starts wondering why the demigods would take such a massive risk. Like, why even use an apostle to begin with? He wonders if something's changed with the demigods, because they never needed apostles or anything like that 4,000 years ago. The group of mages starts heading into the forest. The dark elf Liamson tells them, I'm not sensing any life in this forest. At all. He says the trees, the animals, everything's dead. Not even the bugs in the dirt are moving. Camel tells them they've been totally juiced of their energy. She's like, seriously, who does this to nature? Isabel touches the ground, saying this whole forest feels like a total setup. She tells them some kind of power barrier is up in the area, so they can't send anyone to scout past it. Frey's just like, whatever in that case. They'll just trash everything around here. Isabel just screams his name. Camel warns them that it's a dead forest, and if it goes up in flames during the fight, it could seriously endanger the nearby villages. Lord Mikkel lets them know it would take 2 whole days to smash a barrier that strong. Frey walks up and just slaps his hand on a dead tree. Lord Mikkel is like, oh, what are you doing? And Isabel says she thinks Frey is sizing up the barrier to figure out how to wreck it. Cammy thinks it's hilarious, saying Frey is a total act first, think later kind of guy. She says with a laugh that Frey would totally vibe with the dark elves. She tells him to just focus on the barrier and that they've got his back. Frey steps forward and is like, okay, I'm done, which totally shocks Camel. He yells for everyone to get behind him as he throws his hand in the air, unleashing an insane windstorm with blinding flashes and swirling winds all around them. The forest gets completely wrecked in a flash. Lord Mikkel is just floored, shouting that it's insane that this is what 20-year-olds can do these days. He thinks that it's embarrassing to even call himself a floor master when he's barely helped at all. He can't believe the new generation is already leaving them in the dust. Frey looks ahead with a major scowl and says, about time you showed your face. A figure just leaking some serious power slowly walks toward them. Lord Mikkel realizes the divine energy means it's an apostle. His jaw just drops as he yells that it makes no sense, and how is this even happening? The smoke clears and Honor Lucas is just strolling up to them as Lord Mikkel asks why he'd do something like this. The whole crew is shook by Lucas's strength and skills. It seems like Lucas had warned Mikkel about something before, but Mikkel totally blew him off. The rest of the group seems to know about Lucas's skills and his whole deal as an apostle. Mikkel tries to talk his way out of it, but Lucas knows exactly how to handle him. To show who's boss, Lucas brings up the old man's habit of letting his nosiness get him into deep trouble. Then Lucas lifts a finger to finish Mikkel off, but Frey jumps in and blocks the attack, which kinda throws Lucas for a loop. They're all questioning what honor Lucas is even doing, finding it hard to process. Mikkel is totally lost on how the guy who was once a circle executive could just turn on them. Lucas tries to tell Mikkel that he's not the same person they knew. Lucas turns to Frey, who's calling his own shots now, not a puppet for anyone, not even himself. The betrayal hits hard when Lucas accuses him of stabbing them in the back and becoming a traitor. Frey replies, super calmly questioning if Lucas is even part of the circle anymore, pointing out the nerve of some kid questioning him. Lucas explains that he felt like a total nobody when faced with someone who had insane strength and authority, what he calls absolute power, the almighty honor. Lucas talks down to them, calling humans literal bugs, and questioning what the point of mortals even is. Frey is not having it, getting angry and yelling that humans are not weak creatures like insects, even if they are just mortals. Frey is seriously ticked off, and Isabel wonders what in the world went down 4,000 years ago to make him this emotional. Frey just throws the truth right in Lucas's face that he was just a weakling who decided to bow down. Lucas gives this weird excuse, saying he didn't surrender, he just acknowledged its overwhelming power. Frey calls BS on that, saying that people who fight against a crazy powerful enemy aren't fearless. In fact, they're scared out of their minds, and use every last bit of their strength and will to try and beat them. These people are giving it their all, even though they know they might totally lose. Frey adds that they keep fighting because they want to protect their crew and stand up for what's right. He's basically hyping up the strength and dignity of mortals. Frey then gets in Lucas's face, accusing him of throwing away that mortal honor by giving up to some overwhelming power. Lucas doesn't agree and calls it ignorance, not honor. He completely shuts down the idea. Without even chanting a spell, he just points his finger, and it's obvious he's rocking some serious apostle-level power. Isabel and the others watching are totally shook, realizing this power is on a completely different level. Lucas just laughs and explains that his power is straight-up pure lightning, the kind of stuff magic can't even touch. He mocks them. He says training and research are pointless when you have this kind of juice. By serving this power, he's gotten abilities way beyond a 7th tier. The sky gets all dark and stormy. Lucas declares that this is a demigod's power, not some immortals. Frey starts making a plan and calling out orders. He gives each member a specific job for a decoy play. Liamson is put on point, told to lead the charge while making sure the 3 people behind him are safe. Camilla's job is to back Liamson up, providing cover and helping him out with her magic. He tells Lord Mikkel to hang back, focus on blocking that divine energy, and not do anything stupid. And then finally, Frey turns to Isabel to give her instructions. But Isabel's totally freaking saying the plan is way too sketchy. Lucas just brushes them off like, we don't have time for a do-over. He's all, you can yell at me later if we're still breathing. So the squad just rolls with Frey's call. And it's on. The air is literally crackling with energy and lightning. The fight gets super intense fast. Mikkel and the crew are shook by Lucas's insane power and are like, who even is this guy? Meanwhile, Lucas is telling Frey to pace himself, dropping hints that the main event hasn't even started. He turns to Frey all smug. And no matter how strong you think you are, no mortal can touch this lightning shield. It's demigod level stuff. Frey just smirks back like, you sure about that? And then unleashes on him. Fire explodes everywhere, ice shards are flying, but nothing even scratches it. Lucas taunts him again. Told you it was useless, you can't break it. Isabel is on the edge of her seat, totally stressed, but Camel spills that she's positive this is all part of Frey's plan. He's just trying to get all the attention on him while he figures out a real attack strategy on the fly. But right then, Lucas is focusing every single hit on Frey. At this rate, even Frey can't hold out for much longer. But Camel tells Isabel not to sweat it. Isabel breathes a sigh of relief, realizing it's all going according to his plan after all. Right then, Frey zips over to Isabel and tells her that the apostle totally knows how strong he is. That's why Lucas is assuming that if they try a fake-out Frey's the one he'll have to shut down. Frey's pretty sure he knows what Lucas is thinking. He can tell this guy is basically juicing up on power from the storm clouds overhead. Which means as long as those clouds are there, he's pretty much invincible. Frey then tells Isabel they gotta get rid of those clouds. So if she teams up with Lord Mikkel and Camel, the 3 of them together have a shot at taking them out. And while they're doing that, Frey will keep him busy and be a total distraction. He tells Isabel to get them on it ASAP. Then Frey looks her in the eye and says he's trusting her with this, like his life is literally in her hands now. Isabel yells for Camel and Lord Mikkel to start gathering every bit of mana they've got, telling them winning this whole thing is all on them. Meanwhile, Frey throws another spell at Lucas, who just laughs it off, saying spells like that are a total joke to him. But then Lucas realizes this can't be a real demigod barrier, or Frey would have been toast by now. He's actually kind of impressed with Frey's skills, especially since the guy can't be older than his 20s. Frey just keeps blasting fire at him. Lucas is confused, like Frey has to know by now that these spells are useless. So why is he still wasting his energy on this? He figures Frey must be trying to distract him. And right on cue, Isabel, Lord Mikkel, and Camel pop up, and Lucas finally gets it. This was the plan all along. He flexes his power and blasts them, sending all 3 of them crashing to the ground. Lucas sneers that it's game over for them. But then Liamson comes out of nowhere and starts wailing on Lucas. Just then, he starts to think he's not going to make it. On the other hand, Frey rushes over to Isabel, Lord Mikkel, and Camel to check if the 3 of them are okay. Camel tells him to get back in the fight with Lucas, promising they'll handle the clouds. Lucas is getting super annoyed by all of this and asks Liamson why kids are always in such a hurry to get themselves deleted. He's like, if that's what you want, I'm more than happy to help you out. He threatens that not a single one of them is walking away from this. They're all goners. He somehow manages to blast Liamson away with his power and tells him to stop this pointless fight. But then Frey comes up from behind. Lucas is stunned by the insane amount of energy coming off him. Frey starts freaking out, realizing now is not the time to hold back. He has to drain every last drop of mana he has to protect his friends. Right at that moment, even Lucas admits things are getting dicey because he's about to do something seriously messed up. Just then, Frey senses the danger and screams at Liamson to get out of there. And then something totally catastrophic happens. Lava just erupts. It blasts right through Lord Frey and spreads out toward everyone while Frey stumbles in midair, cursing cause he's totally out of juice. Liamson hits the deck and covers his face to keep from getting fried as the lava explosion slams into the ground, leaving a giant crater that shows just how crazy powerful Frey really is. Liamson is just floored by the impact of Frey's power. But Lucas is totally raging, screaming at Frey and threatening that he's gonna pay big time for this, that he's gonna end him no matter what. As Frey falls back to the ground after the blast, Lucas starts clowning on him, saying it looks like Frey's all out of mana. He's like, what a rookie mistake running out of gas in the middle of a fight. He moves in to finish Frey off, saying he's about to teach him a lesson about what experience really means. But the second Lucas tries to cast a spell, Frey is right back on his feet. And he's like, who do you think you are lecturing me about experience? Frey tells him the only reason he drained his mana is because he has other ways to fight that don't even need it. Unlike Lucas, who's totally useless without that thundercloud over his head. Then he gets into this stance with his arms and legs and tells Lucas to know his place. The moment Liamson sees Frey get into that position, he's completely shocked. He recognizes it's a martial arts stance and realizes Frey isn't even close to giving up yet. As Frey settles into the stance, he sees Lucas's shield is like totally glitching out. So he's thinking, no way I'm letting this dude catch a break if I want to win. Lucas launches some magic at Frey, but Frey just blitzes forward and decks Lucas, sending him staggering back. Then Frey shoves him hard like a double palm strike to the chest and Lucas goes flying. When Lucas pulls himself together and sits up, he's totally shook, telling Frey he doesn't get it, and asking if he's for real just a mortal like him. Frey just scoffs, repeating the word mortal back at him. Then he claps back that Lucas doesn't even count as mortal anymore. He's just the demigod's little puppet. Hearing that, Lucas's body just freezes up in fear and he has no idea why. He struggles, but finally gets the guts to stand and zip up to his thundercloud, screaming that this is impossible. He reaches his hand out towards the cloud and is all like, did you guys forget? As long as this cloud is here, I've got unlimited mana to tap into, so go ahead and try. Then he calls them a bunch of flies, buzzing around his power and swears he'll fry them all once his mana's back. But out of nowhere, Liamson rockets up and just kicks him square in the face, cussing him out, saying they're so done with his stupidity. Lucas plummets back down to the ground. Meanwhile, Mikkel, Camel, and Isabel are still powering up that light spell, making it even more intense. And Isabel's just thinking, just a little longer, hang in there. The second Lucas hits the dirt, Frey and Liamson are on him, absolutely wailing on him without mercy. But Lucas managed to juice up a bit from his thundercloud. So he blasts them both back with his powers, calling them pathetic little runts. The two of them get thrown back and hit the ground hard, totally caught off guard by that power surge from Lucas. While Frey's on the ground groaning, Lucas strolls over plants, his foot on Frey's stomach, and spits that he's gonna turn him into a pile of ash. Then Lucas waves his hand over Frey's face and zaps him with some insane blue lightning, making Frey scream out in total agony and helplessness. All at once, Mikkel, Camel, and Isabel all scream, "Howling Tempest!" Lucas whips his head around to look at them just as they unleash their spell, making this red fire erupt and get way bigger. The three of them stay locked in, pouring more power into the magic. A massive, crazy bright beam of light shoots up from where they are straight into the thundercloud that was feeding Lucas mana. This huge flash punches a hole right through Lucas's thundercloud, and sunlight starts pouring down on him. The light literally starts to burn and melt his face, and he just stares at it, completely shocked and in disbelief, groaning in pain. Seeing all this, Frey through the pain mumbles to Lucas that it's over, that he's lost. But Lucas is still burning, his skin melting off, and he looks over at the three of them totally wiped out. He asks super sarcastically how he could possibly lose to a bunch of mortals. Lord Mikkel calls out his name, but he just drops to his knees, looking up at the sky as his body starts turning to ash. He screams for the demigod to save him. The dark clouds begin to break apart as light pokes through, which just makes Lucas burn even faster. Finally, they've beaten Lord Lucas. Lord Frey gets to his feet and shouts to everyone that it's finally over, they won. Lord Mikkel walks over to what's left of Lucas and kneels down, asking him why he turned on them. As he's burning away, Lucas tells Mikkel that the demigods promised to save humanity. He says they were gonna free everyone from diseases and let people live forever. They even promised Lucas that humans could evolve into something way better. But he says idiots like Frey and the crew are the ones holding humanity back from its true destiny. Frey's had enough of Lucas's crazy talk and asks the others if they're done listening to this crap. Frey's ready to end it, a ball of light already forming in his hand aimed right at Lucas. But Mikkel asks him to just wait a sec. Frey's not having it, saying they need to finish this now. Mikkel begs him one more time, promising it'll be quick. He turns to honor Lucas and asks if it's too late to change his mind. Lucas just looks at him and is like, "Are you seriously feeling sorry for me?" Mikkel's eyes are full of worry, and he tells him that yeah, his methods were all wrong, but he gets that Lucas did it all because he thought he was helping people. So, he asks Lucas one last time to come back and fight with them. Lucas gently puts his hand on Mikkel's and says his name. Mikkel says Lucas's name back. But then, Lucas suddenly grips Mikkel's hand super tight and yanks him toward his burning body. Mikkel cries out in pain, but Lucas doesn't let go, just says he's sorry, but he's come too far to turn back now. It all happens in a flash. Isabel is just frozen in shock while Frey sprints towards them, yelling for Mikkel to get away from Lucas. Mikkel is trying like crazy to break free from Lucas's grip, but he can't. And then there's this huge explosion and both Lucas and Mikkel are just gone, turned to ash. When the smoke clears, the others just stare at the ashes, cursing Lucas for dragging Lord Mikkel down with him. Isabel rushes for the ashes, screaming Lord Mikkel's name like, "How could this happen?" But Frey grabs her and holds her back. She just breaks down crying, unable to believe it. Crying that this can't be real and asking why someone as good-hearted as Mikkel had to die for nothing, saying it's just so wrong. Frey pulls her into a hug and whispers, "You're right, it is." He says that the whole world is messed up, and that's exactly why it's on them to fix it. Frey keeps talking, telling them all to remember that this could be any of them next time, or it could even be him. But they have to keep pushing forward no matter what, even if they get taken down one by one until nobody's left. A few days later, Frey is just sitting on his bed when Isabel comes in and tells him that Lady Camel just left to visit the Peace Founder armlets. Frey just nods, staring at a piece of crystal in his hand. When Isabel spots it, she asks what it is, and he tells her it's a crystal they found in what was left of the Apostle. He says that depending on how they use it, it could become a crazy powerful weapon. He then tells her he's planning on showing it to Professor Ada to see what they can whip up with it. Isabel slumps down on the corner of the bed, looking totally bummed out. When Frey notices, he asks if she's still feeling down, and she apologizes, saying it's the first time she's ever seen a teammate die in battle. She adds that she heard, Lord Mikkel was in the Peace Founder armlet, so she guesses not everyone in that group is a witch. Frey's like, "Yeah, that's right," and thinks back to when he first found out about Lord Mikkel. He remembers telling him how shocked he was that he was part of the Peace Founder armlet, since he totally figured it was a witches-only club. Lord Mikkel just laughed and told him that as you'd expect from a secret group, they're pretty short on members. That's why they recruit anyone with talent. And they're basically welcomed with open arms. But he said it's also true that the heavy hitters in the Peace Founder armlet are contractors and summoners, which is why their circle is way smaller than the others. He also told Frey that even though they're small, they have a ton of influence, and their leader Master Altan has a contract with Barbados. But then, Frey cut him off, totally surprised, asking if he meant the Barbados of Greed, since isn't he a Grand Duke of the Demon Realm? At that question, Lord Mikkel looked kind of impressed and said that it looked like Frey really knew his stuff about demons. Frey thinks about how the Grand Dukes of the Demon Realm have these insane egos and see mortals as nothing more than ants, which makes it almost impossible to score a contract with them. The only person he's ever met who actually pulled it off is Iris. He wonders what kind of person this circle leader Master Altan is, and tells Isabel it looks like he's gonna have to dig into the Peace Founder armlets. While they're talking, there's a knock at the door. Frey gets up to open it and finds Professor Adelia standing there, giving him a little wave. He smiles and tells her that funny enough, he was just thinking about heading over to see her. But instead of answering, Professor Adelia looks past him at Isabel and asks if he has company. He just tells her that she's not a guest. Professor Adelia twists a piece of her hair around her finger and tells Frey that Old Man Julin has been looking for him. When he asks who the heck Old Man Julin is, she tells him he's the head of the magic tower. And just like that, it clicks who she's talking about. A little later, the three of them head to Julin's office, and he looks at Frey saying this is the first time they've actually met, even though he's heard a ton about him already. He introduces himself as Julin Montivo, the master of the third magic tower, and Frey says it's an honor, claiming he's heard a lot about him too. Meanwhile, Professor Adelia is thinking to herself what a complete liar Frey is, since he obviously had no idea who Julin was until she just told him. Julin gets up from his chair and tells him that he read the report from his expedition 4 days ago, and admits it was super detailed, saying he recorded the Apostle's powers and abilities perfectly. He then walks over to the window, saying it's a real shame Mikkel is gone, because he was such a loyal and dedicated man. He asks Frey why the report didn't mention who the Apostle was and assumes it must not have been anyone they knew. When Frey confirms it, Julin says he thinks their move was a bit reckless, and that they should have fallen back and waited for backup from Honor Lukes. Frey and Isabel just stand there in silence, since they can't exactly spill the truth about Honor Lukes. Julin finally breaks the quiet by asking them about Mikkel's last moments. Frey replies that Lord Mikkel held his ground with total faith and loyalty to his friends, and that he died as a man of his word with true honor. Julin then turns to Frey, says his name, and makes him an offer he can't believe. He wants to give Frey the chance to take over Lord Mikkel's position as his successor and become a floor master. As Julin says this, Professor Adelia looks completely shocked, repeating a floor master under her breath. Frey, on the other hand, asks Julin if there are any other floor masters who are as young as he is. Julin says that the youngest one he knows of is Sir Michel of the Blake family, who took on the role when he was 26 years old. But Julin says if Frey accepts the offer, he's pretty sure Frey will be the youngest floor master in history. When Julin gushes about how the Blake house is basically overflowing with talent and that his dad must be super proud, Frey's face falls and he totally zones out, lost in some sad thought. Julin just laughs it off, saying there's legit no reason to pass this up, because becoming a floor master has some insane perks, and for starters, Frey would get hooked up with his own private mansion and workshop. Not to mention the insane amount of funding he'd get as a floor master. And on top of that, he'd be able to trade top-tier academic secrets way more easily. Professor Adelia is literally beaming as Julin keeps listing off the pros, adding that depending on how awesome Frey's work is, he'd also score super rare materials and even custom magical gear. But Adelia's hype train totally derails when Frey thanks Julin and is like, yeah, I'm gonna have to pass on that. Hearing that, Julin just hums and says, just as I thought. You're planning on joining the circles, aren't you? Frey admits that's a big part of it, so Julin's just like, all right, I get it. On the way back from Julin's room, Professor Adelia is just ripping into him the entire time, basically screaming, are you completely out of your mind? And saying she's never met such a moron who would just walk away from a deal like that. She's all, being a floor master doesn't even mean you can't join the circles, plus it's a super respected gig. She yells at him, do you have any clue how I get to live my reclusive life? It's all because I'm a professor here. She just keeps going, calling him a total idiot, because he's young and stupid. And Frey's just thinking, dude, my ears are gonna start bleeding soon. So he finally cuts her off and says he's got something to show her. A little later, Frey leads her into the room and unveils the crystal, and she just stares, her jaw hitting the floor. She freaks out. Is that an apostle's crystal core? Then asks, totally stunned, you actually took down an apostle? And he's just like, oh, did I forget to mention that? And she's like, yeah, you did. She pulls out this little mirror to catch the light on the crystal, saying she heard Lord Mickle didn't make it back from that mission. So she just figured they all barely got out of there alive. She starts geeking out over the crystal, explaining how it's packed with the divine power of a demigod. And even though it just looks like a shiny rock right now, she says if she can work her magic on it, this thing could create an elixir way more powerful than anything from a drake's heart could ever hope to be. Hearing that, Frey's like, for real? So can I just leave this with you then? She gives him a look and asks if he's seriously asking her to make one. And for a second he gets nervous, thinking maybe she can't do it, based on her expression. But then to his total surprise, she just grins and gets super hyped, saying, this is insane. So Frey's like, cool, it's all yours. Then, Frey and Liamson are just chilling by the stairs when Camille shows up with 2 other people. Frey gives her a, welcome back, and she slides over to him, whispering the lowdown on the 2 new guys in his ear. She tells him the super grumpy-looking old dude is Honor Duganar from the Peace Founder Armlets, and yeah, his personality is just as frosty as his face. So she warns Frey to watch his step. As for the other guy, she's like, you probably already have a vibe for him. While Camille is whispering to Frey, Honor, Duganar just starts shouting at her to speak, like a normal person, and calls her an elf. He keeps yelling, asking what she's whispering about like a little rat. Then he turns on Frey, asking if he's the cocky kid who went after that apostle with Mickle, demanding to know what really went down. But Frey just starts with, like I said in the report, Lord Mickle was, before he gets cut off by Honor Duganar, who's screaming, I already know that, are you an idiot? I'm telling you to fill in the blanks you left in the report. As the old guy keeps cussing Frey out, Liamson steps up to tell him to watch his mouth. But Frey just gives him a look to back down and tells Liamson to chill. Frey then turns back to Honor Duganar and is like, just to be clear, I'm not a member of your little Peace Founder Armlet Club. Honor Duganar just yells back, like I care. And that's when Frey finally snaps. He claps back, it means I don't have to put up with jerks like you. Honor Duganar starts losing it again, but the other guy grabs his arm and tells him to knock it off, saying he'll take it from here. But Duganar shoves his arm away, telling him to butt out because he's about to teach Frey a lesson. The guy just says Honor Duganar's name all serious and asks if he needs to say it again. So Duganar finally backs off. The guy then flips back his hood, steps up to Frey, and says with a small smile, long time no see. Frey greets him back like, yeah, it's been a minute, because the dude in the hood is Hines. Later they're in Frey's room, and Hines mentions he's heard the rumors about Frey getting tight with Sir Farron from the June house. Frey just stays quiet while Hines is like, man, you've really changed. Looks like you've awakened too. Hines figures it just means that the Blake blood is strong in you after all. Turns out Hines Blake is the second son of the Blake family and Frey's older brother. And on top of that, he's the one who totally confirmed Frey's identity to Shepherd June. With all that going down, Frey's trying to figure out what Hines is even planning. Then Hines starts yapping again, saying that regardless, Frey was being seriously out of line earlier. Like, Duganar is a total hothead, but he's still ranked super high in the circle, so picking a fight with him on a whim is just a bad idea. Hines then tells him that he showed up to tell Frey that people from their family are going to be here any minute to take him home. Frey's totally caught off guard, but Hines immediately tells him to turn them down since Blake House is a legit danger zone right now. And Frey must have already heard the rumors from Honor Shepherd. Honor Shepherd had mentioned to Frey earlier that he got a report saying about a month ago someone was seen talking with the demigod and that someone was Isaka Blake, Frey's dad. After Heinz throws Honor Shepard's words back in his face and tells him to refuse to go home, Frey just scoffs and asks Heinz sarcastically what he thinks he's doing playing the caring big brother all of a sudden. Frey throws it at Heinz that as far as he remembers, he wasn't even treated like a human being before. Lucas realizes that, even though he didn't inherit Frey's emotional baggage, he still has some of his memories. And this guy is the #1 reason Frey gave up on life. But at the time, Lucas had zero plans to stick up for Frey. It's seriously disgusting how this guy's attitude totally flipped just because Frey is getting a little famous. Heinz tells Frey that if he's gonna ask about all the stuff he did to him, he has zero regrets, and he's definitely not asking for forgiveness. Instead, he just wishes Frey had never mastered magecraft in the first place. That's literally all he wants. Frey asks him what that's even supposed to mean, and Heinz just warns him not to put his trust in the circles. Frey is totally fuming as Heinz just says his piece and bounces. Later, Frey meets up with Alexandro, the butler from the Blake household. Frey already knew Heinz gave him a heads up, but he still showed up way sooner than expected. Heinz had already warned him that the Blake house is a super dangerous place at the moment, and he must have heard the gossip about their father from Honor Shepard by now. Lucas starts sweating, thinking to himself that besides getting taller, he hasn't really grown up much. And it seems like all those rumors about him taking down pirates and befriending Fair and June are totally bogus. Alexandro tells him that the Count wants Frey to come back to the family estate and he's here to escort him like right now. Frey tells him he can't go right now, that he has some stuff he needs to handle, and asks him to tell his father he's sorry and that he'll swing by to visit later. Alexandro is totally shocked that he just refused the Count's order, since it came directly from the man himself. Frey tells him he gets it, but there's stuff he just can't walk away from right now, because it's super important, and he just can't put it off. Alexandro starts to feel like he's changed a ton. He leaves saying they'll be waiting for him to come back to the Blake house. Later, Frey goes to see Delia. She tells him that these crystals are literally packed with lightning, and that he has no idea how much gold she had to spend on the right equipment and gear to craft them. Frey tells her that he can totally compensate her for her expenses and all the trouble she went through, but she shuts him down and asks if he's really that insistent on paying her. If so, he can just be her assistant. Frey refuses the offer and says maybe he'll think about it in his next life. Switching gears, he asks her about the 2 bottles since one of them is an elixir. He's like, what's the other one? She tells him it's a condensed clump of extracted lightning energy. She warns him not to open it carelessly, because if he does, it's going to be a massive disaster. She tells him she has a weird feeling he might put it to some really good use down the road. Later, Lucas, back in his room, opens the bottle and just drinks it down. The results are way beyond what he expected. He's literally overflowing with energy to the point where he can use his entire body as a channel for mana. After a bit, Frey is just hanging out with a cat when Isabel comes over and calls out, "Frey?" She felt her heart totally skip a beat when she saw that cute creature with him. She asks Lucas what this thing is, since that adorable little creature is so cute it threatens to make your heart explode in seconds. Frey explains that it's a darkness elemental called a darkling. The little thing is already being super affectionate with Isabel. She asks Lucas, "Wait, didn't Lady Camel just teach us about elemental summoning? How did you already manage to master it and make a contract with one?" She also adds that she had no idea that an elemental of darkness could be this freaking adorable. Frey and Isabel sit and talk for a bit, and Frey tells her that he absorbed energy from the frozen river and also learned a ton about the demigod. Isabel asks him now that he's managed to master a darkness elemental. What's he planning to do next? Frey tells her that it's time for them to bounce from this place. So Isabel tells him she'll get all the preparations for their trip started. He asks her if she has any plans to join a circle, and if so, which one she's thinking about. Later, as Frey is packing up his stuff, someone knocks on his door. He gets a feeling it's not an enemy, but more of a friendly vibe. He opens the door, and a girl is standing outside and she asks if he's Sir Frey Blake. She apologizes for just showing up unannounced and introduces herself as Venian Argento, the circle master of the Troman Rings. Venian Argento, Isabel, and Lucas all sit down together to drink some tea and talk. Lucas is wondering why in the world the circle master came all this way to see him. Venian tells them she's here to recruit Lucas for their circle. Isabel is just as stunned as Lucas. Hasn't even aced the entry exams. But Ben Young explains that sometimes they just scout insane rookies themselves and the other circles are totally going to be hitting him up soon. And that goes for Isabel too, since her throwdown with the Apostle is already the talk of the town in the circles. Even the big 3 circles and their top dogs are curious about them both after what they pulled off. Isabel just laughs nervously at the praise, saying Ben Young's probably gassing her up, because she was literally just following Lucas's lead. Meanwhile, Lucas is totally zoned in on the cloak Ben Young is wearing. It's the same one he used to rock 4,000 years ago. It's covered in runes and she's wearing it like it's a magic item. Out of nowhere, Lucas hits her with a Master Benyang and straight up asks if she's a dragon. Hearing this, Benyang literally spits out her tea, jumps to her feet, and gives Lucas a completely shocked, "What did you just say, look?" Lucas, on the other hand, is cool as a cucumber. He explains that dragons don't have a mana room because their heart is basically its own power core. They can control the mana straight from nature without even running it through their bodies. And while Lucas can sense a mana room in Benyang, he's also picking up on this weird kind of raw mana vibe. Benyang hesitates for a sec, then says Lucas seems to know a lot about dragons. Lucas just calmly replies that he read about them in some books. Then it clicks for Isabel. She remembers Frey saying something just like that. 4,000 years ago, back when he was Lucas, his master was a dragon. Ben-Yang admits Lucas is half right, revealing she's a half-dragon. A hybrid part human and part dragon. After they chat a bit more, Ben-Yang heads downstairs to wait while Lucas and Isabel get their stuff together. While they're packing, Isabel tells Lucas she's shocked at how Ben-Yang was so real about the Troman Ring's desperate situation without any sugarcoating. Usually when people are recruiting, they only hype up the good parts. Isabel thinks she's the kind of person who just can't lie. Lucas totally agrees, thinking she's a legit noble person to be a circle master. Then Isabel mentions that she wasn't expecting him to ask to go visit the Troman Rings. Lucas explains that some things you just have to see with your own eyes to really get it. But Isabel asks him if he's actually intrigued by the Troman Rings. Lucas clarifies that he's not about to get tangled in their politics. The important thing now is to get all their forces in one place. Isabel gets it. Then Lucas isn't looking for a circle to help him level up. He's looking for a central spot where all the scattered circles can finally come together and unite. Lucas and Isabel get downstairs and walk into total chaos. Duganar is trying to scare some people away. Lucas shows up right on time and asks what's going on, and Duganar just glares at him, super ticked off. He tells him he's gotten real popular lately, and everyone's scrambling to recruit him. There are two guys there, Jerome Warner from the Lucid Swords and Steve Jack from the Stroman Necklace. They're there for Lucas, but they can tell they're a little late to the party. Steve hands Lucas a warp scroll that's linked right to the entrance of the Stroman Necklace's base. And on the other hand, Jerome asks Lucas to look up the Lucid Sword if he ever finds himself in the Luanable Kingdom Ginbul or in Silkid. They dip after introducing themselves, leaving just Duganar. Duganar tells Lucas to follow him, asking if he's seriously planning on joining the Troman Rings. Lucas follows, and Ben-Yang and Isabel start to as well. But Duganar tells Isabel not to come. And because of that, Isabel stays behind with Ben-Yang since Lucas tells them he'll be back in a bit. Lucas makes sure to promise Ben-Yang he's coming back though. So both Isabel and Ben-Yang are just supposed to wait for him. Lucas and Duganar head into the forest, and he immediately calls Lucas a fraud. He starts casting a spell, wanting to test Lucas's skills for himself. Duganar uses his mana to whip up an attack on Lucas, but Lucas just taunts him like, "You're that skeptical. What if I really did take down the Apostle?" Duganar doesn't seem to care, saying even if Lucas did beat the Apostle, he wouldn't stand a chance against him, and that not every 7-star magician is on the same level. Lucas just smirks, agreeing with him while lacing the mana with an attribute which leaves Duganar stunned. Lucas mocks him, saying he has no right to call himself a 7-star magician. He's just an ignorant old dude who happens to have strong mana, but his other skills are seriously lacking. Sweat starts dripping down Duganar's forehead, as he thinks it's impossible for Lucas to stop his attack without even lifting a single finger. His anger just doubles, so he unleashes a flame wave spell at Lucas, but it gets completely shut down because Lucas read his move and prepped an inverse spell just in time. That's even crazier than blocking dozens of daggers by hitting them perfectly tip-to-tip with other daggers. Then Lucas traps Duganar inside a block of ice. So he asks Lucas if he's planning to kill him. Lucas just laughs and says he has a better plan. He's giving Duganar a test. That ice will snuff out his life by tomorrow. If his mind and body can reach the level worthy of a 7-star title, he'll be able to melt it. But if he can't, he's toast. Duganar screams at Lucas, furious that he'd dare test him, and thinks, how can a total newbie brat suddenly give off such an intimidating vibe? But yeah, Lucas tells him to just chill and bury that massive ego of his deep down. Basically, he's hoping the guy can pull through this test. Anyway, after handling Duganar, Lucas heads back and bumps into Isabel and Ben-Yang in the middle of the woods. They both look super stressed and ask if he's alright. Isabel's obviously worried about Duganar because she knows Lucas is basically untouchable. But Lucas is all calm, promising them Duganar isn't going to kick the bucket even if he fails the trial. The ice is going to melt by tomorrow. And when it does, that dude's going to face a level of cringe and humiliation way worse than death. So the three of them decide to camp out right there in the forest, which is totally normal for Ben-Yang. She's used to roughing it. She serves up some soup, and no surprise here, Lucas slams it in 2 seconds and asks for a refill. Then he asks her if the last master of the circle was Osil Arento, who was totally Ben-Yang's dad. Lucas just casually asks which demigod took out her father. But Isabel jumps in, telling him to read the room because it's a super sensitive subject. Ben-Yang's cool with it though, and explains that even demigods have a pecking order. The top dog ruling over all the demigods is just called Lord. And under him there are these crazy powerful beings. For short, they call them the Apocalypses. So far, they've ID'd the power of 3 apocalypses, sword poison, and death. And yeah, 2 years ago, Ben-Yang's dad was taken out by the demigod with the death power. Isabel tells Ben-Yang she's so sorry for her loss. Meanwhile, Lucas is still trying to remember which of the apocalypses was the poison demigod. The night goes by with them just talking, and now they're trekking deeper into the woods. Ben-Yang lets them know they're in the Cisco Forest, where the Troman Ring's base is hidden. There's this massive barrier, and Lucas is actually pretty impressed. But then Ben-Yang tells him that her dad made the barrier, and she just patches it up whenever it gets messed up. Lucas is thinking to himself okay, the old master was for sure at least an 8-star magician. And Ben Young's probably only around 6 stars. Her level is kinda low for her insane draconic talent, probably because she's stuck learning human magic. He starts thinking it would have been better if she was just born a regular human, but he shakes the thought off. Feeling sorry for her would just be dissing all her hard work. They finally get to the Troman Rings base, and both Isabel and Lucas are thinking, this place looks seriously beat up. Suddenly this dude, Gizelon, runs up to Ben Young totally panicked and tells her that while she was gone, they got wrecked in the Relics tournament, and the Basilisk's tail crew showed up again. Ben Young immediately says sorry to Lucas, since they came all this way just for things to get super complicated. Gizelon chimes in with an apology too, telling Lucas they couldn't get anything ready to welcome him. He says the red ring is the relic the Basilisk's tail gang swiped this time. Lucas is like, wait, are they talking about the rings *I* made way back when? He's trying to remember where he even stashed them. Just then, this guy rounder Antoine shows up with a super shady smile and says hi to Ben Young, announcing to everyone that she bailed on him last time he came to say hello. She just gives him this sad look and is like, we see each other way too much lately. He asks why she sounds so down and then totally mocks her, saying they're just helping by taking some of the weight off her shoulders and yanking their stuff. He adds that he'd love to stick around for tea, but he's a busy man, then walks off with his crew laughing like a total jerk. Ben Young just stands there completely fuming and can't even say anything back. A bit later, Gizelon apologizes to Isabel and Lucas for that whole cringy scene, saying how they totally embarrassed themselves right after inviting them to join up. But Lucas just blows past the apology and asks what the deal is with this Relics tournament. Gizelon kinda awkwardly explains that it's pretty much what it sounds like. They go head-to-head with other groups betting ancient epic relics. He says Lucas is probably thinking they're crazy for gambling with such priceless stuff, but it was a last-ditch effort to stop circles from fighting and get them to work together, except that whole plan totally backfired. Lucas asks if they can just say no to competing, but Gizelon says that on the surface all the circles are still friendly, so it's not that simple to just refuse. If they get labeled as uncooperative, it'll make everything way harder for them later. Lucas finally gets it now. The Basilisk's tail is basically a crew of bullies who just steal relics from the Troman Rings now that they're weak. And it's not just them either. All the small and mid-sized circles around are starting to team up. They wait for the right moment, picking days when Master Ben Yang and the other leaders are gone to show up, which is like once a month. Gizelon then checks to see if Lucas really gets how bad the Troman Rings situation is. 'Cause it's not just not good, it's way worse than what people know. They're not even 1/10 of what they used to be, and all their best people are out on long missions trying to score more resources. If they don't, the circle will just get broken up and swallowed by another one. Isabel and Lucas are both staring at this statue of Lucas Troman when they meet Pan, the 4th honor of the Troman Rings. They all do the whole introduction thing, and it's clear Pan has some thoughts about Isabel and Frey. Lucas, not missing a beat, just straight up asks Pan why he's still sticking around this totally lame and disappointing circle. He's not just dissing Pan either. He's talking about Ben Young and Gizelon too, because with their skills and talent, they could literally get into any other circle no problem. So why are they sticking around on this sinking ship, basically bailing water with a busted bucket? Isabel gets all nervous and tells Lucas to chill out and watch what he says. But Peon's like, look, splitting up and joining other circles would be the smart move. But they can't bounce because the Troman Rings would just vanish. And yeah, it might sound super old school, but the whole point of these circles is to honor the heroes they look up to, and they're not about to ditch that legacy and what they stand for. So then Pan asks Frey, aka Lucas, if he knows why Lucas Troman is the only one in history called the Great Mage. Lucas totally blushes hearing himself get hyped up like that, and Pian says it's because he was like the OG for everyone who studies magic now. 4,000 years ago, mages and magic warriors totally hated each other's guts and would sometimes fight to the death. Witches were called heretics, and they basically trusted no one. But Lucas Troman? He was different. Pan keeps going, saying that Lucas Troman believed that anyone who studied magic was on the same team, all trying to reach the peak of their power. The magic warriors and even his own mage crew gave him a hard time, but he never backed down. He stuck it out and created a world where everyone could get along. Pan's like, that's our circle's whole vibe, that's why we're even here. They might be kinda weak now, but they're never gonna give up. Lucas and Isabel are both smiling, hearing Pan talk up Lucas like that. Then Lucas and Isabel take off, asking Ben Young about where the Basilisk's tail is and what the inner circle rules are. But his last question kind of freaks her out. Can an outsider actually join the Relics tournament? Later, Lucas and Isabel show up at this cave looking for some dude named Antoine, because he wants to challenge them to a Relics tournament. Antoine just tells one of his guys to rough him up and toss him out. But before anyone can even move, Lucas just strolls in, saying the rules state you can't turn down a Relics tournament challenge. All the guys get super mad, wondering how he even got past the barrier. Lucas is just standing there totally unbothered and sarcastically says he felt something, but he thought it was just some janky mosquito net. Antoine's crew gets even more pissed, but Antoine is thinking to himself, this kid looks young, but he's no joke. Maybe a 6-star. So Antoine asks what relic he's willing to bet, telling him to put something good on the table. Lucas just tosses a Gungir's dagger at him and is like, even with those busted eyes, you should be able to see what this is worth. Antoine's eyes go wide when he sees it's a mythal dagger covered in runes, a legit relic from the era of light. He smirks and tells everyone Frey's an interesting dude and to follow him. Antoine then asks Frey if he knows the tournament rules, but before Lucas can even answer, Antoine just starts explaining them himself. He's like, the rules are you can't refuse, you can only fight 3 times a day. And if we both agree, we can up the number of relics we're betting. Lucas cuts in, adding that the rules also say you can totally off your opponent. Antoine just smirks, realizing Frey already knew the deal. He gets all greedy and excited, thinking Frey must be loaded with more relics. He shows Lucas the red ring and says that's what they're betting. Then this magic warrior, Alan Pack, steps into the ring when Antoine tells him to. Lucas is thinking, a mage trying to go head-to-head with a magic warrior, he won't even have time to chant. And that's exactly what happens. The dude starts chanting and then just drops like right away. It was an ice arrow and Lucas took Alan out instantly with just a 2-star spell. The vibe gets super tense as Antoine realizes it's vision magic that explains the no chant and the crazy power, but vision magic is supposed to drain a ton of mana. As Lucas and Isabel try to dip after knocking the guy out, Antoine stops him, thinking Lucas is just fronting and trying to leave cause his mana is low. Antoine tells them to hold up and even throws in the Calvin Stone and the wing boots as a bet. Lucas just sighs and is like, fine, I'll bet the red ring and the Gungir's dagger. Antoine then sends in his guy Keela and tells him that Frey's in a rush, probably cause he's gassed on mana from the vision magic. So if they just stall, he'll lose for sure. He tells Keela to throw up a barrier right when the fight starts, play defense and drain his mana. Keela's like, don't worry, I got this. He's all Frey's just some punk kid, he's got no experience. Lucas just gives Keela this deadpan look and asks if he's done with his little strategy session. Keela smirks and starts casting with his weapon. But bam, Lucas attacks first, sending Keela flying before he can even do anything. Antoine is getting pissed and nervous all at once and sends another dude into the ring since Lucas has already used vision magic 3 times. So Antoine figures no matter how much of a beast he is, his mana has gotta be on empty now. He starts laughing, taunting Lucas and saying he's done for, and this time he's gonna take him out in 1 hit. But plot twist, Lucas hits him with an ice spear spell. Antoine is just standing there totally shocked while Lucas plays it cool, claiming they're just regular ice arrows. But Antoine just tells Frey to cut the crap, refusing to buy it, cause no way a weak sauce spell like an ice arrow could be that powerful. Lucas just smirks and shrugs off his whining, saying it's pretty simple. Either he's just that strong or Antoine is just that weak. Antoine is totally speechless, so frustrated he has no idea what to do. He yells at his crew to grab Isabel and orders them to finish everyone off and snag their stuff, saying nobody gives a rip about the relics tournament. But with a flash of magic before his guys can even twitch, Isabel and Lucas take down his entire squad, unleashing some insane spells together. Lucas then calls out Antoine like, how can you even call yourself a leader when all you do is hide behind your goons? Totally embarrassed and scared, Antoine's face goes beet red with rage. He charges at Lucas to attack, but immediately jumps back when Lucas whips out a windcutter spell. Then footsteps echo through the place. It's Pell, the master of the basilisk's tails. The second Lucas meets his red eyes, he feels this insane pressure squeezing his heart. Pell introduces himself and asks, so what brings you to grace us with your presence? Lucas just fires back. That's what I wanted to ask you. What's the deal with your circle anyway? Antoine and the other guy get totally furious that Lucas would dare question their master. But then plot twist, Pell gets on his knees and says their goal is to free humanity from the demigods. Antoine and his whole crew are in total shock. Lucas keeps pushing, asking what kind of demigods they're talking about. Pell, still kneeling, says they're these god-tier beings way beyond human understanding who can literally wipe out cities with a flick of their fingers. Lucas sighs and says, so you get it. And instantly freezes the ground, leaving only the area around Pell untouched. Pell orders everyone not to move, warning them the ice will tear their skin off. He begs Lucas to stop and spare the circle, promising to obey any command. Lucas demands Pell's head and Pell is totally cool with it. Using his magic, Lucas absorbs Pell's essence and the ice vanishes. Then Lucas tells Pell to bring him the relics he stole from the Troman rings. He also demands the locations of all the small and medium-sized circles in the area. Meanwhile, Ben-Yang is waiting outside in the freezing night for Lucas. Giselin tells her to come inside before she catches a cold, and Ben-Yang asks if Frey got into Basilisk's tails safely. Giselin just laughs and tells her not to sweat it, saying she's sure she'll find another great guy like him someday. That's when Lucas walks up from behind, laughing and crashing their conversation. Ben-Yang is totally surprised and asks where he's been this whole time. Lucas just casually says he was out for a walk. A little later, Lucas, Ben-Yang, Isabel, Giselin, and Pawn are all sitting together. With a sigh, Lucas drops a bombshell, saying he plans on erasing the demigods from this world. To pull it off, he needs power and influence, but there's no way he can rely on the circles the way they are now. Not only are they all fighting and divided, he says, but they're also just trying to one-up each other and absorb other circles. Everyone is just stunned. And after a long pause, Ben-Yang says that there's nothing they can do. But without even hesitating, Lucas lays it out. He wants the Troman rings to become the new center of the circles, the leading force that calls the shots for all the other circles, even the 3 big ones. Ben-Yang admits that if that were possible, they would have done it a long time ago. Lucas slams his hand on the table in anger and tells her that's not what he wants to hear. He asks if they have the guts for it or not. He warns them the journey will be agonizing and brutal, a literal hell. You'll even start to miss this miserable life you're living now, he says. But if you're willing to push through the hardship, I'll make sure you reach the top. He says all this while putting the relics that Benyang and Giselin's towns lost on the table. Isabel then tells everyone that Frey has already taken over and unified the 6 small circles in the area. They have all promised to link up with the Troman rings. Benyang asks if going along with Lucas's plan means he'll give them the relics back. Lucas just looks at her like, do I really seem that untrustworthy? He explains the relics were theirs to begin with and are just a small thank you for their hospitality. Benyang then asks Lucas if he's absolutely sure the Troman rings can become the central pillar of the circles. Lucas just tells her she has his word, and he'll put his life on the line to make it happen. The next morning, Benyang gathers all the Troman rings members and tells them she has a big announcement introducing Frey as the new circle rounder. Everyone starts whispering, wondering if it's the visitor from a few days ago. Some are like, his name's Blaine Vaster or something, right? While others correct them saying, no, it's Frey Blake. They all agree that's the name. After the chatter dies down, Lucas introduces himself as Frey Blake, the new circle rounder, saying, I know a lot of you are probably shocked that a total newbie like me is taking this spot. Pian agrees, thinking that most of the members are going to throw a fit when they're asked to follow such a young leader. He remembers Frey told them not to worry, but he's wondering how he'll deal with the backlash. But Lucas just calmly says he's going to lay it out for everyone. No one has the right to object, since they're all so unqualified that the circle execs had no choice but to bring him in. Make some new guy like him the rounder, and anyone with a problem can totally challenge him. But you don't settle this with talk, you settle it with your fists. If even one of them manages to even touch Lucas's clothes, he'll not only step down as rounder, but he'll also give them the Typhoon earrings, a legit relic made by the Lucas Troman. Pian is totally bugging out and whispers, what is Frey even doing? So Giselin's like he's actually got 2 things in mind. First, he's planning on checking out the circle members' power skills and what they've got. Second, he's pulling all the bad vibes in the circle onto himself. He's basically trying to shield Benyang from all the heat, since she made a pretty wild call. Then this magician Pio Gante steps up first to throw down with Frey, and Lucas just tells Pio to go for it. Lucas is just standing there, hands in his pockets, so Pio's like, you sure you don't want to get ready? Lucas just smirks and tells him not to sweat it. If Pio is actually better than he thought, he'll take his hand out. The dude gets ticked off and shoots a fireball right at him. Pio and the other guys' eyes go wide because Lucas throws up a barrier to block the fireball without even saying a word. Everyone starts freaking out, whispering that he's got to be a 6-star magician, but Pio is just in total denial. Meanwhile, Frey's just looking around. His age and his fireball's size and power were exactly like his. So a question pops into Pio's head. How can he cast a spell with that much control? Lucas calls Pio by his full name and is like, I'm guessing fire magic is your thing, and Pio just nods. Then Lucas asks him what the best part about fire magic is. Pio says it's how much damage it can do. Lucas is like, totally, and says that compared to other elements at the same level, fire magic's power to wreck stuff is off the charts. He even compliments Pio, saying his fireball was almost perfect. And he can tell Pio practiced like crazy to get that spell down. But he put way too much energy into its shape. A fireball's power doesn't get bigger just because you make it a perfect circle. He should be focusing on juicing up its power instead. Pio looks worried and asks Lucas if that's something he can actually do. So Lucas just smiles and tells him he needs to learn to respect the danger. He explains that way back this student of his, someone he knew, got seriously burned all over. Everyone thought his magic career was over, but he proved them all wrong and became a total beast with fire magic. Power and danger, good and bad, all the dark stuff hiding with the good stuff. He was only able to level up that much because he experienced both sides of fire. Lucas goes on saying the most important thing is the picture in your head, and that Pio should try to imagine the true essence of fire and he'll figure it out. Pio genuinely thanks Frey for the advice, even though everyone else is confused about why he's so stoked after losing. Pio just tells the guy that he'll get it once he fights him too, cause Frey is way more than just some strong dude who's good in a fight. From just that one little clash, he figured out exactly what Pio was missing and gave him solid advice. So the same dude who was giving Pio a hard time steps up to fight Frey. But the second he gets taken down, he totally gets what Pio was talking about. By that evening, Lucas had the whole circle completely hooked, and it hadn't even been a full day. After that, all 5 of them, Benyang, Frey, Isabel, Genizil, and Pawn, have a meeting where Lucas promises that in 3 months he's going to boost the levels and power of all the Trauman Rings members. And that goes for Giselon, Benyang, and Pawn too. Cause in 3 months, the friendly tournament with the other small and medium-sized circles around here is going to start. It's not for relics or anything, just a competition to build up friendships and alliances. Isabel jumps in, reminding them not to forget that they're all on the same team now. But they have to absolutely crush it in this competition. They need to win so hard that the other circles can't even complain about them being in charge. This win is going to be the first step to bringing this circle back. The next morning, Lucas is training Benyang and asks her to cast a spell. When she does, he checks it out and says she forced a mana room to exist in her body because she can't use magic without one. Dragons don't need to store up mana inside themselves. They can just pull mana straight from the air around them. Lucas steadies her and says they've got to destroy her mana room first and let out all the mana she has stored up. The moment he does it, Ben Young just collapses. That wiped out feeling is just her mind messing with her. It's a side effect from making a mana room she was never supposed to have. Lucas tells her he's going to destroy it now and says to focus so the leftover mana inside her doesn't mess him up. As Lucas gets to work, he realizes it's like way more stuck in there than he thought. He even warns her that it might sting a bit. He thinks to himself that this might take a while and wonders if she can even handle the pain. Once it's over, Ben Young is on the ground gasping in pain, and Lucas tells her, "That's enough for today since this whole thing is going to take another month." Ben Young groans, totally frustrated, and asks Frey if he's trying to off her. Lucas just smirks and says he already told everyone it was going to be actual hell. All right, now it's Pian's turn to train. And no matter how hard he goes at Frey, Frey just keeps deflecting his attacks and stands there without a scratch. Pian is like he's just punching a giant rock. Lucas is like, all right, that's enough, and straight up tells him his skills are worse than some second-rate fighter. Pian just stares at him with this super weird look, though. Lucas just smirks like, looks like I hit a nerve, huh? But he's all chill, it just means you've got tons of room to level up. And then asks to confirm if his style is the White King fists, and is like, seriously, why are you magic warrior types so obsessed with putting king in everything? Pian's just like, 'cause it sounds cool, duh. Lucas says it's a super basic style with like zero special moves or anything. Pian totally agrees, and adds that's exactly why his opponents always figure out his attack patterns, and he has a hard time winning. Lucas is like, nah, that's just 'cause you're weak right now. Though he admits the basic style is kinda respectable. Lucas tells Pian he needs to watch his opponent and find an opening to rush in and totally own them. Pian gets all nervous and asks Lucas, so what do I have to do to get that strong? So Lucas tells him there are no cheat codes for a magic warrior. He's gotta grind it out one step at a time. But then Lucas promises he can help him fast-track it big time. So Lucas starts training him and puts him through some seriously brutal workouts that leave him totally wiped on the floor. Next up is Gizelon, and Lucas tosses him the Gungnir's dagger, some ancient relic from the Era of Light, and is like, this is yours now. It's got some cool runes carved into it, and it's made of mithril, a totally perfect dagger. Gizelon just laughs like, dude, I'm a magician. But Lucas tells him he's gonna learn how to use a sword. Turns out Gizelon has been secretly practicing with a sword this whole time. He's totally shocked that Frey already knew, but Lucas is like, it was so obvious, man. The calluses on his hands are a dead giveaway of how hard he's been training. Lucas's plan is to turn him into a magic swordsman. He might only be a 5-star magician now, but once he gets the hang of that blade, his fighting skills are gonna skyrocket. Gizelon promises to give it his all with the blade, but he's not feeling super confident about it. Lucas just smirks and tells him not to sweat it, 'cause he'll build that confidence for him. Later that night, Pian, Gizelon, and Ben Young are just sprawled out moaning about how sore and tired they are. Gizelon whispers that he can't even move his hands like if he had to go to the bathroom. He literally couldn't pull his pants down. Ben Young's complaining her stomach is killing her, and Pian's so quiet he's probably unconscious. Then Lucas bursts in telling them to take a 5-minute break for dinner before they start night training. All of a sudden, this guy Isaac, an exec from the Troman Ring who's been gone, shows up and pulls his sword on Frey, thinking he's been torturing the three of them. Professor Adelia is there too, but Lucas just throws up a shield to protect himself. Ben Young in this super weak voice tells Isaac who Frey is and fills Frey in on Isaac. Adelia totally freaks out when she hears Frey is the rounder. Isaac immediately shakes Lucas's hand and apologizes for being so aggressive, saying he had no idea he was the new rounder. Lucas just smiles and tells Isaac it's all good. He probably would have done the same thing. Then Adelia asks Lucas how in the world he became the rounder for the Troman Rings. So Lucas is just like, it just kinda happened, and asks if Adelia is a member too. But Adelia gets all mad at him for calling her by her first name instead of Professor. A little later, Isaac's holding a meeting with everyone and tells them that after he left, he was tracking the successor to the Magic Warrior King. He found some leads on where he was hiding out in the land of the elves, in Raynal's forest. So he tracked the guy down and managed to talk to him, but just like the Circle guessed, he was totally out of control. The dude said he didn't want to talk to some mutt from the corrupt Circle. Apparently, he already knew all about the demigods. But still, he had zero plans to join the Circles or take down the demigods. Isaac says all this while ripping his own shirt open to show everyone this massive gash on his chest. He goes on to say the successor's only goal was to become a legend in martial arts. After a super awkward silence, Lucas asks Isabel how long it would take to get to Raynal's forest. Isabel says they'd have to head south to Grossmod first, then use a warp stone to get to Pilot. She figures it'll take at least 3 days. Pilot is where the Blake house is, which is basically Frey's hometown. Lucas tells Ben Young he's going to go meet the Magic Warrior King's successor himself, but Isaac warns him that it's way too dangerous, and the guy's powers are seriously messed up. Ben Young asks when he's planning to leave, and Lucas is like, right now. So Ben Young just tells him to be safe. Meanwhile, Isaac is thinking to himself, like, wow, Master Ben Young really trusts this kid, and wondering who this guy really is. That night, Lucas calls for Isabel, but she already knows he's about to ask about going on this trip by himself. Lucas just sighs and says the circle has barely learned the basics, and everything's still super shaky. He's worried some drama might go down while he's gone. Isabel tells him not to worry, saying she'll take over for him so he can focus on his mission. But she makes him promise to stay in touch and tells him that if anything happens to him, she'll be there in a heartbeat. The next morning, Lucas says his goodbyes to everyone. When he opens the door to head out, the entire house is gathered there to see him off and wish him luck. Everyone's totally bawling, freaking out about what they'll do if Frey bails. But he's like, chill, Isabel's got my back, telling them to stop being so extra. Then Lucas lays it down for everyone, saying if even one of them messes up and loses, they know what's coming. So now everyone's super pumped, but also totally overwhelmed, dreaming of when they'll be back together and swearing to absolutely crush their opponents. Meanwhile, somewhere else, that phoenix Lucas saved with the Drake monster's heart, turns out it can totally shapeshift into a human. So yeah, she's basically half human, half phoenix now because of some crazy stuff that went down. She's crying her eyes out, remembering how Lucas told her she needed to step up and rule these mountains all so his friend's dungeon doesn't get trashed by some second or third-rate Takunda. Over in Grow City, Frey's in his room, looks in the mirror, and does this whole identity swap thing, turning into this dude named Kane Rickstone. He's playing the part of some slick C-rank mercenary for hire. What Frey really did was snag a fake ID of some guy who's 26 years old and lives way down in the southernmost city, Tamigo. The Mercenary Guild officially lists him as a Tier 3 mage. The guy helping him out asks Frey why he's going undercover. Frey's like, my family pretty much runs Pilot. So the guy's all, then you've got to know the rumors about Isaka Blake, right? And Frey asks if he's talking about the rumors that connect back to the demigods. The guy's like, yup, and says they'll have to deal with the Blake family eventually, but right now is definitely not the time to pick that fight. So Kane Rickstone heads over to Frey's hometown, and the guards at the gate are like, your ID checks out, you're good. He thanks them and starts wandering around town, and everything feels super familiar to him, even though it's his first time ever being there. He's wondering if it's Frey's memories kicking in. Later, he hits up a tavern, and the second he walks in, people start gossiping like crazy, because it looks like some high-class mage decided to bless their dive bar, instantly making the place feel way more legit. He heads to the counter where this girl Irene asks him, what'll it be, sugar or something stronger? Kane's mind flashes back to that earlier convo, remembering that the mountain roads from Pilot to the rainforest are notoriously brutal and sketchy. The guy had told Frey a carriage would save him a ton of time and energy. Frey had been skeptical, asking if he was sure carriages even went through those mountains. The guy told him there's this group of merchants that makes trade runs with the elves every single month, which is exactly why the mercenary cover was the perfect choice. Then the guy hands him a tag that says he's C-rank. Back in the tavern, Kane tells Irene he's there to pick up a quest. Irene asks if he has a specific job in mind. He tells her he wants to escort those merchants heading to the rainforest. But after she takes one look at his merc card, she tells him he can't take that quest because you gotta be at least B-rank. So he's like, fine, in that case, I want to take the advancement exam. And he wants to do it right here, right now. She tells him to come with her and says it'll cost 10 silver. He follows her and she leads him straight to her master. Her boss just grunts and asks who he is. She explains he's a new guy applying for the advancement test. The master tells Irene to just handle it like she always does, complaining that his head feels like it's about to split open from a killer hangover. So Irene explains to Kane that there are two kinds of advancement exams. One's a commission, and the other is proof. The guildmaster chimes in that the commission exams are pretty much what they sound like, where they test your skills on an actual job and basically watch you to see what you're made of. And the other one, proof, is pretty much just showing off your skills for an examiner. But full disclosure, literally no one has leveled up that way in the last 10 years, the master adds. Irene warns him that they're super picky about who they pass. And as she's trying to explain, Kane just cuts her off and asks for the exam, saying he doesn't have time to waste. So let's just get to it. The master thinks to himself that it looks like a real interesting character has finally crawled in here after a long, boring time. All three of them head off for the exam where Kane's just like, so am I supposed to beat you up or something? Irene, who clearly doesn't want to waste energy on some pointless fight, suggests he just tries slinging some spells at the wall. She points out that their one and only hotshot tier 5 mage layered a ton of protection magic on that thing. She calls her master a drunk and says that even his best sword swing at full power wouldn't leave a dent on it. Kane then asks her, so if I blow that wall to bits, does that get me to A rank? Irene just laughs, totally mocking him, and says to her master, isn't he just adorable? Kane just tells her to step aside if she's done. Then he gets straight to business and summons a flame. Irene's eyes go wide with shock when she sees the flame ball, cause that's a tier 5 spell. The guildmaster screams at Irene to take cover just as Kane completely obliterates the wall. Both of them are left totally stunned by his power and declare him an A-rank mercenary on the spot. The master is super impressed by his skills, telling him that's not bad at all for a guy his age. Then he introduces himself. His name is Dumpky, and he asks Kane if he's part of any merc group yet. Kane makes it clear he has zero plans to join a crew right now. Dumpky gets the feeling that Kane was in a huge hurry to advance his rank. He wonders why, and Irene reminds him that he wants that escort job to the Rainal Forest. Dumpky's just like, well, you're more than qualified enough to take that on now. request and he'll spill all the tea about Kane to his clients. Back at the club, two dudes are gossiping that Count Isaka is apparently thinking about ditching his job as the head of the 5th Magic Tower. The other guy's like, "No way, how'd you hear that?" So he says he got the scoop from a friend who works there. Apparently the Count has been holed up in his mansion for a super long time, maybe 2 months. One of them is in total disbelief, saying there's no way a tower master would just ghost his tower for that long. While they're talking, Kane rolls up and says hi. He tells them he's kinda new to the scene and just figuring things out. He then asks them for any tips and just sits down with them, which makes one of the guys mad cause he didn't even ask. But then Kane offers to buy all their food and drinks and calls a waiter over to get more. Kane tells them he wants to sign up for a guard gig at the Blake house. The guy's like, "Oh, that's a sweet and steady job and the pay is actually really good." The other guy adds that a bunch of pretty girls work there too, so it's a total win. Kane asks if they know anything else about the Blake house, saying he wants all the deets no matter how small. One of them mentions his friend saw a bunch of carriages going into the mansion. The other one says that's like nothing new since it's totally normal for huge mansions to get supply deliveries all the time. But the sketchy part, he says, is that there were way too many carriages for it to just be supplies. Plus he heard voices coming from them like someone was screaming. Everyone starts cracking up, calling it a juicy horror story. Later, Kane is just chilling by himself at the bar. He's wondering if they could be live sacrifices, but he's like, nah, that can't be right. While he's thinking, a guy named Alcone comes up, asks if he's Kane Rickstone, and says he's the one leading the escort group from there to the rainforest. Kane tells him he's ready to go. Alcone mentions that Dumpy told him Kane is a crazy powerful mage, and from what he knows, Dumpy is the kind of guy who's super stingy with compliments. So Alcone is expecting big things from Kane. He's like, "This might seem like an easy escort mission, but don't let your guard down." Alcone keeps going, saying the group that went to the rainforest last month got totally wiped out. Kane is shook. How could someone even do that? Maybe it was the undead. He'd been hearing that undead sightings were getting more and more common across the continent. But it's weird because undead aren't the type to team up with other races. But anyway, this is seriously bad news for mercs like them. Alcone says it was super bizarre running into one back then too. The undead are usually just mindless beings that run on pure hatred for the living. But that one could actually think for itself. He figures there's no use dwelling on it though. He just needs to focus on the mission. Later, all the other mercs with Alcone take off for the rainforest. Kane sees an old woman in the group and is pretty shocked, but he figures everyone has their own reasons. Alcone asks Kane how he's holding up and Kane says he's all good. Alcone tells him to get some rest because as soon as they hit the forest, it's go time. Kane asks him what the deal is with the old woman. She's a 5-tier mage just like Kane. Her name is Sak, an A-rank mercenary. She's kind of famous in this area and everyone just calls her Sak. After a bit, the old lady walks over to Kane, introduces herself, and says she hopes he doesn't mind an old timer interrupting his meal. She asks him if something's wrong, but he just tells her to go on. Then she asks if he's an elemental shaman, because she's feeling this powerful energy coming from him. Kane realizes she must have sensed the dark energy from his darkening, but it looks like she hasn't seen through his illusion magic. Kane flips the question, asking if she's a shaman too, which she confirms. He tells her it's true he made a pact with an elemental, but he's not an actual elemental shaman. He also asks her how she was able to sense the presence of his elemental since normal people can't. But seeing her confused look, he tells her not to worry about it if she doesn't want to. But he is curious about something else. He asks her why she signed up for this mission. She says she's more concerned about the undead popping up around here since it's so unusual. They haven't been seen in these forests for the past 1,000 years. Kane cheekily asks if she'd know since she's lived for 1,000 years herself. She hesitates then. The old lady tells Kane to finish his meal before it gets cold. Finally, he says, "You know, the only reason people use illusions to disguise themselves is because they have something they want to hide. In my case," he says, "it's my identity." Then he asks her what she's trying to hide, and in her place a white elf appears. Suddenly, one of their soldiers shouts for Captain Alcone, telling him a group of undead has been spotted southwest of them. Alcone gets serious and says it looks like they'll have to fight their way through. Alcone tells Kane and Sak they're sending a few guys to scout ahead, so they need to cast some enchantments on the recon team's weapons. As Kane does the enchants, he realizes something is faint, but he can definitely sense divine power. Could it be a demigod? He dismisses it though. This divine power is way too weak to be from a demigod. A nasty smell starts to drift over, making them realize the undead are just ahead. In an instant, Alcone yells for the team to move out, but as they rush in, they find a massive pile of already wrecked undead. One of the soldiers is like, "No way, this is impossible. These things were totally moving like 30 minutes ago." Kane checks out the scene and realizes one dude did all this. And get this, he's pretty sure it took the guy less than 10 minutes to totally wipe out this entire horde. Alcone is totally shook, wondering who could have pulled this off. Kane puts it together, it has to be the Godfist. Right when they were about to bounce, this huge, jacked guy shows up out of nowhere, standing among the wrecked undead. Everyone's jaws drop as they watch him take on the last of the monsters. Alcone's like, "Who are you and what are you doing here messing with these things?" The big guy just cusses him out and tells them to get lost or they'll be next. Kane's thinking this macho Wendigo has got to be the Godfist's successor. He warns them it's way too risky to just let him walk. Seriously, this is the main route merchants use to get to the rainforests, so we can't have some crazy powerful dude just hanging around. Alcone is totally stressing asking what they're supposed to do. 'Cause what can they even do against a guy that strong Kane volunteers to tail him for a bit, just to see if he's actually a threat? But then, Alcone totally freaks out and shuts him down saying he's just a mage and can't go on a suicide mission. Kane's all chilled though, telling him not to sweat it. He's super confident in his cloaking spell. While Alcone is still trying to argue, Kane just dips, telling him to get the merchants to the rainforests and that he'll send an update ASAP. A little later, another wave of undead jumps the big dude. He looks so over it, mutters a curse, and unleashes his blade fist spell, shattering them into a million pieces. But then this gnarly monster pops out of nowhere and attacks. It sneaks up behind him and tries to take a bite, but when it does, its teeth just shatter and fall out. The guy just scoffs like, "Did you really think your chompers could get through my muscles?" And then just decks the thing into oblivion. All of a sudden, he sees Frey just standing there. He gives Frey a look and smugly asks what he wants. Frey just calmly asks, "How long have you been training in the art of the God Fist?" The guy gets ticked off and asks if he's another one of those circle guys. Frey's like, "You could say that," and tells him he's from the Troman Rings. The big dude throws a punch and warns him. "I'm pretty sure I warned the last little punk that the next one of you who bothers me is getting wrecked." Frey, chilling in his protective bubble, just smirks and tells him his name was Isaac U. Meathead. The guy gets totally enraged, grabs Frey by the collar, and tells him to scram if he wants to live. He makes it clear he wants nothing to do with the circle. Frey pokes the bear, asking if the great Godfist successor isn't interested in taking on the demigods. "And if you really think those circle clowns are trying to fight the demigods, you're trippin'. They give zero craps about the demigods. They're just a bunch of useless pigs who only care about lining their own pockets." The guy spits out, totally furious. Frey gets that he's not clueless and is like, "Yeah, you're right. The circles right now are just caught up in their own drama, fighting for power and influence. None of them are putting any real effort into taking down the demigods." Frey laughs and says, "Calling them a pigsty is an insult to actual pigs. That's why I'm gonna clean house." The big guy just looks totally confused. Frey keeps going, "You're right, they're corrupt. But I still need their power if we're gonna beat the demigods. All these separate circles have to be brought together and turned into a real fighting force with one single goal." The guy looks at him kinda interested now and asks, "So you're saying you're the one who's gonna unite them?" Then gives him a shove. "Huh. Looks like the circles sent a pretty interesting dude this time. So let's see if you've got the moves to back up that big talk," the guy says. Frey's just like, "All right, enough talking. Bring it on, big guy, or are you just gonna stand there all day?" Just like that, Frey zips into the air and the guy tears after him. On the way, Frey yells, "Dude, could you be any louder?" and fires an ice spear at him. The guy just slices right through it. Frey mutters, "Honestly, this musclehead is a dead ringer for Cassigen." The guy's feet get frozen to the ground, but he just smashes right through the ice. He charges at Frey, ready to attack, but gets totally owned by Frey's bull sweep move. Frey's like, "So feel like talking now." The guy gets back up and just takes off. Frey chases after him, but then realizes he's not running away. He's leading him somewhere. Frey's like, "Geez, I would have just come with you if you'd asked." As they're running, the guy makes a crack about Frey's clown steps, calling it a weird way to run. Then he adds, "I saw you pull that bull sweep, so I figured you must have learned the Godfist art somehow." But the Godfist art follows the rule of two passed down from master to student. So who the heck taught you? Frey just tells him to use his imagination and asks what his name is. "It's Ivan," the guy says. Frey introduces himself too, then asks where they're headed. Ivan's just like, "Just follow me, you'll see when we get there." Later, when they finally arrive, Frey realizes it's Ivan's place. "So you brought me to your house, huh? I was wondering where we were going." Ivan just yells at the top of his lungs, "Ricky, I'm home!" Frey totally jumps and snaps at him like, "Dude, a little warning next time," calling him a total muscle brain. Ivan just says this is the only way Ricky will wake up. So then Frey's like, "Who are you even talking about? Who's Ricky?" "His pet dog. Oh, and he's a demigod," Ivan adds. Frey stammers, What did you just say?" Ivan just smirks, and then Ricky shows up. He says hey to Ivan and asks if he brought a friend. Sweat starts dripping down Frey's face as he realizes, oh crap, there's no doubt about it, this is completely insane. The chart's divine energy is literally rolling off the guy. He's a demigod, and he's just as powerful as that crazy old hag who was always spewing those toxic fumes. He's gotta be an apocalypse, too. Ivan mentions that Frey said he's from the circles. Hearing that, Ricky's like, "Cool, I finished those tasks you gave me," and tells them to come on in, saying it's time to move on to the next phase of the plan, and he's dead set on Frey coming with them. Seeing all this go down, Frey gets totally furious, grabs Ivan by his shirt, and demands an explanation. "You're the successor of the Godfist, so what the heck are you doing in league with a demigod?" Ivan gets all cocky and tells him to let go of his clothes, but Frey isn't having it. "Depending on your answer, I might just end you right here." Ivan just scoffs at him like, "You really think you can take me out?" He's all, "And why am I working with Ricky? Isn't it kinda obvious the dude's a traitor? We both want the same thing, to wipe every last demigod off the map." Frey just loses it, yelling, "You seriously expect me to buy that crap?" Ivan's like, "Believe whatever you want, dude." I don't care, but at least hear me out before you make up your mind, Ivan adds. So they head inside, and it's this super long hallway with soldiers lined up at every corner, and Frey's just thinking, what the heck is this place? Turns out it's a place where someone can literally warp space and time to make it bigger however they want. Frey's mind is blown. That skill is insane. If you're not on the creator's VIP list, you can't even tell this place exists, let alone get inside. Frey mutters, I don't get any of this. A little later, Ricky tells them to just grab a seat wherever. Ivan actually seems surprised, saying he never thought Ricky would invite this asterisk guy over. Ricky checks out Frey's eyes and is like, whoa, that's not the look of a normal dude. You'd have to live for like over 100 years to get eyes like that. He adds, looks like you brought me someone interesting. Right then, Frey just comes out with it. So I heard you turned on your own kind. And Ricky's just like, yep. Frey asks why, but Ricky shuts him down, saying it's none of his business. I didn't bring you here to be my buddy. I brought you here to help me with my next move. He lays it out for Frey. When an apostle bites the dust, the demigod they're linked to is forced into this deep sleep. Frey's eyes go wide, totally stunned. Ricky keeps going, saying anyone can just off them while they're sleeping. I could slice their head off with the same knife I'm using on this apple, he says, taking a bite. Wondering why all the undead are popping up in these woods? It's because there's an apostle hiding out here just pumping them out. I sent Ivan to trash them all just to get this apostle to show their face. They're hiding somewhere deep in the rainforests. Frey's like, wait, what do you mean asterisk inside asterisk the forest? Ricky pulls up a picture of some guy named Odidon Friedekwood. This, he says, is the apostle of Nasdog, the demigod of death. It clicks for Frey. This is the demigod who literally has power over death itself. And this Odidon dude is basically an apostle of the apocalypse. Ricky then says, I want you two, Frey and Ivan, to team up and take this guy out. And right then, Frey jumps in. So are you saying after we kill him, you're just gonna waltz in and chop off Nasdog's head while he's asleep? Ricky looks impressed, telling Frey he's way smarter than Ivan, which is refreshing to see. And unlike Ivan here, you don't just trust anyone. Frey then asks the obvious question, why don't you just kill the apostle yourself? For a guy like you, taking out some apostles should be a piece of cake. Ricky explains that if he did it himself, it would totally blow his cover. An apostle's consciousness is directly linked to their demigod, he says. The only thing I can do is take out the demigod on the down low right after their apostle is gone. If everyone finds out I'm a traitor, my whole plan goes up in smoke. And that's when it hits Frey. Taking out an apostle leaves a demigod totally defenseless. A demigod that could wipe a whole town off the map in a second. He wonders, can it really be that easy to kill them? But Ivan's just like, look, if all this complicated talk is necessary, let's just keep it simple. We smash the apostle, then we smash the demigod. Ricky sighs, telling Ivan it's not nearly as simple as he's making it sound. That's when Frey speaks up. Actually, not too long ago, my friends and I took down an apostle who controlled lightning. And even though he probably wasn't one of these apocalypse types, I'm telling you, beating him was a total nightmare. Ricky cuts him off. Wait, are you telling me you killed Indra's apostle? He asks. Indra is the only demigod I know who can control lightning. Can you prove you actually did it? So Frey shows him the core crystal they found in the apostle's remains, even though it's already been used. He explains, it's this ball of pure lightning energy we managed to pull out and isolate from the crystal. The second Ricky sees it, he knows. That's Indra's lightning, no doubt about it. He gets to his feet saying, there's no way you could have gotten your hands on this. Unless you actually killed his apostle. I didn't think I'd have a reason to trust you this fast. Then Ricky grabs his sword and slices it through the air. A shimmering portal opens up and he just steps right through. Both Frey and Ivan are totally stunned. A few seconds later, Ricky steps back through the portal holding the head of the demigod Indra. Frey stumbles back, terrified, realizing this is the real deal, an actual legit head of a dead demigod. And he just chopped it off that easily. Ricky confirms, see, we're on the same team. Then he smirks and adds, and it looks like you've got a good head on your shoulders. So any reason you won't work with me now? He asks. With a smirk, Ricky obliterates Indra's head with a blast of magic. Lucas is just standing there completely shocked and confused and asks Ricky, why do demigods even make apostles in the first place? Ricky explains, the power an apostle has is nothing, and I mean asterisk nothing asterisk compared to the real demigod. Logically, it's a huge risk, and super dangerous to create such weak little followers. So if they're willing to take that risk, there has to be some hidden agenda that's worth the gamble. The demigods have taken way too many lives over the past 1,000 years. Lord, the big boss of the demigods probably wouldn't agree with me, Ricky says. But if they keep running wild like this, they're gonna get themselves wiped from existence. And Lucas is just completely floored by all of it. Total BS, asking who could possibly erase a demigod. Ricky's just like God, but explains it's not the same all-powerful God that humans worship. Basically, some people call it a cosmic law that keeps the world running. It's like this giant ball of energy that maintains balance, and demigods are just little pieces that broke off. Lucas just sighs, saying if he wasn't hearing this straight from a demigod, he'd think it was some crazy talk from a New Age cult leader. Ivan then asks if this god took out like 1 or 2 demigods. Ricky reveals it's way more, saying from what he knows around 20 of them have been totally wiped out. Ricky lays it out for Lucas and Ivan, saying he's done all he can for now. In 1 month, there's a huge demigod meetup, including the 5 big bads they call the apocalypses, and even the head honcho himself. Ricky warns them they have to handle Odin before that day. He tells them to chill, eat some apples, and then drops the real bomb. The whole point of the meeting is to find and get rid of the traitor. For the past few decades, he's already taken care of several demigods laying low, so unless they're total idiots, the rest have probably figured out only another demigod could be behind the hits. But they likely haven't traced it back to him yet. All the demigods will have their apostles with them at the meeting. Odin will be there too. Once the meeting's over, it's almost a guarantee that he and Nausiog will go completely off the grid. If that happens, Ricky will have zero chance of finding them. Ivan gets it. This is their one and only shot to take out an apocalypse before he vanishes. Lucas, on the other hand, says they first need a plan to get into the forest to find the apostle. Ricky just smirks and suggests they fly in from above. Lucas is like, dude, whether we fly in or dig a tunnel, we're still intruders. Ivan just says, so we just gotta not get caught. Lucas sighs and asks Ricky if he was actually serious about using Ivan to work with the apostles. Ricky's like, this is exactly why I'm so stoked Frey joined the team. Lucas tells them to listen up. Inside the High Elf village, there's the world tree that keeps the whole forest alive. It's the core of the place, a living thing connected to every single tree. And get this, the Forest Queen is linked to the whole thing, but there might be a workaround. Outside people are just griping about how they got to the entrance but have to crash outside, even though the village is right there in front of them. Meanwhile, as everyone's buzzing about the elf trade happening tomorrow, the old lady from the forest just dips. Later, Sax slips into the forest and shifts back to her true form. She's thinking things look okay for now. But if the undead keep popping up, the land itself is gonna die. The second she senses someone behind her, she snaps back into her old lady disguise. It's Lucas dressed as Cain, Rickstone, and Ivan. Sax asks him if he's found anything on that warrior, and says she's just glad to see Cain is safe. With Ivan there, it's obvious they want her to lead them into the forest. His intense vibe is seriously freaking her out. But Cain tells him to back off, and politely asks Sax if she can help them get into the forest. Then Lucas drops the axe, saying, we don't have time for this. The clock is ticking for all of us, including your people. He confesses, I know you're a high elf. I've known from the start, and reveals his true self, assuring her he's playing the same game she is. He tells her he's a magician and needs her help. So Sax reveals her true form, leaving Ivan stunned. He thought she was an old hag, but she's super slender and pretty like a doll. Lucas shoots Ivan a death glare and gets back to business. You said you took this job to investigate the undead, right? So what do you know about demigods? Sax admits, not much other than that they're these crazy powerful beings. Then it hits her, and she looks panicked, asking Frey, don't tell me. That new necromancer is a demigod, Lucas clarifies. Probably not. More like one of his followers. He's in the rainforest now, and if we don't do something, he's a threat to every one of us. Sax is in disbelief. No way the forest doesn't let outsiders in. He couldn't have just broken through. But Lucas explains. The queen would have noticed a normal intruder, but this guy is different. Remembering what Ricky said about Odin being a high elf, Lucas knows it's best not to reveal the apostle's identity yet. So Lucas just dodges her question, saying, we don't have time for all the details right now. But what's for sure is we're the only ones who can track him down. Sax, totally lost, says, I don't understand. But then switches gears. You said you're not a spiritualist, so how'd you make a contract with a spirit? Lucas explains. He learned the move from a friend. A dark elf. Sax can't believe it. No way. They're hostile to humans, to everyone. But Lucas just says, the ones I met were good people, totally open-minded. Especially Camille, who was basically his spirit magic mentor. Total legend. The second he heard the name Camille, Sax's eyes went wide. He was like, wait, Camille, the leopardess dude. Literally every elf in this forest knows who she is. She's totally floored that a powerhouse like Camille would actually be friends with a regular human. Sax just sighs and is like, look, I'll trust you for now, and promises to lead them to the village. Meanwhile, Lord Odin's just chilling on his throne when he gets the news Indra's been taken out, and once again, 0 traces were left behind. Odin puts 2 and 2 together, there's a mole. So now he's gotta watch his back like 24/7. A servant knocks and tells Odin the queen wants to see him. Odin just tells the guard to let her know he's on his way. Odin then gets this nasty smirk, thinking, who in this whole forest would be dumb enough to mess with the queen's big bro? Anyway, back with Sack, Ivan, and Lucas, they finally get to this spot and see it, the world tree. Sack's like, we called it Huhal. It's Elvish. Then she starts chatting in Elvish with her friend Pippin, who's super surprised but stoked to see her back already. Pippin asks Sack if she's got any new dirt on the necromancer, but nope, they've got nothing. Sack does mention Frey and Ivan, though, telling Pippin they're the crew she's rolling with now, and that they had her back when she was hunting the necromancer. They're seriously skilled, so we're teaming up. Pippin's like, okay, even if they're your crew, outsiders still have to meet the queen and get her okay to crash here. Pippin tells them they're heading straight to Ruharl, so she'll put in a request for a meeting with Her Majesty. Ivan is just standing there, completely clueless about what's happening. So Sack breaks it down for him. It's the rules, dude. Outsiders have to meet the queen first. And they're going like right now. Sak explains that the queen is basically the heart of the whole forest. She says the meeting won't take long, but warns Ivan to be on his absolute best behavior. Ivan's like, hey, don't judge a book by its cover, just 'cause I look tough. Doesn't mean I've got no manners. The martial king's technique is all about training your mind asterisk and asterisk your body. Then he totally flexes saying his name is basically spelled etiquette, but pronounced Ivan. Sak is getting super anxious, feeling this whole vibe of bad luck just radiating off Ivan. Lucas just laughs and tells her not to sweat it because he's a total clone of Cassigan. Sak has no idea what he's talking about. So Lucas explains that Cassigan was always bragging about being a ladies' man, but the second a girl actually showed up, he'd totally freeze up. And then there she is, the queen of all elves, Snow de Fruwood, welcoming Frey and Ivan to the Riel's forest. And yep, Ivan is completely frozen solid just like Lucas predicted. Both Lucas and Sak can't help but laugh. As the elf queen introduces herself, Lucas's internal alarms start blaring. De Fruwood, that's the same last name as Odidin. No way. The idea that the apostle is actually related by blood to the queen is insane. It all clicks into place. So asterisk, that's asterisk how Odin could just go wild and cause chaos with zero consequences in the forest. But wait, something's off. She's not a high elf. And from what he knows, every single elf queen is supposed to be a high elf. Sak drops to one knee before the queen, introducing herself as the oldest daughter of Anil and giving a formal greeting. Sak explains, Your Majesty, like I said in the report, these are the two guys who helped me on my mission. I'm asking you to please let them stay in the forest until they're ready to leave for their next trip. She glances back at Frey and Ivan and tells them the queen speaks their language perfectly, so they should go ahead and introduce themselves. Ivan is sweating bullets, totally frozen, just staring at Snow's perfect pearly skin. He's thinking she's as graceful as a butterfly. Her voice is so elegant it literally makes him shake, and calling her stunning is a massive understatement. He glances at Sak, and oh man, his brain just called her a goblin compared to Snow. His train of thought gets totally derailed when Sak calls his name, telling him to introduce himself. He starts stuttering, thinking his brain just short-circuits whenever he looks at her. This girl is seriously gonna give him a heart attack. But he's a warrior, right? He's gotta be tough, even in front of a girl. So he crosses his arms, puts on this super serious face, and basically glares at the queen. This totally ticks off Snow's servant, but the queen just gives a little signal for her to chill. Then Lucas also kneels, introducing himself as Frey, a magician from the Casco Empire. Snow's like, wow, you know our customs for a human. Still on one knee, Lucas says it's an honor calling her Your Majesty. Then she tells them that they can stay in the forest. She tells one of her attendants, Privy, to make sure they get some rest after their long trip, and to leave only when they're fully recovered. Then she's like, all right, you can go now? As they walk out, Snow watches Frey and Ivan with this really weird look on her face. Later back in their room, Sak serves them dinner, which is just leaves and carrots. Ivan completely loses it like, you have got to be kidding me. Even goats eat better than this. Lucas just looks at him like, dude, did you really think elves would serve you meat? And tosses him some bacon he packed before they left. Ivan is suddenly the happiest guy in the world and starts chowing down while Lucas just eats the leaves. Then Ivan asks where Sak is, and Lucas figures she's probably buried in reports. They start talking in their heads. Lucas tells Ivan telepathically that things are looking pretty bad. Ivan complains out loud, telling him to just talk normally, because the mind chat thing is super weird. But Lucas explains still in his head that he is so super intense it is, because they're totally listening in. The elves' hearing is like dozens of times better than a human's. Ivan puts it together and asks Lucas like, is it because Oidin's actually related to the queen? Lucas is like, yep, you nailed it, and they don't have enough proof to actually pin it on him. If they call out Oidin too early, the elves are just going to turn on them instead. Ivan says the whole village will be against them. But Lucas says that according to Ricky, the apostle needs some kind of special object to connect with the apocalypse. So if Oidin tries to hit up Nazadog, they'll give off a little bit of divine energy. If they can track that vibe, they should find the object. It basically means they have to lay low in the village until he tries to contact the demigods. But the real question is, what if he never makes a move while they're here? Lucas is betting, though, that he'll try it tonight or tomorrow since it's been a whole week since Ivan wrecked those undead. Oidin is totally hooked on the thrill of the fight. A monster like that can't hold back its urges for long, especially in a village full of peaceful types. Their chat gets cut short, though, when Sak just bursts in looking completely wiped. She flops onto the bed and says she didn't sleep at all, was getting called all over the place last night, and tells them not to even think about waking her up. Ivan's like, isn't she being a little too chill since there are literally two dudes in her house? Lucas figures they probably see humans like we see dogs and cats. He then tells Ivan he's heading out for a bit, and asks if he can get a message to one of her friends for him. Later, Lucas is outside practicing his magic and checking out the forest, and thinks that Ruhial, the world tree that keeps this whole forest alive, has got to know something. Info about what went down 4,000 years ago, what happened to his crew after he vanished, and whatever it is he's missing right now. Because of the world tree, he suddenly lands in this spiritual world. He's even back to his old self appearance-wise. Man, he hasn't felt this at peace in a long time. He breaks into a sweat when he sees Ruharl there, who tells him she's been waiting and asks if she should call him Frey or Lucas. Lucas is in total shock because he was not expecting to see Ruharo, the world tree spirit, in the spirit world. She looks at him with so much sadness in her eyes for him as she starts crying, saying how Lucas has been through way too much living such a painful and lonely life. The idea that a single human could survive all that is just unbelievable. She even thanks him for just making it this far. Then she asks him what he wants to know. She admits that she's also kind of trapped by the demigod lord's power, but she'll tell him anything she possibly can. Lucas is hesitant, but he tells her that he needs to know about his friend's last days. He knows she has to be aware of what happened since she's connected to the entire continent through the earth. With her magic, she zaps them to a new spot and serves him tea as they sit down, because as she puts it, this is going to be a long story. She then starts explaining that his friend, the martial mind Kasajune, died in the Amakan desert. He went down fighting a demigod, taking his opponent with him after a crazy week-long battle. It was a seriously terrifying fight. Next, Ruharo talks about Lucid the Sword King. Lucid died when his homeland Akalium was completely wiped out. Lucas then asks about Schweitzer the Great Sage. She tells him that when it comes to the Great Sage Schweitzerstro, she has to be honest. She's really not sure she should tell him the truth, and that it might be better for him not to hear this story. Lucas insists he has to know, saying his fight is with these wannabe gods. No matter how messed up the truth is, as long as it's what really happened, he can't just look away. Ruharo says she sees Lucas has prepared himself, and if that's the case, he needs to see it with his own eyes to avoid any confusion. As he looks into her eyes, he's suddenly somewhere totally new. He sees Schweitzer in front of him on the ground, coughing and muttering about a traitor, and that he finally gets why Lucid and Kasajine had a falling out. Lucas is so confused, and when he feels someone behind him and turns, it's Iris, the peace founder. She calls Schweitzer out, saying she knows he never trusted her, not for one single second. In a weak voice, Schweitzer admits she might be right, but that Lucas trusted her. Iris just smirks, agreeing that while she didn't trust them, Lucas was different. Schweitzer asks if she even realizes how bad her actions are, since destroying the demigods was Lucas's entire life's dream. You betrayed Lucas. Iris just stretches and says in that case they're not so different, since their own small minds and prejudices were what ended up hurting Lucas, and says it was disgusting to watch him try to fill the hole Lucas left. Schweitzer, getting weaker, asked why Iris would team up with the demigods. Lucas's eyes go wide, and his stomach just drops as it hits him. Iris is a traitor. Schweitzer whispers that Lucas would be so disappointed, and maybe it was a blessing he died so he wouldn't have to see this. Iris's anger just explodes, and she blasts him with magic arrows. Schweitzer watches Iris just walk away. In his last moments, he says, "In the end, I couldn't do a single thing. Taking out the demigods, getting everyone to fight together, stopping Iris's betrayal, or preventing Lucas's death. It was all for nothing. I'm no great sage. Everything I've done is just this epic fail on a loop." He's saying sorry to Lucas, who's totally breaking down holding Schweitzer. Then boom, the vision's gone, and Lucas is back in the real world with Ruhial snapping her fingers. So Lucas and Ruhial are just sitting there dead silent while Lucas tries to process all of that. Then Ruhial drops a bombshell: Iris Fistfounder is actually alive. Like alive right now in this time. But she can't promise that she's the same Iris Lucas used to know. Lucas is like his last words were, "I'm sorry," when it should have been him saying it. He feels like his own screw-ups made his friend's last wish basically an apology. Ruhial tries to make him feel better, telling him he's being way too hard on himself. Lucas just tells her that things are about to get crazy in the forest. Before she sends him back, she wishes him a future that's actually filled with hope. With a little magic flick, Lucas is zapped right back to where he was practicing his spells. A whole day has passed, and yup, the spies are still on his tail. Meanwhile, back in their dorm, Ivan is just casually doing a one-handed handstand in the corner. That's when Lucas walks in, saying his meditation session totally ran long. Using their mind link thing, Ivan's like, "That favor already handled it. They're coming over after sunset." Lucas thanks him and tells Ivan to chill with the training for a bit. He tells him they're taking Oiden down tonight. Lucas is meditating in the room while Ivan's in the shower, when suddenly a voice cuts in. It's Camille, and she's saying Lucas is 100% unpredictable. She was like she never expected the so-called successor to the Martial King to just show up looking for her, claiming Lucas sent him. She was totally skeptical at first and was like, "Who would have guessed we'd meet again in the High Elf village?" She plops down on the bed, saying of course it had to be Oiden. She was shook to find out the Apostle is the Queen's blood relative, and she drops the bomb that Oiden isn't even related to her by blood. Lucas is totally confused, so Camille spills the tea. Queen Snow was adopted. The Fredickwood family has always passed down the queen title for generations. But like around this time, the family didn't have a daughter, and they couldn't just give the throne to a guy like Oiden. Lucas is like, "Oh, that explains why I heard the elf queen is always a high elf." He was super thrown off when he saw Snow, cause she's not one. Queen Snow is an ice elf, part of this super rare tribe of elves that lives way up north in the snow. Then Camille asks when the mission is going down, and he tells her it's happening tonight. She's like, "So you want me to just take care of the spies following you or what?" Lucas just grins and says she's a quick study, and he's totally stoked to have her on the team. She tells him she had to dodge like 8 spies just to get here. It was super obvious, since Lucas sent a go-between to hit her up, that he needed something from her. She gives him a heads up though she's technically just a visitor, so she can't start a huge scene. And if things go south, she's gonna say he totally forced her into it, and blame him for the whole mess. Lucas is super chill about it, basically telling her to do whatever. But she's not so sure anyone would buy that the Great Leopardess got played by some random human. Then Camille asks about Isabel, and Lucas says she's watching over the circle for him. Apparently, Isabel has unlocked some crazy new skills. As Camille is about to bounce, she warns Lucas to seriously watch his back because Oiden is a crazy powerful spiritualist. See, mages usually can't use their mana anymore after they get divine power and become an apostle. But spiritualism doesn't clash with divine power. Plus, Oiden's got his power from an apocalypse, one of the stronger demigods. He's on a whole other level compared to Lucas. Meanwhile, Oiden's servant is just serving him tea, and he's having these messed up thoughts about taking her out. He realizes he's at his breaking point and can't keep his dark urges in check because of the power he got from the demigod of death. Later that night, Sayak is just walking around when Lord Oiden shows up out of nowhere. Sayak is pretty shocked to see him so late. Lord Oiden gives Sayak props for working so hard, especially since she's the one who let outsiders into the village. Oiden asks her what's up with the hunt for the necromancer, saying he heard some humans are helping her out. Sayak just sighs and starts venting about how everything's gotten super weird and complicated and no one knows what's really going on. She knows there's this sketchy rumor going around that the necromancer is hiding out in their village. This news totally freaks Lord Oiden out, and he's thinking he'll have to do something extreme if it's true, which basically means making her disappear. Sayak is listening all nervous, but before she can say anything, a huge crash cuts them off. Sayak gets knocked back and totally eats it, and then Ivan appears. He looks seriously ticked off, and Sayak yells at him asking if he's mad because he only got fed veggies. Ivan just blows her off, telling her he just saved her neck by shoving her out of the way. Then it hits Sayak. Stonia, the top-tier wind spirit, is here, and Lord Oiden was literally just about to attack her. At the same time, the necromancer shows her face and is totally trolling the whole situation. Lord Oiden is shook, realizing one of the outsiders Sayak brought in is the same maniac who wrecked their undead armies. Ivan is furious and yells at the necromancer, calling her out for just straight up admitting what she did. He's like, does she seriously think she can just do whatever she wants? As long as she's hiding behind the queen's protection? The necromancer's like, yeah, the plan was to keep it all on the down low. But now she says there's no point in hiding anymore, since she's planning on wiping everyone out anyway. Ivan starts totally clowning on Lord Oiden and the necromancer. He throws some major shade at the elven prince, calling him out for being arrogant and saying a good smack to the head might fix his attitude. Lord Oiden, totally ticked off by Ivan's trash talk, tells him to watch his mouth. He's all like, it's so not okay for some random human to be dissing my noble bloodline. His voice is drippings with pride and he's seriously offended. Ivan just claps back, calling Lord Odin's whole speech total garbage. He calls him out for being nothing but the demigod's little lapdog, not even flinching. In the face of his rage, Sayak's just like, what is even happening right now? Lord Oiden is fuming and says he's about to school them. Oden admits he's been bottling up his psycho side for way too long, but he's totally ready to let it all out. All of a sudden, this dark energy just floods the place and the vibe gets super heavy and creepy. The ground starts cracking as this insane power just explodes around Lord Oden. And boom, his true identity as the necromancer is revealed. The whole crew is just frozen, like they can't believe the guy they trusted was the big bad this whole time. Sayak and the others are just stuck there totally shook, wondering why Lord Oden was hiding who he really was. But there's legit no time for a Q&A, because undead creatures start popping up all around them. And these things are way stronger and there's way more of them than anything they've ever fought. Sayak starts freaking out, worried the whole village is toast. Ivan makes a sarcastic crack about Odin's short fuse and how fast he outed himself as the necromancer. Ivan points out to Sayak that they finally have solid proof and a witness to totally nail Lord Oden. He's like, dude used divine powers to summon the undead, which Sayak saw with her own 2 eyes. Ivan reminds Sayak about Frey's warning that jumping Oden without proof would get them labeled as traitors and put everyone at risk. Sayak is floored, realizing Ivan was totally baiting Lord Oden into revealing his true self the whole time. Lord Oden gets all creepy, calling the zombies around him his friends, loving their whole vibe and the smell of death they're bringing. Ivan doesn't even hesitate. He just roasts Oden, saying he looks like he'd fit right in with the undead crew. He even jokes that he'd rather throw down with the zombies than have to look at Oden's face anymore. Oden loses it and calls Ivan a punk, threatening to end him like right now. But before Oden can even move, this massive, terrifying pillar of fire just erupts out of nowhere. As things get even crazier, Oden points out that the magic is seriously OP, maybe a tier 6 or even a tier 7 spell. Lucas makes his entrance with like a ton of drama, flexing his powers. At first he acts like he's about to drop some insane spell, but it's just a joke, a way of saying, what's up? Ivan's like, Lucas, what are you even doing here? And Lucas just casually replies, saying he had to go drain the dragon, like it was just a quick pit stop. Then he starts roasting Lord Oden's look, calling him a muddy, arrogant mess and saying he actually looks better this way than when he was faking being some high and mighty noble. Sayak's watching all this go down and realizes the crew isn't just trying to get evidence on Oden. Nope, they are 100% having the time of their lives messing with him. All the trash talk finally sends Oden completely off the deep end. He screams that he's gonna unalive everyone, his power just crackling like crazy. It's super obvious that Odin has completely lost his chill. Ivan realizes Odin isn't just some elemental mage and an apostle. He also cut a deal with a demon, which makes him like way more dangerous. Even Lucas is thinking this whole situation is getting kind of wild and sketchy. In the middle of all the chaos, Frey suddenly spots someone they totally didn't expect to see. They're yelling out the name Ashura, and Lucas is just stunned to see Ashura again in a place like this. Ivan manages to take out the undead creatures, but he gets super mad when Sayak gets in his way and tells her to move her butt already. Sayak's like, and where exactly am I supposed to go? He gets all blushy and stutters while talking about the queen telling her to go report to the queen and get some backup. Sayak gives him this totally confused look, then teases him like, does your heart go crazy just thinking about her? Before flying off, promising to be back soon. Ivan then spots the massive form of the notorious demon Archduke Ashura, and thinks, yeah, even I'd have a tough time taking that on directly. Meanwhile, Odin is screaming and ordering Ashura to just end them both like right now. Ashura realizes she's in the land of the elves, but Odin's just like, quit messing around and just take these two out already. Ashura turns to. Odin calls him a lowly elf and tells him to shut it. She's like, did you seriously think I'd be your little minion just because you summoned me with your weak sauce powers? Fix your attitude or else. I'll be the one to end you. Odin just stares at her, totally shocked, but she just sighs and is like, whatever, a deal's a deal, and points at Ivan and Frey, saying she's got no personal beef with them. However, you guys gotta disappear. Before she can make a move, Lucas cuts in, calling her by her full name, Ashura, Archduke of the Demon World, ruler of the Slaughter Hell, and then asks, is that what they're calling you these days? Ashura can tell he knows her, so Lucas clowns on her, saying her memory is worse than he thought. Ashura thinks his eyes look super familiar, and with a flash of magic, she yanks his soul straight to the Slaughter Hell. Once they're there, Ashura gets in Lucas's face and demands to know who he really is. But Lucas tells her to answer his question first. Ashura just sighs and calls him a clueless human, like he has no idea where he is or what's about to go down. Lucas just says, this place is basically a nightmare, and she could literally snap her fingers and poof, his soul is gone. So yeah, he totally gets what's coming for him. Ashura's just like, good, cause at least he'll know why he's about to get wrecked. Lucas throws some shade, telling her she's slipping, cause hello, he's the guy who built the very thing he's chilling on. So like, enjoy the view from the top. Ashura gets this smirk, finally realizing it's Lucas Troman. She's like, wow, you got seriously nerfed since the last time. Then she asks what went down, cause she heard, he totally bit the dust fighting the Lord. Lucas just brushes her off, saying now's not the time, they can't just sit around and gossip. So she's like super sarcastically, are you here? Just to cash in on that IOU, still got that attitude, huh? She tells him she's good for it, whatever he wants. Lucas cuts to the chase, saying he heard Iris Fistfounder is still kicking. She should know too, since they had a contract, and asks where Iris is right now. Ashura's like, sucks to be you, I don't know either. She explains that after Iris teamed up with the demigod lord, she just ghosted her on their deal. Lucas is totally floored. Iris, a demigod, teamed up with the lord, the same guy who's the reason for all of Lucas's drama? Ashura's like, yep, it's true. 100%. She adds that Barbados was there too. Apparently Iris cut some kind of deal with the demigod lord. She called them up so she could negotiate with the lord on her own terms as an equal. And it wasn't like she was brainwashed or anything. It was all totally her own choice. And this all went down right after Lucas vanished. Lucas's mind is just blown trying to compute all this. Ashura mentions some dude with white hair and gold eyes, and it clicks for Lucas. She's talking about Schweizer Stroh. Ashura's like, that's the one. The guy they called the Great Sage. She tells him if Iris is still out there, she's gotta be hunting for his stuff, his legacy, cause she was muttering about finding his core. Lucas gets it, core means Anastasia, the heart of Schweizer's golem, like his ultimate masterpiece. Looks like Lucas is gonna have to build that golem to get the answers he's looking for. Lucas thanks Ashura for the info, and says her debt is officially paid. Ashura's like, you're a weird one, Lucas. For him to make her the great Ashura pay up. She was expecting something epic like power to rule the world or whatever. But all he wanted was info on an old flame. Lucas is quick to shut that down, like, it wasn't like that. Ashura's kinda impressed he's so chill, even though she's supposed to take him out the second they leave this place. Lucas is confused for a sec, cause he totally forgot about her deal with Odin to off him. Lucas's jaw hits the floor, he legit forgot. As Ashura starts to walk away, he stops her like, whoa, where do you think you're going? You still owe me. Ashura's like, I didn't see that come in. I thought you hated contracts. Lucas admits he's not exactly in a position to be picky right now, and he's sure she can see that. So Ashura asks, what's in it for me if I make a deal with you? Lucas's eyes just blaze with anger, and he says, the end of the demigods. Ashura's like, you're still chasing that crazy pipe dream of wiping out all the demigods. But I mean, if he fails, which is like super likely, she gets to do whatever she wants with his soul. Ashura's in saying she'd be an awesome partner. Just as she thought, this Lucas guy is pretty entertaining. She zaps him back to the real world, telling him he can borrow her power for his little crusade. Ivan is bugging out, asking Frey if he's okay and what just happened, since his eyes totally rolled into the back of his head. Lucas is like, oh, just took a quick vacay to hell. Odin starts sweating bullets when Ashura confronts him, saying he can't touch them now because Frey's her new contractor and she's out. She wishes Odin good luck and tells him to try not to die, calling him a poor little puppet. And poof, she's gone. Yvonne's all confused, asking Frey where Ashura went, so Lucas just says he was in hell with her and basically bribed her to help them out. Odin's face gets beet red, and with a wave of his hand, he summons a whole new wave of undead baddies. And he didn't just up the numbers either. Knights on horseback show up and Ivan's like, wait, are these guys different? So, Lucas explains they're Doom Knights, a level up from Death Knights. Basically, they're like a zillion times stronger than anything they've fought so far. Ivan cracks his knuckles and steps up, asking sarcastically, so a little tougher than punching bags, huh? Lucas just nods. But then Odin totally bails and runs for it. Lucas is thinking to himself, how does an apostle just ditch a fight? Looks like Odin switched up his game plan, thinking if he can just take over the Ruyal, he can totally wipe them out from there. Ivan tells Frey to leave these guys to him and go after the apostle. Lucas juices Ivan up with some energy, tells him to watch his back, and zips off after Odin, leaving Ivan to deal with the creepy crawlies and the knights. Lucas catches up to Odin, and they're both back on the ground. Odin is seriously ticked, yelling at Frey, how dare you steal Ashura from me? He starts throwing more undead at Frey, though Lucas just keeps icing them with his magic. He asks Odin if he's got any other tricks besides raising the dead. Odin fires back that this asterisk is asterisk the power of death, and he's the apostle who runs the show. Lucas is like, dude, this is straight up necromancy, and Nazdog is literally the ruler of death. He can bring back the dead, and if you breathe in even a tiny bit of the purple fog he gives off, you're instantly toast. If anyone even tries to get close, he whips up a rainstorm that can melt your skin off, plus he controls ghosts. Odin just stutters and asks what his point is. So Lucas shoves him to the ground, calls him weak, and is like, are you for real an apostle? Lucas then goes for Odin's eyes, making him whimper. That just makes him even madder, and he screams for Lord Nazdog. A massive structure starts to appear as Odin summons Nazdog. When it's only halfway there, Lucas realizes the pressure in the air is so intense he can barely even breathe. The demigod Nazdog finally materializes. Odin begs him to prove to everyone that he's the real chosen one because he just got totally humiliated. He explains that everyone's saying his power is a fake, that he's way too weak to be Nazdog's apostle, and he summoned him to defend his honor. Nazdog just hums, finding the whole thing hilarious, and says, you were just some last-minute bait, but I gotta say I never thought you'd get found out this fast. Odin's voice just cracks when he hears Nazdog call him bait. Lucas, meanwhile, puts it all together. He was right. Odin isn't the apostle, which means there's another one out there. In other words, taking out Odin won't let them kill the demigod Nazdog. And Ricky was completely wrong. Nazdog asks Frey how he figured it out. So Lucas explains the forest was basically glowing with divine power, so it was pretty easy to tell. Nazdog says some people are just super sensitive to divine power. But even so, Frey found him way too quick, almost like he had inside info. He says that a lot of weird stuff has been going down with their crew lately. Super powerful demigods have been dropping dead one after another out of nowhere. Lucas thinks to himself that they know there's a mole among them, and that's what he meant by bait. Odin was a trap set to lure out the traitor. It's Lucas's first time seeing a demigod in person, and man, he's glad Ivan isn't here right now. Lucas taunts Nazdog, saying he's totally different from what he expected, since demigods aren't usually so chatty. Lucas is only doing this to keep a straight face and hide how he's really feeling. On the other side of things, Odin is crying, asking Lord Nazdog what he meant by bait, since he literally gave up everything to follow him, saying this is all just ridiculous. Nazdog tells Odin he's being too loud, and in a flash offs him. Nazdog then says it's pretty surprising because it's rare for him to not be able to read a human who's barely lived 100 years. In fact, it's a first, and that's more than enough to make him suspicious of Frey. He says he'll be keeping an eye on him and then just vanishes. Lucas senses someone hiding behind a rock and tells them to come out, and who pops out but the Queen Snow? A question pops into Lucas's head. What is she doing here? Lucas tells her she totally wanted him to find her. She just stands next to Lucas, looking at the spot where her brother Odin died. Snow says she sees that Lucas has finally put her terrible brother to rest. It clicks for Lucas that Snow knew all along Odin was with the demigods. Snow admits she knew and asks if he'd heard from Kruhi. That lady is totally under the demigod's influence, and she found out from the same person who clued her in about her brother. Lucas is skeptical and says it's obvious she's just trying to get info out of him. Then she mentions Ricky, the demigod with the sword power. That makes Lucas realize she's not lying. She reveals that she's one of their allies. Lucas asks her who she really is. So, she just casually says she's the queen of all elves and he shouldn't be talking to her like that. Lucas is like, that's not what I meant. But they get cut off when the ground starts shaking like a massive earthquake. Snow realizes it's coming from below them. When they rush to look, they spot a gigantic magic circle. Over with Ivan, he's busy taking out undead creatures and knights. But when the huge magic circle erupts in a purple light, Ivan sees it too. It's headed for the village. Meanwhile, Snow and Lucas figure out that Nazdog must have planted a seed in her brother's body. Now that his divine power is gone, a super powerful enemy is about to emerge. Lucas realizes that with a magic circle that huge, they're about to face something absolutely massive. Ivan sees a monster starting to form and thinks this is going to be a total disaster. Like, what on earth is that janky falling apart skeleton a dragon? Snow puts on a Gen 6 mask since her looks are a little too much and being that attractive can be a real pain sometimes. She asks Frey for his help because her village is in serious danger. While Lucas is low-key impressed by Snow's secret identity, the magicians of the village, including Sax, are chanting spells like, "Oh, spirit of the wind, please lend us your power." Some are shooting arrows at the dragon, but it's totally pointless. The dragon just keeps getting stronger. There isn't a single scratch on it. Sax groans that this would happen when the hero guard is away. The dragon breathes out its magic and a building just collapses. Sax screams for everyone to get away as the building comes crashing down. Sweat is dripping down Sax's face as she realizes the village is being destroyed right in front of her and there's nothing she can do. Then out of nowhere, the dragon lets out this insane roar of pain and just crashes to the ground. Then everyone sees Ivan just chilling on top of it as a crazy number of ice spears rain down on the beast. The villagers are all bugging out like, is that a whole army of mages? But nope, it's all Lucas and Ivan. Ivan yells over to Frey asking about Odin. Lucas is just like, he's toast. Let's just finish off this overgrown lizard already. They all look back at the dragon and of course it gets back up looking even more ticked off. But then this girl Snow shows up in her other persona. Ivan's like, who's the chick with the ponytail? Lucas totally shuts him down. Dude, stop sounding so lame. Turns out Snow's other identity is a huge deal around here. They call her Lady Sadna of the Hero Guard. The whole crowd just breathes a collective sigh of relief, cause the elves' #1 hero Lady Sadna is on the scene. Lucas is kinda shook seeing how the villagers are freaking out. He's realizing Snow's alter ego is legit famous. Snow mutters something like, this is exactly why I've been thinking about a third identity. But Ivan cuts in like, who is this chick with the attitude she's even worse than Sax? Lucas is like, she's on our side for now, but I'm not sold on trusting her. Snow just deadpans. Wow, harsh way to introduce a new teammate. Lucas just shrugs. If you don't like my intro, feel free to do your own. But first, we gotta take this dragon down for good. Meanwhile, the villagers' jaws are on the floor watching Ivan, Frey, and Sadna go to town on that thing. They turn to Sax all, did you bring humans, the ones fighting with Sadna? They've never seen anyone fight like that. Then Lucas unleashes this epic gravity explosion spell. And boom, the dragon's dead, its massive head just plummeting to the ground. It's about to crush Sax, but Ivan zips in and saves her just in time. Then Sax is all like, all right, everyone, let's go get some dragon steak for dinner. Fast forward 1 week, and Lucas and Ivan get summoned by the queen. The queen totally calls out Ivan, who's basically frozen solid and shaking while trying to talk to Snow. Snow's like, how long are you gonna be like this? Ivan just stammers. And says she's being kinda reckless being in a closed room with 2 guys and no bodyguards. Snow just tells him, open your eyes when you talk to me. Ivan's mind is totally scrambled because he thinks Snow is seriously hot. He finally opens his eyes when Snow says not to worry that she can totally handle herself. Then he just yells, you're not the queen, because he recognizes her as that sassy girl from before wearing the same mask from her other identity. Snow just smiles and says, as the queen of the elves, I thank you, Ivan, for protecting our village. And Frey, a special thanks to you for fixing up the whole village in just a few days. Your purification magic was insane. It's honestly hard to believe you're just a human. I was seriously blown away watching you work. Lucas cuts in. All right, can we skip the formalities and get to the real talk? Who are you really? Snow sighs and says, I'm an apostle of Ricky. I'm the last ice elf left on the entire continent. The demigods wiped out my people. I'd love to get some payback, but they're way out of my league. So yeah, I had no reason to turn down Ricky's offer. Lucas gets this smirk on his face. You know Ivan was right. You are reckless. You really shouldn't be spilling your secrets this easily. Even if Ricky sent us, what if we were actually spies for the other demigods sent to check on him? I mean, just saying, he adds quickly. But Snow's like, I don't trust you. I trust Ricky. And I trust him because of Fuhiol, because his mother has faith in him. Wait, did she just call Fuhiol mother? She goes on, I heard that Frey met mother. In her spiritual world, even as a human. And mother said she's super grateful for everything he's done. Ivan cuts in. Okay, I have no clue what's happening, but thanks isn't gonna cut it. We need more than just words. Snow actually agrees. Follow me. I'll give you what you need. Ivan points at her. I swear if the reward is just a chance for Lucas to get over himself, I'm gonna be so mad. Which is hilarious, considering he couldn't even look at her a few minutes ago. After walking for a bit, Ivan's like, so where are we going? And she tells him, I'm taking you to the mother's root. And just so you know, she says, you two will be the first humans to ever set foot in here. When they walk in, there are these glowing flies everywhere. Turns out they're actually spirits. The whole scene is totally surreal. Lucas can hardly believe they're still on their own world. There's a tree growing inside another tree. This is the mother's true form, Snow says as she picks a couple of apples from it. She hands one to each of them and tells them to eat up. Ivan totally loses it. This is it, I wanted a real reward. But Lucas stops him. Dude, chill. This isn't just some regular fruit. It's a wonder fruit. It can double or even triple your mana overnight. We should be thanking Cruderall for this gift. Lucas holds off on eating his though. If I eat this in my human body without prepping, I'd probably be knocking on death's door for a solid week. I need to brace myself. Snow looks totally bored by this. You should really loosen up, be more like your friend Ivan, who, by the way, already ate the entire fruit. Lucas just screams, "Are you insane?" Ivan immediately hits the deck with mana just surging through him like crazy. Lucas grabs him. "Okay, I've temporarily scattered the fruit's mana, but it's gonna come back and it'll be even stronger. You gotta focus." Ivan's eyes roll back in his head and he starts accusing Snow of poisoning him. Lucas is just like, "Dude, shut up and focus or your insides are literally going to melt." Snow pops up in front of Ivan, totally teasing him about how the village is finally gonna get some peace and quiet for a week. Ivan, all flustered, stammers out a threat like he's gonna totally end her as she pulls off her mask. Snow just smirks all like, "It's your own fault and messing with you is just way too fun." Ivan groans, thinking she's some kind of siren who's gonna eat him alive. Meanwhile, there's this huge festival going on with people in green robes, doing some kind of performance or celebration. Lucas spots the group of girls showing up and gets totally hyped. He's all like, "This is a huge deal," and calls them the grand champions. This elf with pink hair comes up to Lucas just gushing with thanks. She's like, "You saved my family and brought our village back from that disaster." And she feels like she owes him big time, wondering how she can ever pay him back. But Lucas is super humble about it, playing it cool and saying the villagers' own courage is what saved the day. He's just like, "I'm just a regular mage, not some hero." Inside, Lucas is fuming, realizing Snow totally tricked him into coming to this banquet just to get all this praise from the elves. And then she just ditched him to handle it all by himself. At the party, Lucas is getting so annoyed as people keep treating him like he's some big shot hero. Someone nearby is totally jealous of Ivan, who dodged all this chaos by eating some mystery fruit and passing out for a whole week. Lucas is thinking, "Man, I should have done that to get out of this mess." Then Lucas spots Camille and books it over to him. He's all like, "Camille, we gotta bounce, like right now, we've got stuff to handle." Camille's just standing there, totally confused by what Lucas is on about, wondering what Lucas is even talking about. Before he dips, Lucas tells Camille to look after the girls at the festival. But as Lucas tries to make a break for it, the crowd starts yelling for him, calling him the grand champion and begging him to stay because the party's just getting started. Lucas is firm, like, "I'm not a champion, I'm just a mage, okay?" A little later, Lucas shows up at some fancy place where Snow is waiting for him. Sak comes up to him and gives a respectful bow. Then she politely excuses herself, calling Lucas "Your Majesty," before she heads out. Snow starts her friendship with Sak, saying how she's been a super close friend ever since she got here. Even though Sak's an ice elf, she was totally warm and friendly right away, which made Snow feel right at home. Snow sees how wiped Lucas looks and asks if he just took down another dragon that was threatening their turf. Lucas, looking totally exhausted, admits he'd rather fight another dragon than deal with all those girls outside. Snow tells him that the two of them have to go see Ricky. He's like, "Why do we need to see Ricky?" And Snow explains that Ricky said he had something important he needed to talk to them about. That gets him thinking, and he asks if it's really okay for Snow, the queen, to just dip from the village without telling anyone. He's wondering if she's not supposed to be protecting the forest. She just brushes it off, saying it's cool as long as nobody finds out. Then Lucas spots something on Snow and gets all excited asking about it and saying he totally wants one too. She gets them back on track, telling Lucas to hurry it up. She explains that Ricky might look chill, but he can get pretty impatient. Lucas asks if they're seriously gonna walk all the way to Ricky's place. Snow responds that using blink magic would attract way too much attention from nosy people, so walking is their only choice. Then she brings up warp magic, wondering how that would even work without drawing a magic circle at Ricky's place first. But Lucas is all confident, like, "Those rules don't apply to me." He works his magic and boom, they're instantly at Ricky's. So Lucas and Snow pop up at Ricky's. Ricky greets them, tells them to have a seat, and offers them some tea. Then he drops a bombshell: Odidon wasn't Nasdog's apostle, which totally shocks both Sak and Lucas. Ricky admits that even he was caught off guard and had no idea that kind of stuff was even possible. Lucas cuts him off, accusing Ricky of giving them bad info, and angrily points out that the three of them barely got out of a death trap. Ricky's a little hesitant and asks if Lucas is demanding an apology. Lucas is just like, "Yeah, an apology would be a good start." Snow is wondering why Lucas is trying to pick a fight with Ricky. She reminds Lucas that Ricky is a demigod, one of the 5 apocalypse dudes who could literally wipe them all out. Ricky gives a genuine apology. He promises to check his facts way more carefully before sharing info from now on. Lucas accepts it, satisfied that Ricky gets how serious it was. Then it starts to click for Snow that Lucas might have had a secret reason for pushing Ricky's buttons. She figures Lucas was testing Ricky on purpose to see if he was betraying the demigods. She works out that if Ricky was lying, there's no way he would have put up with being called out and provoked like that. She can't help but wonder what Lucas would have done if Ricky had actually been an enemy. Then Ricky reveals the real reason he called them over was to give Lucas something super important. Ricky hands him this crystal extract, explaining he got it when he took down Indra. Ricky makes it clear that this isn't just some regular crystal from an apostle, but a pure energy crystal that holds the actual power of a demigod. He explains that with this thing, Lucas could instantly jump to the 8th tier and use Indra's insane divine power. but Ricky warns him that getting those divine powers would mean losing all his mana, basically erasing all his abilities as a mage. Lucas gets that drinking this stuff would mean totally changing who he is and what he can do like forever. He questions Ricky's motives, asking what his endgame is. Ricky lays it all out. He wants Lucas to drink the crystal and join him at the big demigod get-together, which is happening in like 3 months. Lucas is totally floored because he was sure only demigods and their apostles could get into a party like that. Ricky's like, yep, that's the deal, and then drops a bombshell asking Lucas to be his apostle. The Snow Queen's like, hold up, what are you even trying to say? Because even if he chugs that elixir and soaks up the demigod's essence, how does that magically make him your apostle? And not just that, the Lord himself is going to be there. You really think he won't see right through this whole act? Ricky just replies that demigods aren't as all-powerful and all-knowing as she wants to believe. I mean, he totally fell for the Oiden bait and switch, right? The Lord has a major blind spot when it comes to disguises. Lucas cuts in like, wait, are you saying that? I'm supposed to drink this and go to that party pretending to be your apostle. Ricky's all, you got it. But Lucas shuts him down flat. He's a mage, and if he threw away his mana for divine powers, that's just getting his priorities all wrong. Ricky asks if it's his mage pride talking, but Lucas denies it, saying it's just the smarter move. He needs magic to actually wipe out the demigods. Ricky hits him back, saying there's a way for him to have both divine powers and mana. Lucas is in total disbelief, like, yeah right, stop making up crazy what-ifs. Ricky promises him it's for real, saying it's only possible for him because he's got Blake blood running through his veins. Lucas is completely lost, asking what his family has to do with any of this. Ricky stands up all dramatic and says, to be honest, I've known about you for a super long time. The third son of House Blake who showed like zero potential for magic. Because of that, they treated you like you were totally worthless. You basically got exiled to the Magic Academy. He goes on, so when I met Frey and heard your name, I got actual chills. Because it's insane how the worthless reject from House Blake got crazy strong as a mage, and now you're on this epic quest to destroy the demigods, Lucas demands. That he explain how a demigod knows so much about some random human family's drama. Ricky's like, dude, there isn't a single demigod who doesn't know about House Blake. Because that house is nothing but one giant testing ground. Lucas is like, what do you mean a testing ground? Ricky explains that for ages now, the demigods have been running experiments to try and fuse mana and divine power, and their research totally leveled up after the apocalypse known as took charge. She was behind like tens of thousands of experiments. This research went on for hundreds of years, and what came out of it was House Blake. Lucas is panicking as he hears this, asking, are you telling me my entire family was literally created by demigod experiments? Ricky just confirms it. The Casco Empire is one of the places where the demigod's influence is super deep. Sweat is dripping down Lucas's face as he remembers when Hines said he hoped Frey wouldn't master magic after finding out Lucas had Blake blood too. Ricky pushes again. Become my apostle and come to the demigod gatherings. You're from that family. You guys are unique. You won't lose your mana even if you become an apostle. It all clicks for Lucas inside Frey's body. There were way too many things that just didn't add up, especially how he even possessed Frey's body. It couldn't have been a coincidence. It had to be a calculated plan from the start. Frey stands up and says calmly, this is a lot. I can't decide right now, I need time to think. Ricky's like, just don't take forever. I'm not a fan of waiting. Later. Deep in the mountains, a huge crew of dragon-like monsters are bowing to a girl with orange hair and a seriously powerful vibe. She decides to keep her word and become the ruler of these mountains. To protect her friend's dungeon. A mysterious voice starts guiding her to where the dungeon is. As she races over, she finds a strange woman with purple hair just standing there. As she stares at her, she gets a flash of a memory of a woman who looked just like her named Takunda, threatening to end her if she followed any closer. She wonders, was that Takunda's memory? She asks the girl who she is, but the girl just turns and walks off. The orange-haired lady chases after her, trying to stop her, but they end up in front of a giant tree trunk with a tunnel in it. The girl realizes the final room is open. Her eyes go wide as she whispers, it's him. He's returned. The orange-haired lady is like, what are you talking about? Who are you referring to? She demands that she spill it and even throws a punch, but the purple-haired girl just vanishes into thin air, leaving the lady completely shook. So back to the guys. Ivan is lying on the grass, eyes shut, glowing with this golden light while Lucas and Snow watch him. Lucas goes, hey, hope you don't mind if I crash here for a bit. It's gonna take me about a week to fully absorb the energy in this crystal. Holding up a small glass tube. She just tells him to do whatever he wants. When Lucas asks about food, she's super chill and tells him to help himself to the food and drinks she left next to Ivan. When she says food and water beside Ivan, Lucas freaks out, yelling, wait, you put those asterisk plants asterisk next to him? I seriously thought they were just random weeds growing out of the ground. All because Ivan is sweating buckets over here. He straight up calls her evil, asking if she even gets that this guy Ivan has probably been on an all-meat diet since he could walk, judging by how built he is. But Snow just giggles, saying she thought it was hilarious anyway. She then bounces, still laughing, and says she hopes to see Lucas alive in a week. Lucas strips down to his pants and plops down on the grass a little ways from Ivan. He stares at the crystal in the tube, wondering if a body that could handle both divine power and mana at the same time is even a thing, and if a regular human could even pull that off. He raises the tube, asking himself if drinking it means he's basically ditching his humanity. He mulls it over for another few seconds, then brings it to his lips and chugs it, thinking that if it helps him wipe out the demigods, he'll gladly toss his humanity in the trash. The second he drinks it all, these insane waves of energy just erupt around him, shooting from the ground into the sky. Snow sees it from a hill leaning against a tree and wonders how a body that can use divine powers, demigod powers, and mana is even possible. She can't even wrap her head around what that would look like, and to think it's being done by a normal human who can't even live past 100 years is a whole other level of wild. She wanders off just thinking about how much of a riot Lucas is. Suddenly, Ivan's eyes snap open, and he lets out a huge sweaty sigh. He gets up talking about how he finally managed to get his raging mana under control, which totally wiped him out. He looks at his glowing hand, admitting that it looks like Snow wasn't kidding about the effects. He stands tall and confident, checking himself out and saying he's not looking half bad. When Lucas sees that he's up, he shouts over to Ivan that he's finally awake. Ivan spins toward the voice, only to see Lucas dressed again, stuffing his face with the plants Snow had left for them. Ivan asks him if that stuff is any good, and Lucas offers him some, asking if he wants to try it. But Ivan shuts him down, saying he'd rather starve than eat that crap. Then Ivan asks Lucas how long he was out for while stretching his body. Lucas tells him it's been a week and 2 days. Ivan glances over his shoulder at Lucas and realizes he can't sense a single drop of mana from him. Like Lucas has become just a regular person. And yet he thinks the feeling is a lot like the calm, solid vibe his master used to have. All these thoughts just get him more confused. So Ivan asks Lucas if he got stronger. Lucas confirms it, telling him he hit the 8th tier. Ivan hears the level and just repeats the tier number, totally stunned, and asks how old he is. When Lucas says he doesn't really remember but thinks he's maybe 20 or 21, Ivan tells him straight up to start showing his elders some respect from now on. Ivan sits down his back against Lucas's, thinking about how Lucas is barely over 20. And here he was thinking there were no geniuses out there more talented than him. He says he guesses this is the end of their team-up, and that he's going back to what he was doing before. When Lucas asks what that is, he says he's hunting for the relics of Kassajan. And according to his old master, if he ever wants to surpass the godfist Kassajan himself, he has to find 3 legendary artifacts: a belt, a pair of gloves, and a locket, which all belong to the legendary godfist. Lucas asks about his master, and Ivan says his master was the godfist's previous successor and was super hot-headed and freakishly powerful to boot, telling Lucas he kind of takes after him. Then he asks Lucas what his plans are. So Lucas tells him Ricky asked him to be his apostle so he can crash the demigod gathering with him. Ivan is totally shocked and asks Lucas what he's talking about as they both turn to face each other. Once Lucas is done explaining it all to Ivan, Ivan says he doesn't really get it, since Lucas is basically saying he's some kind of experimental demigod hybrid who can now use both mana and divine powers. Lucas just chuckles at his wording and says that's one way to put it. Ivan just says it looks like Lucas's life is pretty messed up too. As he's about to leave, Lucas tells Sia he'll leave that idiot Ivan with her for now. She just smiles and says she's just his guide out of the forest, while Ivan is fuming about being called an idiot. After a beat, Lucas turns to Ivan and tells him that in a year and a half there's going to be a huge conference for the circle, a really important one where all the top dogs from each circle will show up, and that's where he plans on causing some major chaos. When Ivan looks surprised, Lucas reminds him that he himself said the circle is nothing more than a glorified pigsty right now, so it's time to clean the place up and get rid of the rotten smell. Besides, he's sure Ivan will be bored by then anyway. When Ivan asks him what he's trying to say, looking all confused, Lucas tells him he's getting a special invitation to join the party. They both just crack up at Lucas's words, and then say they'll see each other in a year and a half. While they're fist-bumping, Lucas senses Snow behind him right after Ivan and Sia walk away and asks what she wants. She creeps out from behind a tree in some weird getup and she's like, "Hey, maybe call me Sadhna when I'm incognito." But he's all, "Just 'cause I can feel you're here doesn't mean I know your outfit." She gives him some serious side-eye and is like, "Whoa, you're a totally different person now. Is that the crystal's magic or what?" Then she asks if he's gonna go see Ricky, and if he is. She's tagging along. In a flash, bam, they're right at Ricky's door. But just as Lucas reaches for the handle, this voice yells at him to stay back, and he's pretty sure it's Ricky. The voice is like, "Get out of sight, like right now." So they dive behind a bush and see this Lady Hydra who's got literal snakes for hair EW walking out the door. She's muttering about how weird it is that she just felt some mana. Ricky's trying to play it cool like, "You're just imagining things." She just smirks all, "Am I though?" Meanwhile, Lucas is totally fuming seeing another demigod. Snow kind of stumbles over to Frey, who catches her hiding. Hydra starts heading their way, but Ricky cuts her off, asking where she's going. Hydra's like, "I'm positive I felt something over there." Ricky shoots back real quick, "Oh, that's just my apostle." And Hydra's all, "Hold up, didn't you just say I was imagining things?" Ricky explains they were told to keep their apostles' identities on the down low from each other. Hydra's like, "Oh yeah, you're right." She's like, "I remember the Lord saying something like that." Then she adds, But did you know I have amazing eyesight and it kind of looks like your apostle is an elf? Ricky presses her and she just asks, isn't it a crazy coincidence that the bait Nasdog setup is also an elf? In one clean move, Ricky swings his sword and her head just flies off. Hydra starts freaking out and screaming that Ricky was the traitor all along. She hits the ground with this nasty hiss as 9 snake heads erupt from her neck. They all scatter as she tells him, I'm so telling my master Ananta and he's gonna love this. Ricky whips out his sword again, dicing her head into a million pieces. Her blood splatters everywhere, getting all over Frey and Snow. Frey stares at her blood thinking, whoa, wherever that stuff landed, it's literally melting away like acid. But even crazier, he could actually follow how insanely fast Ricky drew his sword. The skill of an apocalypse, it's just mind-blowing. Then Ricky's like, I missed 2 heads, and Frey is totally shocked. Ricky says one went south and the other booked it for the forest. Frey tells him not to worry. We got the one in the forest. Ricky gives them the lowdown on Hydra. Her strength is her killer poison and her crazy ability to regenerate. He warns them to watch out for the nasty green acid she spits, because if that stuff even touches you, you'll literally melt. He tells them that her weak spot is fire, and even though she's split into 9 pieces, she's still just a lesser demigod. He tells them to be careful and just buy him some time while he hunts down the other head. A super loud hiss echoes from the forest. Hydra's totally loving this. Frey sprints toward her head, yelling for Snow to split up so they don't have time to strategize, telling her to just do whatever she can to stop Hydra. Snow bolts the other way, shouting, got it! Frey unleashes a lava blast, and with a huge boom, Hydra is toast. But a second later, she's already regenerated and is just laughing her head off. Snow slices her throat clean, but Hydra just spits poison right from the gash, aiming for Snow. Snow's totally stunned, thinking there were no openings, and realizes she can't dodge it. Suddenly, a shield pops up around her, blocking the poison from even touching her. She's like, what is this barrier? And her first thought is Frey. 2 new heads sprout from Hydra's neck as she keeps laughing and hissing like a maniac. Snow knows Hydra is crazy fast, but she just has to stall. Hydra barrels right into her and she struggles to hold her back. Snow starts to lose her footing. With a clash of steel, she strikes at Hydra again, thinking, her strength is just insane. She can't believe how strong Hydra is even after splitting her power into 9 pieces. Hydra's like, not bad for Ricky's apostle, but can you handle this? As she shoots a ton of vipers from her mouth. Snow starts hacking away at them, thinking that if even one gets through, she's dead. She's getting exhausted, but she keeps fighting. She thinks about how each of these snakes feels like she's trying to slice through a ton of steel and thinks, I had no idea facing a demigod would be this awful. She knows she's hit her limit as she jams her sword into the ground to stay upright. In her head, she's telling Frey she's sorry that she couldn't even buy enough time and totally failed him. She's about to give up when a blue flash lights up everything, creating another barrier around her. Hydra whips around looking at this massive ball of heat and is like, is that the sun? She's super confused, asking why the sun is coming up from the north when it should be behind her. So what is this thing? Then Frey appears engulfed in this burning ball of heat, heading straight for Hydra. She just screeches when she sees him. Frey unleashes brutal sun and goes right for Hydra, and she just melts with this sickening crackle. Snow watches Hydra get completely torched and thinks, Frey just took out a demigod like it was nothing? But me, I was just a liability in his fight. And she closes her eyes. Frey lands and it hits him. The only thing he could do in that endless black void was just think. And for 4,000 years, all alone, he basically just cooked up these super complex magic theories to not go insane. The side effect, he got crazy fast at calculating and casting spells. He could never use it before because he sucked at magic, but now he can finally go all out. He's even hit the 8th tier for real. He's thinking, man, I'm on a whole other level compared to the 8th tier me from 4,000 years ago. Holding Snow, he's like, yeah, I can do this. I can totally kill the demigods. Snow is just staring at Frey, thinking he didn't even break a sweat, like this wasn't even his final form. Then Ricky pops up and asks Frey if he actually managed to take her out. Frey's like, yup, and Ricky is totally floored. Ricky tells them they should crash at his place for now. Once they're there, he's like, it's not going to be long before everyone finds out Hydra is gone. He figures Ananta will be the first to know. Frey's like, who's Ananta? And Ricky explains that Ananta is the apocalypse who's all about poison. Frey's brain clicks. Oh, it's that old dude I met before. So that's his name. Ricky asks Frey if he's made a decision yet because they're running out of time, and it looks like he's finally ready to commit. Frey's like, I already drank that crystal you gave me, but I haven't really tried out these new divine powers yet. Ricky is just shocked at how Frey just absorbed and controlled a demigod's power all by himself. But Frey just sips his tea super chill and says it wasn't a big deal. Ricky's like, okay, well, we have 3 months until the big gathering. So from now till then, you're gonna train to use your divine powers without any mana period. Frey asks why he can't use his regular magic, and Ricky explains that even though Lord isn't all-knowing or all-powerful, his senses are crazy sharp. So they have to totally hide any trace of Frey's mana with his new divine powers. Then Ricky gets up and tells Frey they're starting training right now. He warns him it's gonna be super tough and asks if he can handle it. Frey's just like, dude, you're the one who said we were short on time. So stop asking dumb questions. As they're leaving, Snow calls out Frey's name and just runs to hug him when he turns. She tells him someone once told her This is how humans say goodbye to people they really care about. Frey just laughs, saying it's a shame, because if he were Ivan, he would have literally passed out right there, like foaming at the mouth with joy. She's like, so I guess this is goodbye, and tells him she's gonna be so bored without him. Ricky's just watching them hug, totally confused. He's thinking, so humans are the type to just cling to each other to say bye. He personally doesn't get the logic behind this weird species at all. She whispers for him to stay safe, and he asks her to say what's up to Seeks and Camel for him, and that he's sorry for bailing without a word. For the next 2 months, Frey just grinds, practicing his divine powers, going all in to get ready for what's coming, getting better every single day. Meanwhile, Ricky is watching him like a hawk the whole time. Then one day, Ricky pulls out his sword. Frey totally geeks out over it, asking what's up. Ricky just nods and is like, let's just say your training is done. Frey literally jumps for joy, while Ricky just looks at him, thinking, I seriously did not expect him to master divine powers in just 2 months. He'd always thought Snow was like the most talented mortal genius out there. But it looks like Frey is on another level. And apparently none of the other demigods know Hydra is dead yet. Ricky tells Frey it's time to stick to the plan and hit up the gathering. So let's go. Like right now. Frey starts freaking out because it's so sudden. On the way, Ricky tells him they're heading to the Ruinable Kingdom to use the warp from Pilot. Frey's like, whoa, I didn't think a demigod would ever use a warp stone. Ricky just roasts him, saying his squishy human body couldn't handle the pressure of instant teleportation anyway. But hey, if you don't mind turning into a puddle of goo, I'm down to watch you try. Frey's like, wow, thanks for being so thoughtful. Totally sarcastic. As they're walking, it hits Frey that he never ever thought he'd be teaming up with a demigod. And right then, they get ambushed by a bunch of thieves. One of them is like, you want to pass, gotta pay the toll. Then he's all, and if you're wondering when that rule started, I literally just made it up. He starts laughing like a total jerk. He's all, sucks to be you, cause you just ran into the Red Bandits, the baddest crew around. Now hand over all your stuff and maybe we'll let you see the sunrise. Frey is so over this guy's whole act. Ricky just calmly asks the dude if he has any idea who he's talking to, but the thieves just laugh and start dissing him. Ricky stays super chill though. Ricky adds, so you'll let us live if we give you our stuff? I do believe that makes you what feeble mortals call a doctor. The man just cusses him out again and demands he cough up all his stuff, but Ricky's like, it looks like you picked the wrong guy. His people don't really get this whole mugging thing. Just then, Frey jumps in and throws down a spell, which knocks every single one of them out cold in a second. Ricky asks Frey if he's seriously letting them live and showing his people mercy. Frey just says that taking out these clowns would be totally embarrassing and they should just dip. Frey adds that just as he thought humans are super weird and kind of funny. Humans are the most interesting beings out there, Ricky adds. Frey's like, what's that supposed to mean? But Ricky blows him off, saying it's no big deal. Meanwhile, Rounder Charles, the second in command of the Fist Founder Armlets, looks like a young girl, but she's actually a vampire who's been around for centuries. She's chatting with Shepard, double-checking the sword's recent activity, which he says is totally legit. Charles then asks about the demigod's movements and finds out he's headed to Pilots. With this intel, Charles and her crew of 5 get ready to hunt down and take out the demigod. Charles brings up the Naziog takedown mission. The Troman Rings, who used to be rivals with the 3 Great Circles, got completely wiped out in one night, and they only managed to dig up a single piece of info. After all that sacrifice, Naziog controls death. But Shepard clarifies they aren't trying to take him down, and Heinz Blake, the youngest exec of the Stro necklaces, adds that they're just planning on tailing him. Heinz tells everyone they've heard a bunch of demigods are meeting up in one spot. Charles totally mocks him, asking if he was eavesdropping on his dad, since rumors are flying that his father is hanging with the demigods. Charles tells him not to freak out, since he's the one who first snitched to the circles that Isaka Blake. His own father was secretly talking with the demigods. But that kind of makes him sus, cause how can you trust a guy who sold out his own dad just to level up Heinz? Just ignores the digs and accusations and switches gears, explaining that the meeting is going down somewhere in Luanable. Jerome Warner starts grilling Heinz about the sword and seems like he's planning to use the warp stone in Pilots to get there, but demigods don't even need warp stones. He asks why one would even bother. Heinz explains the demigod is only using a warp stone because he's with his apostle, who can't just teleport through space-time like a demigod can. All the demigods are gonna have their apostles with them at this meetup. Charles isn't sure she buys this info, but Heinz says they should check out the gathering and get more deets, even if it's a huge risk. Dozens of demigods meeting in one place has never happened before. They're definitely talking about something huge. Still, they have to admit that following a demigod is basically a suicide mission. Even one tiny mistake could get their circles completely annihilated. But when it's just the apostle, if they get caught, they just need to make sure the apostle keeps their mouth shut. Their plan is to lay low in Pilots and keep an eye on the sword. In Pilots, Lucas, going by Kane Rickstone, and Ricky are all in line, giving their mercenary details and IDs to get through and apply for the warp stone. Lucas is totally shook though, cause Ricky used his actual name for his fake ID. They head off to apply, then grab some food at a shop nearby. The warp stone to Luanable won't be active for 3 days. It's a major hassle. Still, they're pretty lucky. Since they're going to another country, people sometimes have to wait for several weeks just to get a spot. As Ricky finishes his food, he says he's got to dip for a bit. When Lucas asks where he's going, he just says to the Blake main house. They already know Ricky's here. If he doesn't go to them, they'll come find him soon enough. And if that goes down even in disguise, Lucas could get dragged into some serious trouble. Plus, if he's lucky, he might find out where someone is. Because Ricky knows that Frey's dad, Isaka Blake, is Lyron's apostle. Lucas thinks the whole situation is a real bummer. The circles know Isaka Blake is in touch with the demigods, but they don't have a clue he's an apostle and aren't suspicious since he can still use magic. The circle's big weakness is that they don't know the truth. The real secret is that the Blake family can use both mana and divine power. Lucas just sits there thinking how the one who ratted out Isaka's betrayal to the circles was none other than Heinz Blake. So that begs the question. Why didn't he spill the beans about the family's secret to the circles? He's definitely up to something. His thoughts are cut short when Ricky gets close and tells him they're being watched. Someone's spying on them with familiars. Even back when Ricky was in the forest, people were watching him from the shadows. But now that the barrier's gone and he's on the move, they're straight up tailing him. Lucas guesses it's probably people from the circles. But Ricky tells him the followers are strong, like executive level, and if he tries to make a move alone, they'll go after Frey. For them, fighting an apostle is way less of a risk than fighting a demigod. Ricky offers to just take them out, but Lucas is curious and wants to see how good the circles really are at their jobs. So he's gonna test them to see if they can be useful down the line. Before taking off, Ricky warns Frey to be super careful. There's a little bug following him. Lucas and keeping an eye on him. Duganar and Shepard are watching Ricky, wondering where he's going, though Shepard realizes he's heading toward the Blake house. Heinz asks for an allowance from Shepard so he can follow Ricky, while Charles uses that bug to keep an eye on Kane Lucas. She asks the bug about the guy traveling with a sword. The bug tells her that he's a mercenary named Kane Rick Stone. He was on a mission as an A-rank magician 2 months ago until he disappeared. Charles figures out it's a fake name anyway, making Shepard realize he needs to start the investigation all over again. Charles plans on doing it herself. In her room, Charles bites her finger, making it bleed. Then, she creates a magic circle with the blood, and in just a few seconds, a lady named Lilith appears. Charles asks her to check on a man staying on the 3rd floor of an inn in the western district of the city, and she wants her to look into Kane Rick Stone's dreams. Lilith smirks at this since Charles summoned the succubus queen for such a simple request. Though, Charles warns her not to leave any traces since she's the only Archduke Charles trusts. She also asks Lilith to find out if there's really a gathering of demigods, and if so, what the objective of the gathering is. Lilith disappears, telling Charles to wait a few minutes, but when she comes back, she admits that she failed. Normally anyone opens up their heart to her if she just shows them a little bit of her body. But he didn't even budge, and she wonders if he's even human. She asks Charles if he's some kind of magician just to be able to resist her, and she totally thought about forcing her way in and just wiping his memory after. But that seemed way too risky since he's already got a contract with another Archduke, even though she couldn't figure out which one it was. Plus, if she forced her way in, she might have gotten recognized. She says sorry for not being much help. Charles is left wondering about this mystery magician who made a contract with an Archduke. Meanwhile, Lucas is freaking out because he almost got into some serious trouble and he'd been wondering how they were going to approach him, but he never expected them to send the succubus queen in his dreams to dig out some information. He thanks Ashura, who's sitting next to him. He's lucky Ashura was here. Though Ashura tells Lucas that he would have resisted her seduction without him, since he's got some serious mental fortitude. Ashura totally hates her, since even the slightest sight of that sleep demon who calls herself an Archduke makes him want to puke. Before disappearing, he warns Lucas to be careful. After that, Lucas sits. Or they might even be a rank above the circle rounder. But he doubts the master would make a move themselves, so it must have been someone close to her. He remembers Ivan telling him about this vampire named Charles Rowland. She might look like a total brat, but they're the allies he's supposed to team up with later, so he can't hurt them. But that doesn't mean they'll believe him, if he tries to explain his situation. The next morning, Ricky tells Frey he came up empty. Len and Isaka weren't there. Instead, Frey's second brother was there. He gave Ricky a tour of the place. Ricky was planning on heading back right away, but the brother happened to come home at the same time. Lucas figures they must have sent the least suspicious-looking circle member to the Blake house after they saw Ricky heading there. And for now, it'd be best not to tell Ricky that Heinz is a member of the circles. Even though it's Ricky, he's still a demigod. Lucas can't trust him completely. Lucas is pretty sure that Heinz is part of the Stro necklaces. So maybe there's some kind of alliance or cooperation between the circles. After that, they pack their stuff and move on. They're now in Luenoble, the biggest city in Lupe. Lucas spots a building and asks Ricky if this is where the demigods are gathering, but Ricky tells him this is not where the meeting is planned since he's got some business here. He even tells Frey they're still being tailed, though he's not planning on killing them since they might become allies later on. And it might actually be kind of fun to mess around like this for a change. He smirks and tells Frey to just try and act like a normal human would. And then they both take off running. Shepard, Heinz, Charles, and Duganar chase after them, but they lose them. Charles orders everyone to spread out and find them, saying they can't let them get away no matter what. Both Lucas and Ricky are now in an alley, having managed to shake them off. Ricky points to a gate and tells Frey to go inside and get the mask. He explains that there'll be a man inside wearing a worn-out hat, Lucas is confused and asks about the mask. Ricky explains it's the one that can completely suppress his divine power. They need to totally hide their identities if they want to go to the gathering. When Lucas asks why Ricky isn't coming along, Ricky explains that the man he mentioned is Lord's subordinate. If they go in together, it'll be obvious that he's Ricky's apostle. Lucas goes through the gate and finds a staircase that seems to go on forever. Who would have thought a place like this existed in Luinoble? The stairs finally end, opening up into an antique shop. Just then, a girl appears in front of him. Lucas didn't sense her presence at all, and wonders if she's a golem. A voice calls from inside saying their guest has pretty sharp eyes. So this dude in a hat walks in, tells the girl, "I head back inside." He's all like, "Looks like I'll handle this customer personally." Then the guy just plops down on a chair and welcomes me to Hector's general store. He's like, "I'm the owner, Hector." And I'm just thinking, oh, so this asterisk is the guy in the beat-up hat Ricky mentioned. Hector holds out the mask, and as I reach for it, he spots the bracelet on my wrist and totally freaks out, screaming, "Let me see that bracelet." He's all proud, saying you gotta have sharp eyes for this gig. Even though he has no idea what this bracelet is, he can tell it's some seriously epic item. He's like, "Wow, it's been forever since a magic item actually wowed me." He says if he's right, that thing has to be from the era of light. I just sigh and I'm like, "Sorry, dude, this is off limits." But Hector just will not let it go. I mean, I get that he's curious, but I shut him down. Hector's face gets all red when he realizes I'm not budging. But instead of starting a fight, he drops to the floor and bows. And he's begging me to just let him see it for a sec. He's getting super desperate, grabbing my clothes and just won't stop. I'm thinking, this guy has zero shame, totally over the top. So to distract Hector, I tell him, "Fine, you can see it." But then I hit him with a question. "Hey, is it even possible to make a golem with a 1 million mana energy core?" Hector's gotta admit, yeah, that's tough. So I add, "The best alchemist I know said it was completely insane." Hector then tells me there are only 3 top-tier alchemists on the entire continent. The first one is the master of the 11th magic tower. I was like, wait, I thought there were only 10. But Hector explains the 11th is one of the Casco Empire's secret protectors, but that's all he can say. He says he can't spill any more deets. The second, he says, is the Archmage way up north in the snowfields. Apparently it's a magician, not an alchemist, but its alchemy skills are even better than the 11th Tower Masters. So I get it, he's basically saying the Archmage is the GOAT. But I'm like, yeah, but good luck asking asterisk at asterisk for a favor. That thing is holed up deep under the snowfields and is totally obsessed with magecrafts. Anyone who gets close without a plan is gonna lose everything. I just casually mention, I actually vibe pretty well with people like that. But then Hector points to himself and is all, "And I'm the third and final one." I totally ignore him, because I 100% saw that coming. Hector just groans, insisting, "No, for real." He says people who brag about being the best are usually all talk. Then he's like, "And trust me, I'm all talk now, stuck in this weak body and this pathetic situation. So who cares about being humble or having dignity anymore? Don't let this look fool you. I used to be part of a seriously respected and ancient race. I had tough scales that could block the sharpest swords, a body so huge it blocked out the sun, and a heart more powerful than any engine ever. But I lost it all to the demigods. They respected my knowledge enough to let me live at least. But maybe it was just to laugh at me, keeping me around to see how pathetic I've become. And that's when it clicks for me what he's getting at. And Hector drops the bomb he was a dragon. I suddenly remember what Ben Young told me, that the record said the lair was totally wrecked and they never even found the dragon's body. The only thing they found in the whole lair was an egg. Ben Young, wait, something about this is super weird. A dragon's body is insanely valuable. I mean, you've got the dragon heart, which is basically the ultimate treasure. But even the fangs, bones, scales, eyes, and blood are priceless. There's no way it would all just vanish. So when you think about it, the only ones who could have swiped the body without a trace are the demigods. And to them, a dragon's corpse is worthless. I had to ask, so I'm like, "So you were for real a dragon?" Hector just laughs like he's embarrassed he said all that. He apologizes for the super depressing story and tells me to just forget everything he just said. I'm thinking if this guy is telling the truth, if the demigods didn't kill the dragons but broke their souls and made them their servants, that's not impossible. Actually, that sounds exactly like something the demigods would do. Hector calls me a kind person and asks, "You're wondering why the demigods stuck me here, aren't you?" He explains that this place is a mandatory stop for all apostles to get their masks, since the oh-so-great dragon is now the demigod's slave, just barely hanging onto his life. Most apostles make fun of me. They're all people who decided to betray something important to follow the demigods. So the demigods show them my pathetic state to basically say, "See, you made the right choice." But he says I'm different, that I'm showing sympathy instead of making fun of him. Not that either reaction really matters to him anymore. I have to correct him. It's not sympathy, it's respect. I explain that 4,000 years ago, the first ones to see how dangerous the demigods were and actually fight back were the dragons. For real, in that war 4,000 years ago, humans were just back up supporting the dragons from the sidelines while they fought the demigods. The only ones who could go head-to-head with demigods were the only ones who could go toe-to-toe with them were dragons. He spills that they were his masters. Hector just laughs like, wow, Kane's life is just as messy as mine. Then Lucas asks him if the other dragons are stuck in the same kind of jam as Hector. And Hector's like, yeah, some are, but most of them are gone. Lucas gets all bummed out, so Hector tells him not to get all serious about it because they're an ancient race and it's all ancient history. Then he hands over the mask. As Lucas grabs it, he's like, so do you just live down here or what? Hector's like, it's more like I'm locked asterisk and asterisk here. So Lucas brings up the golem core with a crazy 1 million mana and asks him to build a body for it. Hector kinda hums, then says that's not gonna cut it. Even with the bracelet, cause hey, he's a salesman. Then he's like, hand over the bracelet. Lucas is cool with it, but wants a promise in the dragon tongue. Hector gets all nervous laughy, realizing that Kane totally knows his stuff. He backpedals saying he was just kidding about the bracelet, but tells Kane not to get it twisted. It's not like he asterisk refuses asterisk to use the dragon tongue. He was just testing Kane before, cause just seeing the bracelet once is plenty, and it's basically useless to him anyway. So then Hector asks if Kane has any specs for the golem, like how it should look, but Lucas is like, nah. As long as it can vibe with the core, nothing else matters. Hector tells him it'll take at least 6 months just to get all the materials to build it. After Lucas bounces, A brings Hector some tea and is like, that was a weird one. Hector totally agrees since he can still meet some interesting characters even being stuck underground. Later, Lucas meets up with Ricky and they start walking. Lucas asks Ricky what the game plan is since they've still got a month till the big gathering. Ricky explains that the Luanobli Kingdom is called the Nation of Knights, but it's legit the most corrupt place he knows. And even so, they're always spewing some garbage about protecting some dude's legacy. Then he points out a mountain to Frey. Lucas is actually pretty impressed, since it's just sitting in the middle of Luanoble's huge flatlands. Ricky's like, Mark Damon, the absolute worst noble in all of Luano Blaze, will do literally anything to get what he wants, and all over that mountain. That scumbag has set up slave camps. Lucas totally freaks because slavery was outlawed ages ago. Ricky calls Frey naive, saying it's still happening on the down low. For real. It's so out of control that there's not enough supply to meet the demand. He reminds Frey not to hesitate when it's time to take out the trash. He tells Frey to use it as a chance to level up his divine power as much as he can this month. Ricky's orders are to shut down the whole trafficking ring on that mountain. Lucas is like, I gotta see this for myself before I decide anything. Ricky asks him if he's getting cold feet because he'd have to off his own kind. Before taking off for the mountain, he says he just can't take someone's word for it. When he gets to this huge building on the mountain, he sees elves, dwarves, beastmen, even monsters all caged up. They're not picky about race at all. He spots 2 guards dumping an elf's body with a pile of others. One of the guards just smirks, saying he didn't think she'd check out just from him messing with her a little. The other guard tells his buddy to chill cause Mark Dalamon has been super touchy lately, with all the slaves kicking the bucket. Lucas can't even believe what he's seeing so many bodies. Even if they're slaves, shouldn't they be valuable property? Then the guard, says the boss, only really cares about the elves anyway since they're worth the most. Lucas gets it now, they're just using these people as toys to get their kicks or cure their boredom. So he drops down onto the roof. The guards get totally ticked off and are like, who the heck are you? Lucas says Luanoble is supposed to be the nation of knightly pride and asks if these guys have any of that. The guards are just confused, thinking he's some lunatic high on something. But then Lucas unleashes his magic and takes out a few guards, setting off total chaos on the roof. The guards all swarm Lucas' weapons out. Lucas is thinking to himself, I can't believe these posers are running around in armor acting like knights. He wonders what Lucid would do if he saw this. A picture of Lucid pops into his head, and he decides he's gotta handle this for him. So Lucas takes down another guard. Over in Mark Dallin's room, he's yelling at a servant to take better care of the elves. He's so ticked off he's thinking about firing everyone. The chef walks in and asks Mark about the elf who passed. Mark tells him he's in the mood for a basil sauce today, and tells the chef to get a move on cause you gotta cook 'em while they're fresh for the best flavor. Then all of a sudden a guard bursts in, yelling that there's an intruder. Mark just brushes it off and tells the guard to deal with it, but the guard stammers that the knights got totally wiped out. Mark's eyes go wide and just then Lucas busts in and flips his chair. Mark's face goes beet red and he screams for his chef to end him, but when the chef attacks, he just bounces off a barrier around Lucas. The chef just bolts, leaving Mark scrambling on the floor. Mark asks him why he's doing this, like if it's about cash he can pay. But Lucas just plants his foot on Mark's chest and tells him he's seriously ticked off right now. It's gonna take a hot minute for him to chill. And then he gives Mark this ice-cold warning to get ready, asking where he should even start the payback, his eyes, his tongue, or his ears. Just like that, Maris's screams are everywhere. A little later, Ricky pops up on the roof. Ricky's all, looks like you're done here. But Lucas is like, not even close. We're still here. Thanks to Ricky, all the humans and other species who were trapped are finally out of their cages. Ricky tells them all to bounce cause they're free now. But one of the guys who was a slave questions it. He's asking about freedom, saying he's never experienced it, cause his entire family, his whole race is gone. For him, there's literally no reason to be alive anymore. He begs Ricky to just end it. Ricky totally gets the guy's pain, so he pulls out his sword ready to do it, promising it'll be so quick and painless the guy won't even feel it. But Lucas cuts in saying it's a terrible idea. He asks the guy if he wants pity, or if he wants him to get angry for them. Then he's like, look, nothing's gonna bring you peace, so don't kid yourselves. I didn't save you all because I felt sorry for you. I'm just taking you with me because I have a use for you. The only thing that's changed is who owns you at least for a month. From this moment on, I'm going to completely wipe out the people who did this to all of you. There are tons of people just like you enslaved in countless other places. They're probably all thinking the same thing. I'd rather be dead. Lucas couldn't care less how they feel. He just wants to destroy those greedy pigs with their fat bellies. Later on, Ricky and Lucas crash for the night in one of the rooms in that building. Ricky thinks it's weird that Lucas was basically telling them to survive no matter what, but he came off like a total villain. He asked Frey if he was going for some kind of anti-hero vibe. Lucas says he just put it in a way they'd understand. For people who've only ever known despair, hope can be more painful than helpful. Dropping sudden freedom on someone who has no idea what it is no different from telling them to go die. What they need right now isn't freedom, it's time to think for themselves. Lucas figures that maybe if they keep saving people like them, they'll eventually understand the real meaning of the freedom they were given. After that, they hit up place after place for a whole month, freeing everyone who was trapped. And with that, every last slave camp on Luani is gone. There's a huge crowd of them now. Beckon, one of the people they freed, asks Lucas if they're actually free. So Lucas just tells him that's for him to decide. Beckon says they have a lot of mouths to feed now. If he wants to feed them all, he'll be crazy busy. But if it means living and surviving, he'll do it because he's not alone anymore. Lucas asks Beckon what their game plan is from here. So Beckon tells him he's thinking about heading to the España Mountains. They want to build a village. For themselves, somewhere humans can't get to. Lucas knows that won't be a walk in the park since the place is crawling with seriously scary monsters. Beckon gets all choked up, his eyes filling with tears, and says whatever's there, it's better than this place, and he seriously doubts any monster is scarier than a human. Then he realizes Kane Lucas is human and quickly adds that Lord Kane is the exception, obviously. Afterwards, Ricky points out to Frey that just like he predicted, it looks like they found the meaning of freedom. He asks if he knew from the start that it would turn out this way. Lucas just chuckles, saying he didn't, but he just believed in them that the fire inside them hadn't gone out yet. They can be crueler than a devil or kinder than an angel. Changing the subject, Lucas asks Ricky if it isn't about time to get going now that the magic races have been erased. The meeting is going to start soon. If they don't leave now, they might be late, Ricky sighs, admitting that, come to think of it, he never actually told him why they came here. This is the spot, the place where the demigod meeting is going down. The Circle's members Charles Shepard and Duganar, Jerome and Hines are all there where the meeting is being held. They see the sword and his apostle freeing slaves and wonder what they're plotting. Suddenly, blinding lights shoot down from the sky, making the Circle crew think the sky is literally splitting open. Charles realizes they're inside the demigod's barrier and they're not getting out of here until this meeting is over. Though it might actually be better this way. This way, they can get a front row seat to whatever's happening. Ricky points out Agni the Apocalypse of Fire to Frey, and tells him to keep his mouth shut from now on. Agni smiles, thinking he's the first one here. Lucas is just thinking, wow, they can change how they look this much. He wonders if that means Ricky has a whole other true form too. Agni then says he's surprised since he didn't think Ricky would volunteer for cleanup duty. Ricky just says he was the closest, but Agni eyes Lucas and asks Ricky if that's his apostle. Over there adding that he looks pretty good. Ignoring him, Ricky points out that Agni seems to have an apostle too. Agni sighs, saying he finally found one who caught his eye. Lucas looks at Agni's apostle and wonders to himself, why is she here? After that, all the apocalypses start showing up at once. It's the first time he's seen this female-looking demigod. He's pretty sure she's the one who made the Blake House. The other is Nasiog and then Ananta. He looks exactly the same as he did 4,000 years ago. Schweitzer, Iris, Cassigan, Lucid. And even with their powers combined, they still couldn't take down that scary old dude. Then Nasiog, Lyran, and Ananta all show up together. So Ricky's like, why are you guys rolling up as a squad? So Lyran hits back that they found some drama going down, and we're just checking it out. She claims that they'll all figure it out soon enough. This gets the Circle members thinking like, the apocalypses are all finally here. So where's the Lord? Meanwhile, Nasiog drops a bomb, there's an intruder. The Circle's members totally freak out, wondering if they've been caught, even though their mana was perfectly hidden. Lucas is also trying to figure out who the intruder is, thinking maybe the Circle members followed them here. Nasiog explains that even though they're trapped inside the Lord's barrier, which they can get into but can't leave, these guys are outside the castle gate. They're not from the Circle. They're the Black Dragon Knights sent from Luanoble, here to destroy the evidence of the slave camps. Nasiog rags on Ricky for not sensing them, but Ricky fires back that he did. He was just worried about God's punishment since there were so many of them. Nasiog tells him he's taking care of it for him. But Ricky's like, are you sure that's a good idea? Because with that many people, there's no way he's going to avoid God's punishment. Their chat gets cut short when Ananta jumps in, asking Ricky how he's handling things since Luanoble is definitely his turf. Lyran totally agrees with Ananta and tells Ricky he better pay attention because the Lord didn't bring them here for no reason. He figured some cleaning up needed to be done. With just a flick of a finger, Nasiog wipes out hundreds of knights. He says that a little carnage now and then really puts a smile on his face. It hits Lucas that these guys are legit apocalypses on a whole different level than Hydra. There's not a single one. Not a single opponent here he could even take on. He asks himself, why did I get so cocky when all I did was off Hydra, who was already split into 9 pieces? Sweat starts dripping down Lucas's forehead when he feels the Lord's presence. He's finally seeing him again. The Lord looks just the same as he did 4,000 years ago, that same infuriatingly blank face with features that pop in and out based on his mood. Naziog tells Ricky he can relax now, since they don't have to fear God's punishment anymore. Ricky is super confused by what he said, but then with a wave of the Lord's hand, he rebuilds the entire destroyed castle that Naziog had just wrecked. The Lord walks over and hugs Ricky, calling him his oldest friend. Then Ricky asks Naziog what he was talking about earlier. Lyran shows Ricky this metal thing called aluminium, but Ricky's never heard of it. It's the first time he's ever seen it. Naziog explains that it makes sense since they were the first to find and name it. It looks like a normal piece of metal with nothing special about it, but when you look closely, tear it, and taste it, your divine power just disappears. You can still fire up your divine power, though. That's the power of aluminium. When she first made it, it was just to temporarily shut down her own divine power. It was super annoying to have the circle members tailing her all the time, but then, call it a failure or a success, she accidentally created something that could perfectly hide divine power while still letting you use it freely. If you eat this, you can temporarily get around God's rules. So no matter how many lives you end, you won't get hit with God's punishment. But this is still in the experimental stage, so there's not a lot of it. She's planning on making a liquid version in the future, so it'll be easier to take. Right now, making it is a huge pain, and the materials are hard to find, so they have to use it sparingly. Lyran hands it to Ricky and tells him to just tear off little bits and pieces to eat. She says he'll be able to use more of it soon. Ricky thinks if this gets easier to make down the line, there won't be any reason to make apostles anymore. This is all going so wrong. Naziog sees that Ricky's reaction is not good, even though they have a chance to squash all those annoying bugs as much as they want. He says that Ricky has changed, and something about him got weird after he destroyed Aeolium 4,000 years ago. Lucas can't believe that Ricky was the one who destroyed Allium, and he remembers his talk with Ruhi, who told him Lucid died when his homeland Icalium was completely annihilated. Lucas's eyes go wide as it all clicks. The one who killed Lucid was Ricky. Ricky says to Naziog that 4,000 years have passed, and to him the person who hasn't changed at all is the one who's strange. Naziog tells Ricky to cut the nonsense, saying the whole idea of change doesn't exist for perfect beings like them. Ricky cuts him off, saying that's not what he believes, that they aren't perfect beings. Naziog goes off on Ricky and says, now that I think about it, Hydra is dead. Everyone looks at Ricky, and Lucas realizes that Ricky is totally the main suspect. But then the Lord interrupts, asking them what they're doing fighting amongst themselves, and all of them apologize to the Lord. The Lord then tries to tell Ricky that everyone's just gotten a little too sensitive. Lyran knows Ricky can say whatever he wants without getting in trouble, because for the Lord, Ricky is like his own brother, a piece of self-awareness that was the first to break off from the huge massive energy called the law of the world. The Lord and the one who came right after him, Ricky. But even when Ricky started slacking on his mission to rule Lua Noble and just hold himself up in a cabin in the middle of a forest, Lord didn't even call him out or anything. For real, he totally plays favorites compared to how he is with Ricky. So obviously everyone's kind of salty at Ricky over it. Ricky then tells Lord to just cut to the chase already. This whole meeting is supposed to be about outing the traitor. He puts Nazdog and Ananta on blast, saying they're the ones who are so sus of him. Lord just laughs and tells Ricky to chill out, since some demigods haven't even shown up yet, but waiting around is super boring, so they should use this time to play a little game of truth and reveal each other's apostle. Lucas is like, what is Lord even planning spilling who their apostles are when everyone is already this suspicious of each other? Outing your apostle, your one and only weakness, is basically a death wish. And if Lucas reveals who he is right here, it'll be crazy hard to make any moves later on. He's wondering what Ricky's game is, and why he's so chill about all this. Len gives a nervous laugh and asks Lord if he's joking, saying she can't believe there's a traitor, but she gets totally cut off when Lord says he'll reveal his apostle first. Everyone is completely floored. But for Lucas, this is a huge opportunity.